We're live? Okay. Hello, hello. Hey everyone, welcome to the Death Slam Invitational Qualifiers. I am joined here by Tridanium. Warm welcome to Tridanium joining us for like the first time on Death Slam events as a caster. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. Hello guys, my name is Tridanium. I used to be a Valorant streamer for LAN, and I just thought I'd join and add my talents over here to the Death Slam events because I love what you guys are doing here. I think you guys are fantastic, so I'm really excited to be here, man.
Glad to have you, glad to have you. We are running a bit late, so I'm going to speed through the format and we're going to jump straight into draft. So the format for the qualifiers is we have three currently invited teams. We have Hydra Nation, we have Valhalla, and then we have PKP, which is the Peer Act Wage Goober team, if you guys have seen that one in scrims on other Twitch streams. We have three invited teams, but we want 8 teams total. So we have a collective 5 open slots for people to qualify. So we have a Swiss bracket. We're going to have 3 games today, 3 games tomorrow, all best of 3. And the top 5 teams from the Swiss bracket will be qualifying into the final bracket in 2 weeks. So that'd be August 16th and August 17th.
Yeah.
Let me know if you guys have any questions in chat. I also did set up a bunch of Nightbot commands. So test those out, and then obviously if you have questions, let us know. I'll be happy to answer them, especially when I'm off the cast. Yeah, so starting us off, go for it. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say it's kind of similar to like a deadlock fight night event. We have 3 kind of main teams. We have 5 challengers coming up to bat on the plate against these kind of like well-rounded teams that we already have, like C and DFN, right?
Yep. It's just exciting to see budding NA talent, because obviously the EU tournament scene is thriving, and we're trying to kind of revitalize that here in North America as well. Just to go over some of the teams we're looking at today, I have no clue what happened to my title. I'm going to change that real quick. For the round 1, we have selected to watch We Buy Metal Skins versus Soul Rebirthers. So for those of you who are longtime fans of what we do here at DSC, We Buy Metal Skins should sound familiar, as they were a team in the original DDS, the original Death Slam, and then they ended up, I believe, winning, hopefully I'm not wrong about this, ended up winning the Death Slam League playoff finals. So they, very familiar faces, should be playing against Soul Rebirthers. Now, Soul Rebirthers themselves, not entirely a full team from Death Slam events. However, we do have some familiar faces of people from C2, also from Death Slam League. That's going to be Jablonski and Saucepan14, the McGinnis prodigy. So, if you guys have been watching a lot of our stuff for a while, those names might sound familiar, and I'm hoping you guys are as excited as I am, to see them come back and play in this open, very open, I guess, bracket here we got going on today. Q. I think we are about just waiting for draft to start up here. We have a little bit more information about the tournament today. I believe we have a total of 21 teams total participating in this Swiss bracket. Obviously, we will try to get to cover as many teams as we can, but because we are only covering 6 games, and there's 21 teams total, or we can only cover 12 teams max. We'll do our best to make sure everyone gets a chance at the spotlight, try to figure out who are the ones most likely to qualify, see if there's any dogs ready to take over. All that good stuff, a lot of content for you guys today. Are you excited, Tridanium? I surely am.
I am so excited.
Through me. Yeah.
You have the caffeine running through you. No, I'm just bringing everything up on my screen so I can take a look at all the teams right now. I'm looking through all the teams. Stat lockers. We got all the stat lockers presented up to us on our side. So, this is the first time I've seen some of these players. Some of these players I've seen matchmaking. Some of these players I play with myself. And I'm just really excited to see them go against each other.
Yes. Excited. We do have, because this is an open qualifier, unlike the Death Slam events we normally have, we do have a wide range of skill brackets. So looking at some of the teams, we definitely have a few favorites. Teams full of high Eternus players. So in theory and ranking, right, they are expected to win. But obviously when you're in a competitive format, the matters of team synergy, the chemistry, communication, there's a lot more factors that come into play rather than, just playing 9 hours a day in solo queue. So
Yeah,
I'm
100%.
excited. Obviously,
Yeah,
I don't want to put too much pressure on them, right? But I am expecting a lot from these high Eternus teams. But I'm also super excited to watch like the Death Slam event teams, because they obviously because they are scrimming a lot, they don't actually have time to queue ranked. But their ranks might not be the highest, but I mean I've watched their games be
yeah,
played throughout multiple different tournaments, and I'm always excited to see them pull off plays I didn't even think about.
yeah. No, definitely. I think with this round of tournaments, like we have a lot of players and a lot of teams that haven't played in like DFN, any pro leagues. They have been looking for that slot, for that chance to finally prove themselves, especially against these teams like Hydro Nation and etc. And I think it's just super exciting to have finally people who are stepping up to their chance on the block or on the stage to make a name for themselves or just do their best and have fun. I think so. I think it's super exciting to see that, and we're gonna see a lot of hungry players pull out anything you can come out with to get on top.
I think we are just about ready to get started with the draft of the first game ever of the Death Slam Invitational qualifiers. Hope to see a few hypes in chat. What are you kind of looking to see here? We just had a recent patch to Danium,
Yeah.
and I don't know if you put a lot of games into it. I put in a lot of games, like trying to test out the meta, which basically meant I played Wraith like 6 games straight because I like abusing broken characters. So, what are you expecting to see? Like first bans, first picks. What are you looking for?
Well, I think a lot of people from the community know me as the Pocket One Trick. I almost have like 1,500 games on Pocket, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I am in love with that character for this patch. I just went on a 10-game winning streak yesterday. Tank Buster busted, Express Shot busted. So I will not. I'll be surprised if I don't see Pocket first picked or first ban on this draft or this tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, another thing too, we're seeing a lot less M1 for the latest, not the latest patch, but the patch before that. And I'll, as much as I love to see variety, I mean, and M1 was dominant force for a while. I think there needs to be a balance. I do want to see a good split between Spirit carries and M1 carries, and we want to see more love with the support cast too.
Yeah. Honestly, my read of the patch is that they kind of, because the patch before was very dominant by bruisers who I think
Right.
for the most part were able to just get resists very early on with damage items. I think like the one of the maybe not the most broken combos, but the combo I think that defined the meta was weighted shots berserkers, right? You buy both of those, and then you have
Mhm.
basically 16% of both resist plus debuff resist, and then you also end up with like 100% weapon damage. Um, I think my VMix stream is broken. We see a first ban from Abrams here come out from We Buy Metal Skins.
Yeah, that's interesting. Just because we just talked about the bruiser meta being kind of nerfed out just a little bit, especially the melee. Since we're seeing
Yeah.
like melee a little bit tougher to play right now,
Yes.
slower turn rates. We have the debuff
We are back. Thank you guys so
Welcome
much
back.
for bearing with us with some technical difficulties. Hopefully we got that sorted out and we can have a good stream for you for the rest of the day and tomorrow and then in 2 weeks. So obviously I'm always expecting production issues to happen, and thank you guys for having patience with us. Obviously, hopefully we should have some quality streamline games for you. Always here just for the deadlock. Nothing else. Waiting on draft here.
All right. So, was the draft going on while we were gone?
Definitely did happen. We'll just kind of watch it be recreated on our end by our producer. For those of you curious, and this is kind of like not really trade secrets, but just if you guys are curious on how this actually works on the back end, these are all connected to basically Google Sheets. So you just basically input for draft like bands and picks, you just insert what character happened in Google Sheets, and then internally it will load up the image for said character in said position. So nice little integration there between vMix and the Google Sheets just to get the draft working out. Going back to the draft here, sorry, let's talk deadlock. We're seeing here Mirage first ban, Vindicta second ban. I think for me, the definer of the current meta right now is something Shred related. I think a lot, because there's no more resist, anything Shred really just makes you melt. And we're seeing that kind of be replicated here in these bans.
Yeah, interesting first bans and first picks right here. I think earlier we saw the Abrams, and that was not part of the draft, but here we are seeing Mirage and Vindicta, which are both dominating lane characters.
Yes.
And in my opinion, right now, you know, winning lane gives you a huge head start. So that's what we want to do.
Yeah, totally. I think that lane dominance is kind of being shown in our first few picks on each team. We're seeing Yamato on Weed by Middleskins responded with a Warden Holiday on Soul Rebirthers into a Sinclair 7 on Weed by Middleskins again. followed with a Kelvin on Soul Rebirthers, right? So let's start first two picks, right? Yamato right click did get nerfed pretty heavily this last patch. I think it got like a 25% damage nerf base, but now scales, specifically the right click, the very oppressive lane tool. But Sinclair, Holiday, Warden with your Vexing Bolts, your Crack Shots, Barrels, and Flask, all very oppressive characters to play against in lane. And I think I think both teams are kind of vying for just absolute lane dominance in their picks right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'd give it to them. Lane dominance is very key right now. And then if you look at the Soul Rebirther side, it looks like they're going for a more well-rounded approach. Warden, a great split pusher, Holiday, a great laner, and Calvin, a great support as well. So theirs is a little bit more well-rounded, whereas we buy Metal Skin, they're looking for that early lane dominance and then giving it to the 7-lit and doing, the mid-late game.
Yeah. We're seeing here a McGinnis ban come out from We Buy Metal Skin. So I don't know when the crash happened or if you guys heard me talk about each team, but Soul Rebirthers, if you guys are a fan of Deathslam events, Soul Rebirthers has some players from C2, which was a Deathslam League team. Mainly, I think it was Saucepan 14, right? The McGinnis prodigy who kind of decimated Deathslam League with his McGinnis. So I think we're seeing a bit of a respect ban come out from the side of We Buy Metal Skins into Infernus pick from Soul Rebirthers as a response into Pocket Ivy. So We Buy Metal Skins here, their team is pretty strong, but they seem very spirit heavy and they seem very like team fight oriented to the point where I don't know if they can really side lane as well as they want to right now.
Yeah, I don't see a dedicated split pusher. I mean, Pocket can definitely do that. Ivy can do that and get out as well. And 7 would be doing that as well. But, compared to the Soul Reaper side, We Buy Metal Skin is looking for that team fight aura, right? Whereas Soul Reapers, they're all around. We have great split pushers, great support, great laners, and a great M1 character with Infernus, and then picking up Calico right at the end there. It looks more well-rounded to me.
Yeah, I think it's hard to say though, because obviously a lot of these players have. So this draft is always interesting because it's definitely not based on pure theory. You always have to keep in mind your own team's hero pools, whether or not they're hero oceans or hero puddles. But at the same time, because each of these teams have played against each other countless times, right? They've played, like some of the players on C2 have played against some of the players on We Buy Metal Skins over the course of 7 weeks. They should be very confident or they should be very knowledgeable, I guess, of each other's strengths, weaknesses, playstyles, and hero pools, which I think is getting replicated here in draft. Soul Rebirth picking up a Geist, taking away some of the options of those split pushers. Like I'm just trying to think about like what we have left right now and what We Buy Metal Skins is really looking for. Haze is open, but I don't know if We Buy Metal Skins is really looking to play Haze here in their team fight oriented composition.
Yeah, I think We Buy Metal Skins definitely looking for some sort of N1 character to kind of, round it out at the very end right there. But Lady Geist, that pick right now, I think it's a fantastic pick. I think it's a very strong character, strong laner, strong late game, strong everything. And especially with the buff too, she's a fantastic pick. And Abrams right at the end there as well. How do you feel about that?
Honestly, I was kind of not expecting, but hopeful of seeing a Viper. I think Viper has been really strong right now. I think EU as a region is currently picking Viper like first or second in scrims a lot in the professional league because Viper's just both a very impressive laner, and currently the issue with Viper before was the counters per se, and now a lot of those counters are heavily diminished or nerfed. So it's now time for Viper to shine. Plus, I think Viper definitely benefited from the patch. A lot of the gun items are stronger. All the bullet resist is weaker. Return fire is weaker. Suppressor, I think,
a lot of the other
well,
M1 characters got nerfed. She got unmoved, so she's gonna move up on the block as well.
Basically, exactly.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm kind of interested to see. I think this will just basically come down to how Soul Rebirther handles side lanes. That's kind of what I'm looking at this game. Like We Buy Metal Skins, you have 7 Stormcloud into Pocket Affliction, or I guess the other way around. But We Buy Metal Skins ultimate timings I think are going to be really scary. Soul Rebirth obviously have they have Geist Swap, they have Warden Last Stand, so they're not entirely lacking on terms of like big team fight winning ultimates. But We Buy Metal Skins I think definitely currently take the cake on this team fighting oriented playstyle, but that's all they can do, right? I really am worried that if Soul Rebirther has Geist in one lane, Infernus in another lane, and a Calico somewhere in the jungle, We Buy Metal Skins is going to get really constricted, and they might just try to deathball around the map, but they won't actually be able to accurately respond to synchronized pushes on the walkers on each side.
Yeah,
Really
I completely agree with
see
that.
how macro plays. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. I think Rebuy Metal Skin is going to go for that death ball kind of meta run right now. And so Rebirthers is kind of take advantage of the changes in the walkers, the side lanes. And, we see a little bit of the patch notes kind of nerfing deathballing a little bit by changing up the soul exchange differences and, how strong the walkers are going to be. So walkers are going to go down really fast if Rebuy Metal Skin do not pay attention to their side lanes.
Entirely. Plus, We by Skins also does not have a traditional pick character, right? If you consider Bebop, Holiday, Paradox, and then like in a subcategory, Lash or Mo and Krill, as these
Right.
characters that can lock an individual down and like secure the kill. Soul Rebirther has the Holiday. They have this playstyle open to guarantee, like not guarantee, but look for a 5v6 per se. We by Skins does not have this opportunity. They're gonna have to full throttle into a team fight every single time, all six just running straight down. So this could work out for them on just a mechanical disparity of skill, but it could also completely backfire if Soul Rebirther, doesn't take the bait, doesn't try to push back on them and just like corrals them like a shepherd.
Right. Yeah, if Soul Reaper just focuses on their macro, kind of stays disciplined, doesn't chase in too much, and kind of avoids those really big team fights, because We Bound Skin, they don't have those pick characters. They don't have any really big ways to hold them down too much, other than we have Bunny, we have Abrams ult, things like that. But we don't have like natural pick characters. We just have pure damage death ball from V by Metal Skin. So if Rebirther plays their macro really well, I think I can see them coming out on top of this. And honestly, what do you think is the better draft here overall?
I think as a player, I'm pretty traditional in my approach. When I played competitive, I usually played on that pick character. I played definitely in the meta where like Paradox was like first pick, first ban. So for me, Soul Rebirthers, makes the most sense traditionally. I enjoy having the flexibility of macro calls. I enjoy saying we can force team fights. I enjoy saying let's avoid a team fight. I don't think We by Metal Skin gets that option. That being said, as a caster, oh my god, We by Metal Skins is going to be so fun to watch.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
excited
definitely.
to see whatever they plan to do. And how far they send it. Like, if hear me out. Like, if Guardians are still up and they end up behind Walkers, like I'll expect that, right? I expect them to full send into the enemy base, without taking any objectives and just go for some high KDs, because that's kind of I think what they have to do in order to get presence on the map.
100%. I'm all for that, honestly. And as a pocket main, I'm looking over at With by Metal Skin, and I want them to come out on top with at least 20 kills each.
I think we are getting ready here to start the game pretty soon. Thank you guys for keeping in touch. Just a reminder, this is going to be a best of 3. There will be, on the overlay, there will be pips to show the current match score between the two teams. But this will be a best of 3 for Swiss bracket. So there is no particular eliminations per se. If one of these teams ends up losing this match, they can still win the next 5 and probably qualify into the playoff bracket. But in terms of ranks, this is about above average, but not necessarily the tippity top of the teams we have signed up today.
5 spots to qualify for, right?
Yeah.
Yep. I think we're ready to send to our casters. We have Mox and Sochin on the cast today. Please give them a warm welcome.
Hello, hello, hello.
Welcome in, one and all, to another Death Slams events. These are the Death Slam Invitational Qualifiers. We have Beat by Metal Skin and Soul Rebirthers already starting to pop off. I am Mox, joined today by Sochin. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing great. It's great to finally be on this side of the broadcast. Usually I'm on the production side, but yeah, we have some exciting games ahead of us today, and already we started the first one. So We by Metal Skin versus Soul Rebirthers. We have the player names already. I do know that sometimes it takes a moment, but do you want to go over them, Mox?
Yeah, I might actually give it a moment because I think QEZ is on the 7, so maybe it just might take another second. But in the meanwhile, we have a 7 and Sinclair against a Geist and Calico on the left. We got an Abrams and Yamato. It's a big, punchy frontline duo in the mid lane against a Holiday and a Warden. That's a nice little cage setup with the barrel combo. And on the right side, we have the Fire and Ice and Furnace Kelvin against a Ivy and a Pocket.
Yeah, interesting matchups. Also, lots have changed with the recent update. And there's also metas forming with the tournaments, the scrims, the matches, and the league, invitational, etc. We already see Abrams very low here, but doesn't look like they could close out that kill.
Yep, Spark getting away on the pocket there. Getting a little bit punched out by this Infernus and Kelvin duo. It'll be fun to see. There's been a lot of funny memes about Gun Kelvin running around lately, so I'm going to be interested. I don't think we'll see it, but it could be fun to see once.
Gun Kelvin.
Maybe 1 or 2 games. Yep, Gun Kelvin. It has happened, I swear.
I love how flexible this game is with builds, and in fairness, kind of running into the shop, putting a nice dot on Ivy. Lots of early aggression here. And if we're talking about the teams, earlier you told me that We Buy Metal Skin is a pretty strong team. They had pretty strong results in previous tournaments, right?
Yeah, We Buy Metalskin actually finished first overall in the league standings before the 8th week of the league ran into a kind of a playoffs format where they lost to the replacements, my team. Haha, go us. But anyways, so they did finish first overall. They had one of the best records and win-loss matches as Yamato.
Nice barrel there.
A little bit by the cage and barrel combo. Holiday, though, taking a lot of punishment in return. So just to finish the thought, We Buy Metalskin first overall, very good team, and I still think that we need to have some name adjustments. I just want to give a little heads up to production there. I'm pretty certain that some of them are a little incorrect.
Yeah. Ooh, nice dodge by Geist, but she's still very low. Sinclair almost getting that kill. She's still in shop. And looks like
bolts go
she's safe for now.
crazy.
Yeah. What a So for those who don't know, sometimes between the lobby and the game, the order, the player order actually shifts. So it takes a moment to take care of the names. If anyone wonders a bit about the technical part of it. But yeah, anyway. Holiday
that's actually
earlier.
a pretty fun insight as Jablonski's getting fairly low.
Ooh.
2 players low here. Sinclair has some range to kind of clear it. Is he
See
going to find
Calico?
Yep.
Managing
Fighting
to
around
get
the
all the
church.
heavy melee guy to the grenade, and they actually get each other. Sinclair and Calico goes down.
First blood actually goes to Calico, so tiny bit of extra money there, not too much difference.
I do think it buys guys some more time in the lane and Soul's range. Again, Abrams here playing very, very aggressive. So far, I mean, nothing too extreme happening, I think, to either side. Soul's looked relatively even. No Guardian is too damaged. So
Yeah, no,
might have a
no
pretty even
particular,
match.
no particular discrepancy in the denies so far. So we're gonna see how it progresses. Metalskin have a pretty interesting comp, although it's a little bit more early game. Early and mid game, I might say. Although Yamato does kind of seems to never fall off in the current state of the game. So got a little buff
let's
set up
see.
here. It
Ooh,
looks
movement
like
on
Soul
Warden.
Rebirthers were prepped for both, so they'll cash in. Saucepan gets a nice gun buff to go on that Infernus. Gonna keep punishing this lane. It's already been taking quite a lot.
Yes. We had a kill off camera. I think Jablonski took it, but I'm not sure now. And Warden getting a kill on Yamato. Meanwhile, Holiday using her ult, taking Abrams in. Warden coming in with the ult. Abrams stalling next to the bridge, goes under to mid-boss. There's a lot of action on all the lanes. We also see 7 dropping in the left lane.
Boshi vexing bolts. He gets parried though. Nice turnaround from Jablonski. 3 kill streak all of a sudden on the Calico. Really nice job there.
Whew, this is chaotic.
There's a lot going on as Saucepan is looking for Spark, getting fairly low. This
That was
Infernus,
a bit of a misstep
lane.
by Pocket there. It might cost him his life. He had some bad movement there, but maybe he can stay in a safe range right now. Yep, looks like it.
trying to stick around. Soul Rebirthers eking out a small soul lead in the lanes. They're playing it fairly well. 3k Ivy in trouble now from the Kelvin Beam. Infernus following up. There might be enough
that's
damage. She's
dangerous.
escaping through the back of the lane. They are playing with literal fire here.
Yeah.
Blonsky's Calico as well gets another kill. So he is taking off on this Calico, which we have not seen lately in a lot of games. So it's fun to see the character kind of come back. To see how much of an impact it has in today's tournament overall.
Yeah, I'm wondering, let's say the Yamato ult is going in on Warden, going back Holiday, trying to get the jump on him, literally, but went back in time. And I'm wondering if Calico had any significant, or at least any changes, recent changes, had any effect on Calico. Meanwhile, in fairness, is trying to fight off Ivy, but he was too low. And now the stun goes out. Kelvin is out of range with a healing right. And let's see if he... Is it healing right? Let's see if he gets it, though.
Ooh, missed a heavy punch. Kind of got blocked out by the pillar there. Bugsy was looking for a second knockout. Spark kind of died in the tower.
Coming in, parrying the Guardian,
damage.
and getting the kill.
Nice job by Spark after he died in lane. He might die again for it. Actually, he's on cooldowns completely here. Saucepan, think he knows. Spark just looking for a desperate parry. Ooh, the satchel does not save him. He'll go down.
Nah, too much damage. Yeah, fights all over the place. Can we maybe see the KD right now with everyone? It's been a bit hard to follow it. I think Calico got a bunch of kills, right?
Yeah, I think Calico's on a 4-kill streak, something like that. She's
wow.
5-1. Wow. Basically, everybody on Soul Rebirthers has a kill outside of the Holiday and the Geist, but everybody else can get involved. I think we had our first Guardian go down, perhaps.
Another kill.
Blonsky's Calico is just going off. Right place, right time. Good team coordination. Still a 2K
and
Soul
Fairness
lead to the Soul
survived on
Rebirthers.
30.
We have a strong push on this Guardian here. Sonny Bean gets traded out in the middle lane. There's a push on the opposite end as well. Dome to stall out. Spark stuck inside. We'll see how much damage follow-up there is. It gets super low. Remember, Infernus is low here. It's taken out by the Ice Beam, though, and now Bugsy's in a lot of danger. The combustion is coming out. Dodge from Stone, but I think there's enough to finish up anyways. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, well, they did manage to bait with that low Guardian into 2 kills. Pretty important kills right now. There's also a trade, Abrams for Warden, looks like. Now 7 is jungling, waiting maybe they can get the jump on Calico. I think that's what's happening. Not sure it's... Yeah, Calico is just melting faces right now here, close to the Guardian.
My goodness.
And I think that's the first Guardian down, or very soon.
Yeah.
Oh, the parry comes in from Sinclair. He punches back, manages to get some damage, but Calico is just so slippery. She goes back, guys.
Here, but Bashi.
Let's see. Yeah, Calico gets a kill on Sinclair, and now the Geist ult goes out. Ivy super low. Probably not escaping this. Good stun. But it's over. Calico with 10k souls already.
We talked a bit about not seeing Calico for a long time, and Jablonski is showing us that the character can go crazy as we see Spark kind of baiting a little bit. His teammate now, Abrams, in a lot of trouble, and a 3v1 will go down here to the restack of Soul Rebirthers who are starting to run away with this early game.
Yeah, that's the second slot. Last Guardian on the yellow side dropping. That's also considering the 14k lead. That's actually starting to be an important lead. The extra slot.
That's wild. I think we might be talking about a comeback earn already at the first. I wonder what that looks like currently as Jablonski is just hunting Spark, trying to run for his life on this pocket. Skirmish breaks out. Last stand is getting popped. And Blonsky is still just running it over. Soul Rebirthers look like they're getting the better of this fight currently. So there's a nice little turnaround. And Tyrius goes down for the effort. Right now it's a 1-for-1.
Trying to clean up. But
yeah, Abrams trying desperately to get something else, but now he might be in a little bit too deep, bouncing around in the middle of the alleys. Looks like he might have an angle to get out. Holiday is on the hunt, but there's just not enough damage.
yes, and yeah, it will be a comeback earn. Doesn't look like they're attempting those yet, but yeah, that's a very, very significant lead that built up. I would say roughly in like within 3 minutes, it moved from being relatively even to Guardians being down 10k, but again, it's a long game. We're only at 11 minutes. Things can still change.
Yeah, there's a lot of gold sitting on the map for Biometal Skin. All 3 Guardians are available for the taking, and they do manage to grab the urn, so Spark is going to run away with that. Jablonski hot on his tail. probably not going to be able to catch him. So we'll see if Soul Rebirthers want to contest this on the other side. This is an important objective right now. If you even this out and start taking Guardians, the gold will turn in your favor very quickly. Sonny Bean lassoed by the Holiday. Do they have enough damage to take down the Yamato?
Oof.
No ultimate,
No.
so Yamato will go down.
Yeah, looks like Infernus might be contesting the urn, but I think it's slightly mistimed. And let's see.
He got baited there a little bit. Urn turning goes for basically free after blowing that combustion early.
Yep. Okay, and Abrams just getting frozen completely right there, and we already have a siege on the middle walker. Meanwhile, Sinclair did do some damage to the right Guardian. And by the way, if I'm misnaming the lanes because it's on yellow and blue right now, please correct me.
Well, there's a yellow lane, a blue lane, but there's also a yellow team and a blue team. As we see, Soul Rebirther's probably getting a walker here. Metal Skin rotated a lot to try to get a kill on Saragar? I might be saying the name wrong. Anyways, the Kelvin, they did get a kill, but they'll lose the walker for the over-rotation. They might try to get the Guardian here in the middle in return. Doesn't seem like there's a lot to contest, so this will be their first Guardian, a little bit more gold in their pockets. They are still down nearly 12,000 souls as another walker is being pushed.
Yeah, that's I don't want to caster curse it, but it could be a long game, but it also could be a very short game if things keep being this aggressive. Let's see how that fight is going on in first, and Yamato look a bit like they got caught, but they managed to escape. Oh, it was a Holiday, sorry. Yamato's the other team. Meanwhile, mid lane siege continues. Abrams managed to do some
Really
damage
good.
with last stand. Okay.
Yeah, really good charge from Antihero, but not enough damage with just him and two players. Trying to get some value out of this last stand. Looks like they'll actually finish the walker with it. Antirius might go down for the effort. Big Affliction. Swap onto Geist, though. Spark extremely low, goes down. Now Ivy, the next in line. 2 down for Metal Skin Walker as well. Nothing traded out for it, so the lead increases. Anti-Hero goes down the back end to 9 kill streak for Jablonski. Saucepan's trying to trade something, goes down. So at least 1 traded out. Sonny Bean will get something for the effort, but this ball is rolling downhill way too fast for Metal Skin right now.
Yeah, I mean, you also gotta love seeing those high-level games where, you know, even with melee attacks, everything is like there's good parries where it need to be, but people are not just doing a light melee to finish off someone. There's all those parries coming in at the last second, and yeah, generally nice plays. Let's see, Geist waiting here in the gun bridge buff.
Yeah, this is really nice for Soul Rebirthers. They have complete map control, so they're able to delegate the buffs here how they please, and they're going to grab her, and I don't think they're going to opt to turn this one in. There's another walker, but they could set up a nice split push. Probably get that last walker off the board and really kind of hammer this game home.
Let's see, pocket. Is that
They
a
are setting up for it a
majestic
little
leap?
bit.
Yeah, it was.
There's
So
not a lot in
actually
the,
some
in the
questions
area
in the
here.
chat of what's this tournament at the LAN tournament. I think it's tomorrow. Don't catch me on that. I'm not even in the same continent. But now this is the Death Slam Invitational qualifiers, and we have an urn. But Mox, you have more details on that.
Yeah, so this is the Death Slam Invitational. We are currently in qualifiers. It is today and tomorrow that you'll be seeing a Swiss seeding best of 3s for all teams to kind of delegate. There's 5 spots available for the taking. There were 3 invite teams. I don't have them off the top of my head right now. Apologies on that, but we'll get them, and we'll talk about that in a little bit more
For the
detail.
LAN.
Is that... Oh, for the LAN.
No.
excuse me.
I'm asking oh, sorry, I mixed things. Yeah, no, we don't have a Liquipedia page for the Invitational yet, I believe, but for the LAN we do have one. It's also 3 days. As much as I know.
So you watch
Yeah.
Saragar from Soul Rebirthers just kind of walk in and finish off the last of a walker here. It was a pretty fun little use of Ice Path there to get the last objective off the map.
Yeah, we've seen some fun uses. I think the last tournament I was here, we had the ice path to actually block a 7 from using an ult from higher elevation. Just put a
That's
ceiling over
that's
his head.
that's right. That was an awesome thing. I think we have that clip somewhere in our history, so we can revisit that at some day. But that was a very cool moment in the Death Slam tournament's history. Really
Yeah.
cool little tech you might not have known about. Spark doing a nice job to evade the Calico gang here. Jablonski, of course, kind of running amok this game, has led his team to a tremendous lead. Holiday kind of fishing around for Bashi's. Sinclair does actually get him before he could TP out. It'll just go down. Really nice job. Lasso comes out before the Rabbit Hex, so it is not actually interrupted.
Yeah, and now we have a mid boss. It looks like a bait, or they gave it up.
Might just be fishing around. Soul Rebirth is, they did claim all the outer objectives, so they're kind of looking for little baits and ways to start fights. Otherwise, Ivy just trying to escape here. Bugsy catching the worst of a lot of damage here. Really
Yeah.
need to escape
Oh,
with
the
the
dot
Infernus
I think is
burn.
gonna work. Yes, Infernus got the kill. Now,
Oh, weird affliction there. I think he caught the roof of something, only gets affliction onto one. The Calico is just going to return to shadows. Sneak out. It is still taking away. I don't think there's
Yeah.
enough follow-up to even punish. Oh,
No.
as I say that, Kiwi Z is on the trail. One last hit. Hides in the closet. Somebody will find her. The Torment Pulse shows it off. That is a nice, big, fat kill. It's a really fed player now. Geiston a little bit too deep. Is there any backup, or he's going to be left for dead here? Parry
And
comes
also
out,
the
so he's got
parry.
no option. Swap, though.
Yeah.
Swap was used, but not enough, as we see.
but they
Mid-boss
did
get
use the
taken by
time to
Soul
go
Reaper.
for Reju, but Yamato might be taking one. The man should grab 2 out of the 3, and now maybe they'll get the kill here. Yamato activating an ult, last stand is up. They're trying to nail him down.
They have really good contest here. Actually, they outnumber Soul Rebirthers, who are just trying to get the buff and escape at this point. Warden might get caught. He's hiding inside of a jungle camp right now, desperately. He's got one of those buffs. He'd like to protect it. Anti-hero going in with the seismic impact. Doesn't catch anything. Ivy, though, quite a bit of trouble again. QZ goes down on the 7. We see some backup fly in. Jablonski, though, this unkillable Calico machine wreaking havoc, chasing down Spark's Pocket, who is low but will satchel out. Anti-hero re-engaging now. Metalskin trying to look for
And
something.
here,
Sunny Beam
oh, the parry.
goes down, but has the Soul Rebirth. Still trying to kill this Calico. She's so
At 2
strong,
versus
though.
1, and she's still almost doing it. Maybe she'll do
Oh, the
it.
parry,
She got
though.
parried, and this is the end. Anti-hero gets the kill on Jablonski. While she gets saucepan, and that's a bunch of kills for We by Metal Skin, who are coming back slightly. Off this fight, they might be coming back.
This
But
is
I'm
a
not sure it's
really
over.
huge, this is a really huge turnaround for Metalskin if they can keep getting kills here. There's tons of objectives, and right now they can claim both buffs and walk the urn over. I think it might be close. It might be an even urn at this number. We'd have to wait and see, but there's a ton of farm on the map for them to claim. So fighting into those soul rebirths has been really, really good for them. So Jablonski, excuse me, I'm not sure who is on the Holiday. The names are still a little mixed up. But
Holiday.
catching a 5-kill streak, taking out Sonny Bean. It is a comeback earn for Me by Metalskin. So once this goes in, assuming that it goes the way of Metalskin, this is a really nice comeback. They might be only down about 10, 12k at that point. It would be really annoying for them. They do get the urn. Anti-hero gets traded, buys his team some time, so pretty effective trade. And like I said, that number's at about 13k, so rebirthers are up. They still have one rebirth from the Rejuvenator buff, which of course got changed on the last patch. As you guys may or may not know, mid-boss did change just a little bit, so now he drops 3 crystals on death that can be claimed by 3 different individuals, granting you a full HP rebirth, essentially, like the old Soul Rebirth item. Nice change, encourages a lot more fighting and it's less guaranteed base pushing when the Rejuvenator gets taken.
SNL Pocket goes in with the Affliction. Doesn't look like, I'm not sure who he hit. Calico getting the kill on Yamato. Spark goes down as well.
Soul Rebirthers are just running away with this game still. Even after that nice little comeback from Metalskin, Soul Rebirthers just grouped up, and you can see they're all kind of in the same lane. Infernus is split pushing a little bit, but they are just running into this base right now with almost no contest. It is a 5v4 by Metalskin.
Yeah, but I'm not sure they're getting... Yeah, they're not getting the base Guardians right now. They're trying to regroup towards mid. They got one, but Saucepan does get collapsed on.
Huge bag too, about 1100. Who's gonna claim that? Oh, that's big. Nobody walked forward for it.
Shout out to Shush, the observer, for giving us this nice camera flyby of the souls on the ground.
Gotta keep an eye on those fat bags. We love to see who's collecting all the money. Soul Rebirthers still maintaining their lead. There's not a lot of time left on this Rejuvenator buff for the Antirius Warden, but grants him a little bit of safety. I would almost rather see him farming on the opposite side of the map right now. There's some jungle camps to be taken away from Metalskin, but opting for the safe route for now.
Yeah, it looks like it's a bit of a reset from both sides. Both teams trying to find the next window of opportunity to do anything here on the map.
All things considered, Metalskin have stabilized fairly well. They're currently like overloading a 5-1 split on opposite ends of the map, kind of hunting in a pack right now, but like I said, they've stabilized against the Rebirthers, who are kind of running away with the mid game. There's a lot of walkers to be taken still, so if Metalskin find an advantageous fight and get 1 or 2 of these last walkers off of the map, they could really close the soul lead and make this game interesting. That being said, Jablonski's Calico is kind of running around through the back alleys right now, hunting for some violence.
Yes, even though the early lead Calico had was kind of closed, or the rest of them are pretty close. 7 has the same amount of souls right now. Pocket coming in, Calico is chasing him. Spark trying to make something out of it, survive, using his ult, but yeah, it's not enough to make anything happen here.
He is 9k souls ahead. That's an entire tier 4 and additional tier 2, or tier 3, excuse me.
Yeah, over
Spark's Pocket.
Yeah, that's a significant lead. But we do have on Metalskin, we do have 7. We have Yamato, who are relatively fed, and with a good enough setup, they could potentially win a fight.
Antihero running for his life. Calico is on the chase. He's a little too far away. Just sort of looking for picks right now. Soul Rebirthers have the holiday, so they can hunt a little bit more aggressively in tandem with Calico, but it looks like for the moment they're kind of opting to just farm out the map, collect the next buffs, and we also have Urn respawning. I'm not sure, again, this will be a comeback.
Let's say it's like 15k. Yeah, no, I think it's not.
It's very close regardless. It could change depending on this fight, actually. So this is an interesting inflection point.
Big ult by Infernus here, catching them in the corner. Kelvin popping off his bubble, and now 7 zoning everyone away. Wow,
Swanee Bean fighting off too here in the park alley here. Getting the worst of it, but the backup actually shows up just in time. Jablonski's Calico is running away now. Will sneak out for the time being, probably escape, but this is a nice Urn pickup. It is a neutral, so it can be contested on the other side. Soul Rebirthers only lost 1 in that exchange, but Metalskin very happy with how that went down.
Yep, they're managing to find these opportunities to get a few kills and get out safely. But again, sometimes that depends on long cooldowns. That depends very much on other objectives being present. And let's see if they can keep doing that. Jablonski might be in trouble, but managing to run away, or at least going to try and defend Urn with Geist and Holiday. Can't see some of the names right now, but let's see. Well, that was relatively uncomplicated.
Yeah, they opted to give up the Urn because they just didn't have people on the right timing, looking for a split push on the other side, but it actually gets defended away by Bugsy's Ivy. So really, really good job. Metalskin really finding their way in the latter half of this mid game as we approach 27 minutes here. Gold lead is now closed down. We're only a 9k differential. Really nice job. You saw in that last fight they kind of managed to push off the Jablonski Calico and really threaten. So that 12-3 and 8 frontliner for Soul Rebirthers had a really hard time even contesting the urn.
Yeah, and yeah, definitely things have evened out slightly more. We still have, I would say, Spark and Boshi, who are relatively behind. Again, looking at everyone's souls, but worrying about the builds right now. It's like if anyone is building something to deal with Calico.
The glass cannon on Holiday is a little bit crazy. I gotta be honest with you. I wonder how that's paying off. I'm not sure if we could see if she's got stacks on that thing yet, but it'll be pretty awesome to see if she can start pumping out a lot more gun damage. This character has a really good mixed
Let's see.
kit.
Oh,
Has
one stack.
There you go. Plus 8% fire rate. We'll take it.
Yeah.
Rushing Fists finish on Sonny Bean Yamato. Did not even notice in this whole hullabaloo that he had opted for a more melee-focused Yamato, but it's still relatively good, although I would honestly prefer to have a full Spirit Yamato on my team, but it's not like it's a bad option. Weighted shots plus Berserker. Pretty strong weapon-focused frontliner. Soul Rebirther's probably going to be sniffing around for a mid beta at some point here. We did mention they do have the better pick option as we hear mid boss's first call. But Soul
I think they
are just fishing.
thinking about contesting it. No, yeah. And Yamato jumping in, chasing Kelvin for a moment there. Lassen goes off. There's a lot of damage going off here. Abrams land in the middle. Pockets tries to escape sideways, look for a different angle. Meanwhile, we see Kelvin go down. Metalskin already take 2 kills, 3 kills. Warden and Geist will go down as well, and now they're going for a mid-boss.
That was an unbelievable turnaround from Metalskin. The Soul Rebirthers had position on that fight. They had a really nice opportunity to get a really strong last stand, but the Dome from Soul Rebirthers, I think, caught their own player out of position, getting an early kill to go the ways of Metalskin, and then the backup, the dog pile from the Affliction and Sonny Bean just creating so much space on this Yamato. They'll get the mid-boss after a couple more kills, and now we're actually looking at a completely neutral game with walkers for Metalskin to take still. So there's a lot of money on the board here. They could wind up, after all said and done, with like a 20k soul lead. We'll see how they play around. Again, Rejuvenator not as strong as it used to be, but still really, really good for skirmishing as Saucepan already low. First walker down in mid. Split push is out on the side from Bugsy Beans and Ivy. And both teams are going to collapse to try to get this last walker off of the board. Already
Yeah, I don't think
half.
they can defend this walker. They just need to give it up at this point. Rather not lose people on it. There's rejuves, rebirths. But yeah, that's a very impressive comeback. Really, really good team fighting. And yeah, they're now in the lead, I think, almost for the first time this game.
Yeah, and they should certainly just manhandle this urn, walk it straight over, utilize the buffs while they have them, because there's no better time to press this advantage. They've completely turned this game on its head. I think we could be seeing why Calico is not super prioritized, where she was running away with the early game, but now it's been almost a non-factor in these later fights. Soul Rebirthers, we talked very briefly at draft that they don't have a lot of hard CC outside of the Holiday, the Infernus, maybe the Warden Cage, but Levi Metalskin has a lot of really easy to execute crowd control, and they're showing that it really pays off in this mid game. Urn goes in, and now they have 15,000 soul lead out of nowhere. They are firmly in control of the later stages of this game right now.
Yeah, and I think at this stage of the game, Calico needs to transition to a more cleanup role, I would say. Come in later in the team fight, not necessarily initiate it, even though Calico is pretty tanky. And also, I think Info starts playing a very big role at this phase of the game, so Calico can run around, hear steps, hear jungle casts being cleared, and kind of potentially help direct it. Even though I will say the Deadlock is not as intensive as an info game as other tactical shooters necessarily, but it's still something Calico can probably do best.
Yeah, she's definitely the one hero that's suited for this kind of scouting, if you will, gameplay style. I'm actually kind of excited. I've been theorizing about how somewhere down, I would say in the near future, we're going to start to see kind of vision information heroes come out of the come out of testing and onto the live servers. But until that day, Calico kind of represents the best of what that currently is, as Ava, very sneaky to get around the map. Obviously, for those who don't know, you can't actually see Ava on the minimap, so if she walks out into a lane, she won't actually be revealed. So that's just a little bit of tidbit of information. If you didn't already know that, you probably did. You're all very informed Twitch chatters out there, I know. So
yeah, but she, like, for almost 2 months now, she can't break boxes, which is tragic in my opinion.
it is a little bit harder than it used to be. They did adjust.
Yeah, no, you need to jump on top of them. Yeah.
Yep, you do have to. You actually have to use the. It's not just jumping. You have to use a melee, and then you get that little jump animation.
Oh, really? I didn't realize that
Yeah.
that's what it was.
Yeah, you do have to press the melee button, and that's it's got its own cute little, unique little pounce animation. Very fun. Nice job by the devs to give her a little bit more character, almost, as if she wasn't oozing with character already.
Oh, okay. Abrams going, catching Holiday. That was a risky move. Activating his
but
ult
he is
there,
really
trying to
strong.
decide what to do with it, or is it just a threat hanging in the air while they take the base Guardians? Warden gets stunned, get dragged by Holiday, and let's see
Ooh,
what they
they
make out of this.
Got anti-hero. It's a really good start. Pocket Affliction comes in. Might have only caught one, but Metalskin currently getting the better. Calico is running out. Jablonski, can he escape? He gets into the fountain, so Metalskin will have their way with the shrines here. They are currently just stalling out. It's a pretty good job to hold so far from Rebirthers. Can they stop the Patron drop, though? Second shrine is down. Patron is open. Teams are duking it out. Spark goes down first. He has Rebirth, so we'll see him come
7
back.
stuns going on. Oh, great zoning here by 7, allowing them to take the Patron. And they probably won't try to finish this, right?
They may be. They still have 2 rebirths. Like, Kiwi and Sonny can get in there and create a lot of space for their team, but they lose anti-hero. That's their second frontliner, but it's creating so much. And Sonny Bean actually goes down as well. So Patron goes down. The Soul Rebirthers are on the hunt. They want to try to get a couple more as they get out of here. Pocket, difficult to catch, though. Not the right guy to be the last one out if you're on the chase. Or should make his way out. Bashi with the Vexing Bolt Artillery. Blonsky, though, is kind of on the hunt here. Bashi in trouble, will go down, so Rebirthers will find something. They might counterpunch here. 3 dead from Metalskin. This is actually a really nice opportunity. There is a world, probably not that close, but Last Stand comes out anyways. Guardian's going to go down here. That's going to open up base. The Soul Rebirthers are striking back. Shrines are going to be their next targets.
Yeah, I think they have a Patron
though.
at the very least.
They have to finish off this Guardian, get the back door, get their creeps in. Holiday does go down. They're kind of biting off a little bit more than they can chew, but this opens up a tremendous mid-timing. Soul Rebirthers immediately transition.
Yeah, that looks like a good call. They can probably melt it down easily right now, and live to die, or to rebirth another day, hopefully.
Terminator 2 rising from the lava. Rebirth giving them an extra shot. Looks like Bugsy and Spark are thinking about a contest here, but fought off by the Jablonski Calico.
It could be risky,
Metalskin are
actually.
here, though. This is going to be a huge fight. 4 stones are available to be claimed.
Oh,
Anti-hero
Abrams.
stun. What's it going to catch? We're going to see who gets the buffs here.
And
Who
one
goes
each,
down?
2
Rebirthers
each.
already 2 down. Yep, 2 goes to each sides, and 2 are down on each side. So we'll see. 1 rebirth already popped. Anti-series with the second one. Affliction is out. Metalskin looking like they might want to try to get out, but they are scrapping tough. Another 1 and 2 go down from Soul Rebirthers. Metalskin getting the better of this. They still have 1 rebirth on Sonny Bean's Yamato, but with 4 down in the first patron stage gone, a 5th just went down as well. We're seeing they're trying to get this last kill, but it almost doesn't even matter. There's 5 dead already. If they secure this, the game is certainly over if it's not already. Antirius running for his life.
How much?
Will escape, but I
health does
think
he have?
Metalskin are... Metalskin are starting to realize that the base is all theirs to be had.
Yeah, that looks like it's the end of the game, most likely.
Yep, 7 doesn't even have to press Stormcloud. An insane comeback from We Buy Metalskin from being down about 20 or 30,000 souls to being up 30 at the end of the game. A really incredible job in the 20-minute section. Shout out We Buy Metalskin. Amazing game 1. We are in for an interesting series if any of that is to continue the way that we saw.
Yeah, for sure. It looked like it's going to be a relatively quick game at the start, but there were honestly really good team fights on either side. Both teams managed to fight while being behind and actually win some of those. So all those backs and forths. This was honestly a very enjoyable game, very high level game, I think, with some good decisions on both teams. And we're seeing some stats here. Yeah,
Yep,
this is where the comeback started.
Started a little bit earlier, but that's the point that it crossed over and transitioned into Metalskin's favor. Again, Jablonski with, I think it was 14 kills at the end of all of it, but not enough to carry his team through the later stage. Sonny Bean, shout out, had a really tremendous mid game, surviving a lot of ganks and buying enough time for the team to kind of collapse and turn fights. And Antihero as well had a really good couple of pins on Abram that really kind of made a huge difference, essentially breaking into the base and creating the advantage. So, I mean, just really unbelievable game. There's not a lot of players that had, outside of Jablonski, everybody else had, a lot of kills and deaths on both ends. So it's interesting to see how team decision making really affects the outcomes of these games. And it's not just written by who has the most kills or the most souls.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so for those who don't know the format, this is a best of 3, and generally the bracket is a Swiss bracket, if I'm not mistaken, which is, to simplify it, it's every team can lose up to 3 times without, or the third loss is an elimination. But anyway, this is a best of 3. This was the first round. We have at least one more game. If Metalskin wins this one, they advance to the winners bracket in the next round, or winners match in the next round. But yeah, very, very good game. What do you think we'll see next game? How will both teams adapt?
I would like to see if Soul Rebirthers consider their lack of hard control and take that into account into the draft. I talk about this very frequently. I feel like a broken record at this point, but ease of execution matters a lot in team play. And when your ease of execution is, Stormcloud, Bunny, Seismic Impact, like, your life is fairly easy. Soul Rebirthers had to bank on the Holiday and Calico to keep running down kills and finding picks and tidying that up with, either Warden Cage or sticking them inside of a Kelva Dome. Like, it's a little bit trickier, and I think we saw that at the end of the day, the big AoE teamfight ults, really make a huge difference.
Yeah, they certainly do. So I think before we wrap up the first round post-game, anything else you would like to add before we go to break?
No, I think we can give everybody a nice breather, grab a glass of water, and we'll be interested to see if we can make this stretch out to three games. It's a best of 3, and excited to watch game 2.
Yeah, same. It's gonna be awesome. All right, guys. So stick with us. We'll be going for a break or some replays for a minute or 2, and be right back for the second round of this match. Dropping in the left lane.
Boshi backs and bolts, he gets paired. Looking for a second knockout. Spark caught out already in here. Sonny Bean gets traded out in the middle lane. There's a push on the opposite end as well. Dome to stall out. Spark stuck inside. We'll see how much damage follows. Blaze gets super low. Chris is low here. It's taken out by the Ice Beam though. Now Bugsy's in a lot of danger. The combustion is coming out. Dodge from Stone, but I think getting this out and start taking Guardian. Go between your favorite very quick and Sonny Bean. Lassoed by the Holiday. Enough damage to take down the Yamato. Trying to get some value out of this last hit. Looks like we'll actually finish the walker with it. Antirius might go down for the effort. Big glitch and swap onto Geiso. Spark extremely low goes down. Now Ivy, so lead increases. Anti-hero goes down the back end to 9 kill streak for Jablonski's unkillable Calco machine wreaking havoc, chasing down Spark's Pocket, who is low but will satchel out. Anti-hero re-engaging now. Metalskin trying to look for
And then
something.
you're, the parry.
Goes down, but has the Soul Rebirth. Still trying to kill this Calco. She's so
Two
strong
versus
though.
one, and she's still almost doing it. Maybe she'll do
Oh, the
it
parry,
up
though.
towards mid. She's done one,
been
but
real
Sultan
bad
does
for
get collapsed on.
Huge bag too. 1100. Who's gonna claim it? Oh, that's good.
The early lead Calico has is kind of closed, or the rest of them are pretty close. 7 has the same amount of souls right now. Pocket coming in. Calico is chasing his Spark, trying to make something out of it. Survive, sending everyone away. Wow.
So Bean fighting off too here in the park alley here. And the
Welcome back, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed that very exciting game one. Very back and forth game one, to be honest. I was kind of off doing some things. I was looking at it. I thought Soul Rebirthers had it in the bag, and then I looked away for a quick second, grabbed some water, and I came back, and it was completely the other way around. Shadanium, how did you feel about that game? I think our predictions kind of came to light. What is your take on it?
No, I completely agree. I think our predictions really came to fruition. Looks like Soul Reapers really got all the walkers down really quickly, but then it came to a point in somewhere in the middle where We Buy Metal Skins kind of came back and then started snowballing with their huge team fight composition and just kind of like rolled over multiple fights, and they started getting the game back, and then it came down to an earn in the middle game, and it came down to the mid boss middle game, and just tick fight after fight, got their lead after that. And Soul Reapers just didn't capitalize on the lead that they brought that they came to early in the game, and that was just like their downfall.
Yeah, I think when we were talking about draft a lot, the concept of, We Buy Metal Skins going full team fighty, but I feel like they're gonna struggle for like the flex slots or the advantage on souls because Soul Rebirthers would be able to take those walkers down. What do you think would have changed? Personally, I think Soul Rebirthers really need to focus more on keeping their flex slot advantage because they're able to, gain all the walkers or apply a lot more pressure to take those walkers down earlier. They had a lot more time to like play the game slow and stall out because as people gradually accumulate money, flex slots then become limited, and they can basically, instead of pushing for flex slots themselves, they can end up starving We Buy Metal Skins, and then their big team fight prowess isn't as strong when they're like sitting on 6,000 gold because they can't actually spend it on a slot that they don't have unlocked.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, what I observed like throughout the game, they did get their lead off early, and then there was a couple times where they kind of take a step back. So Reapers took a step back to kind of farm the map a little more when they should have just pushed their advantage. They were 20k ahead, 30k ahead at one point, and they had all the walkers down. They just didn't press their advantage. They started taking farm, and they kind of let Reebok Metal Skins just come back into the game, and then that's a dangerous play because when the game gets towards closer to the middle game, towards the late game, it's all going to be team fights, team fights, team fights. It's going to be harder to pick off one hero at a time. It's going to be harder to push side lanes because there are no side lanes to push anymore. There's no walkers to push anymore. So it's all going to be team fights all the way into the end. You have the mid boss to fight over. You have the urn to fight over. So if you they gave We Buy Metal Skins that bit of time to catch up, and that kind of bit them in the butt. And We Buy Metal Skins just took advantage of that and just went through it and got in the game.
I'm excited to see how Soul Rebirthers is going to respond because we are about to move into the draft now. And, We Buy Metal Skins, I think, had a very shaky start. But because they did win the game, right, they aren't particularly pressured to, change up their strategy or change up their draft, right? Soul Rebirthers, I think because the game was so close, Soul Rebirthers I can see the mentality of saying, the draft worked. The problem was with macro. The problem was not pushing the advantage, as you mentioned before. So I could see a very similar draft as last game because both teams are confident in the draft and are more so worried about issues within the game. Or, I could see We Buy Metal Skins maybe identify that they had some weakness with picking up the walkers on the side lanes, and they could adjust their draft because they're like, unless this next game of Soul Rebirthers doesn't give us that free mid boss, that free urn, right? Would we be able to win? Do we need to change our strategy? What do you think we're going to see in this next draft?
I think we're going to see some changes. Honestly, I think Soul Rebirthers kind of knows what they're kind of lacking here. And if we're looking at the bans right here, it's got to tell a story already. They don't want to see the 7. They don't want to see those big ults that winning them the games. So they're going to take that initiative and then ban the 7 right off the bat. And then we're looking at We Buy Metal Skin. They've banned off the Mirage. So they are still looking for the same kind of strategy, what it seems like. So it looks like We Buy Metal Skin may be going with a similar strategy, and Soul Rebirthers might be changing it up.
I think it's kind of interesting to see here. Soul Rebirthers banned Vindicta first this last game, and We Buy Metal Skin picked up 7. This game, by banning 7, We Buy Metal Skins instantly snaps up Vindicta. I wonder if Soul Rebirthers, because they have this fear of, but the 50-50 between Vindicta and 7, I wonder if they've considered banning neither and basically giving one up to We Buy Metal Skins to secure the other, right? Obviously they're a fan of the Warden pick. Last time they picked Holiday, but if they didn't ban 7 here, they could pick Warden 7 and then end up having that team fight prowess that We Buy Metal Skins kind of revolves around.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting observation. Soul Rebirthers could go for that strategy that We Buy Metal Skin and have that kind of a snowbally team fight prowess that they were missing. But with the Warden pick first, I like the Warden pick first because Warden is an all-around great pusher, great team fighter, great carry, great in lane as well. And we're seeing Yamato coming up on the second pick for the Soul Rebirthers, and Soul Rebirthers looks like they're kind of going for something similar to what We Buy Metal Skin did for the first round.
Yeah, kind of interested to see. I think the casters mentioned it before, but Yamato, I think, ended up with a lot of their interesting changes because the current playstyle was around right-click, express shot, and throwing punches. All 3 of those, or I guess express shot hasn't been nerfed, but the 2 other things have been severely gutted. But because Spirit Resist is incredibly harder, it's just so much harder to obtain. Spirit Yamato, I believe, is back on the rise because it's just so much easier to actually just execute a one shot on someone with a power slash into Crimson, or to Shadow Transformation into another power slash. So I'm kind of interested to see if Soul Rebirthers is going to stick with that express shot punch Yamato, or they're going to move towards Spirit. We see here a Shiv and Wraith on the side of We Buy Metal Skins, and then a Kelvin on the side of Soul Rebirthers. So Soul Rebirthers is staying pretty similar to what they had before, swapping out the Holiday for Yamato. We Buy Metal Skins, a completely different draft here entirely. Wraith being picked up here on pick 3 before the ban because Soul Rebirthers banned it last. I wonder what Soul Rebirthers is going to look for here.
Interesting enough, Soul Rebirthers kind of banned out the Pocket. I'm guessing they found Pocket to be one of the problems of the last match or the last game. That affliction, especially with the 2% buff to the Pocket Affliction, is kind of a huge, especially someone like Kelvin, Yamato, and Warden, where healing is mostly their primary usage, right? So taking out the Affliction from Pocket. It seems like a good move from them. And it looks like Weebot Metalskin is banning out McGinnis as well. So Weebot Metalskin might be taking out the side push macro options for Soul Rebirthers, because maybe they saw that as a problem too for the early game.
So I don't know if you know, there's a bit of history here. There's a bit of an inside joke here with We Buy Metal Skins in particular. The player who plays Pocket Spark, similar to you, might be a little bit of a Pocket one trick.
Okay.
So there's a running for the people in chat. Can I get a few Sparks hero pools and questions? We have just basically been notorious that Spark basically only plays Pocket, and whenever Pocket is banned, we see something wild come from him. I'm not saying that it's bad. It's always usually he has a really good hero pool. I'm trying to remember. I think he played Lash last time, but like for the majority of their games in the Death Slam League, it would basically be Spark on Pocket. It was kind of one of the foundations of their draft.
Right.
So
yeah,
I'm
for
excited
some reason.
to see. Yeah, go for it.
I was gonna say, for some reason, when you have a Pocket one trick, they always stay a one trick.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see. Basically, a key thing to look out here for, I guess, for the casters and for us, is to basically see what Spark ends up on. I'm excited to see. I love Spark as a guy because he helps out as a developer, but also in the game, you know, Spark I think has a very explosive play style. And whenever he's not on Pocket, I'm always interested to see when he's not on Pocket, because I can see some interesting gameplay and some interesting perspective from something we don't normally see. Following up here,
definitely.
we have the Lady Geist on Soul Rebirthers, and then Ivy picked up for Weebet Metal Skins. So similar picks from last game, just however picked a little earlier than normal.
Yeah, it looks like the Soul Rebirthers has more of a spirit-heavy team so far. I don't see as many gunners as it did last game. And We Buy Metal Skin, it looks like a more of a kind of a gun-oriented with the Vindicta and Wraith. Well, Vindicta is probably going to go with the Crow or Tether. But definitely with the Wraith, they're having a more well-rounded draft this time around compared to the last.
We see the Abrams pick up for We Buy Metal Skins. I think currently I am really in favor of We Buy Metal Skins draft. The key reasons being is that last game, the reason why I think we talked about the 7 for like the ultimate AoE team fights. One thing I think is really underrated though is the 15% the 15% spirit shred on the Power Surge 7-3. I think is really strong and definitely enabled like the Pocket to do a lot of damage. Definitely enabled the Sinclair to push out a lot of damage with the Vexing bolts. So Soul Rebirthers, without having that shred, finds a lot of weakness here with actually outputting their damage as expected. Controversially, We Buy Metal Skins with Vindicta, the Crow Shred very impactful here, especially into Yamato, especially into Warden, and basically Geist as well. Basically all these characters that are going to basically have resists, because the more resists you have, the more Shred amplifies your damage percentage-wise. So Vindicta into Yamato, a very traditional counter, because Shadow Transformations resist basically get taken away. So similarly, Abrams also a very traditional Yamato counter, because Abrams could kind of just man up and tank the Yamato Shadow Transformation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving how We Buy Metal Skin is playing off that, innate spear resist off Vindicta and like 7 like that. I think it's a really high level of high value play. And we're seeing Infernus and Haze coming in with the Soul Rebirthers, filling in their M1 spots. How do you feel about Haze in competition?
I think Haze is still really strong. I think Haze is really strong right now, especially post-patch. I think because all the bullet resist got nerfed, especially like Return Fire got a pretty big hit. A lot of the items that counter Haze got touched or nerfed, and so Haze ends up getting better. There are like some caveats, like technically Rusted Barrel and Disarm Hex is like slightly better, and that obviously destroys Haze, but normally I expect all my carries to be building Debuff Remover. That item is still insanely busted. One thing normally though is that Haze, I think in EU, right, works really well as a ganker, as like a mid-game prowess. You dominate the mid-game, you run around stealing bags, taking out side laners.
Pick Haze.
In North America, however, people usually build them very farmy heavy, not very initiation focused. I prefer the initiation focused playstyle. I think it's more effective. I'm just not entirely confident we're going to see that here from the side of Soul Rebirthers, especially because we're North America and these players aren't entirely like playing the same the same game as like VP in the EU pro scene. So we'll have to see what Soul Rebirthers kind of prios here on their Haze build.
No, definitely. There's one thing I see lacking on the Soul Rebirthers side and that's CC. We Buy Metal Skin, they have the Vindicta Tether, we have Wraith ult, we have IV ults, Abrams. There's so many stuns on We Buy Metal Skin side, And on Soul Rebirth side, we are lacking in that. So it looks like We Buy Metal Skins is still in favor of those team fights, in my opinion. Whereas Soul Rebirthers, they're looking for more of like a carry-oriented, mostly damage type team.
Interested to see if Kelvin is going to buy like a knockdown, especially into Ivy and Vindicta. I'm kind of interested to see if I think Soul Rebirthers with their builds can actually supplement this lack of CC. But I do agree it is something they have to consider. They might have a lot of trouble finding lockdown, finding picks. We by Metal Skins could probably just run away anytime Soul Rebirthers actually tries to chase them. So, and this draft, last draft, I thought was definitely on the side of Soul Rebirthers. This side, this time I am going on the side of We by Metal Skins. I think they have a lot. I have value flexibility, and I think We by Metal Skins definitely will be able to kind of run this game, kind of determine the pace, and play their style.
Yeah, I think I'm in complete agreement with you. I think We Buy Metal Skin, compared to the last draft, this one looks a lot more well-rounded to me, but they also looks like they have more control in the team fight side in early game and late game. But honestly, I mean, Soul Rebirthers, they do have that high damage, high carry type team that they could really pull off in the end there.
Yeah. We'll definitely have to see though, because Soul Rebirthers, they are very hungry for money. I will say, aside from like Kelvin, I think all five of those characters really want to get some money. I guess Warden, if they go Spirit, can kind of play a little on the poor side. But I think Soul Rebirthers, their lanes can. I think their lanes will be stronger because obviously the Ivy and Wraith are not entirely ideal.
Right.
Even Abrams not entirely ideal in lane. Soul Rebirthers, I think, really has to focus on a fast 10-minute power spike. They have to secure this urn fast. They have to push walkers fast. I think if Soul Rebirthers don't have like a walker down plus, or they don't have 2 flex slots per se, by 20 minutes, I think it's going to be very difficult for Soul Rebirthers to play into the late game.
Yeah, I completely agree with that too. But then we did see from the last game that if you do give a team enough time with characters like this, they could really come back in the end. Like if Soul Rebirthers does delay the game long enough, get enough urns, get enough slots to fill the pockets, the Soul Rebirthers, I think they scale a little higher.
Entirely. I think it's kind of hard to see though. I'm still kind of really. I've been racking my brain. I'm really trying to figure out what Spark. I think Spark might be on Ivy. To be honest, I think the Ivy from last game might be on Viscous, and I think Spark might be playing Ivy. I don't know. I'm so interested in seeing how Spark plays.
I did take a look at some of their stat locker profiles. Spark does play Ivy as his 3rd highest character.
Okay.
So
that might be it. That might be the flex.
Yeah, I mean the playstyle might be a little different, but I mean I'm interested in seeing it as well. And also, I mean, Shiv with the huge changes and nerfs. Like, how do you feel about him being in the meta right now? How does he fit?
I think so. Definitely, the changes are a nerf, both in the direct nerf to Rage. Now you kind of like, especially. So this was definitely a nerf targeted at a higher level, right? Where players are, because I'm a Shiv player myself. I think I've most games played is on Shiv. I play a lot of characters though, but Shiv, I think you'd have to manage Rage pretty actively. Like a lot of the times I would throw a knife into a camp as I'm walking around and I wouldn't actually kill it because just having it tick keeps my rage up as I move between lanes. So definitely the change to Rage was definitely like a highish level nerf. I think it's still fine. It just changes how you approach Shiv and how you initiate fights, because you can't kind of just walk up to someone already raged. And I like playing Spirit Shiv, so you can't just walk up, Arctic Blast, dash, hit the rage dash, and then execute instantly anymore. So I think the playstyle is a bit different. So I think we're getting ready to get back into the game. So we're kind of interested to see how the Shiv is going to build, if he's going to build gun. I don't really expect to see a melee Shiv, I'll be honest. No. But gun or Spirit, we'll kind of see where they go for. They have the Abrams, so they're not kind of lacking on frontline. I think it's definitely a nerf, but he's down but not out.
Not useless. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're about getting ready to go into the game. I'm not going to throw it to casters just yet until we get confirmation, but I think We Buy Metal Skins, we'll kind of see if they take it home. Once again, we are playing 3 best of 3s today, so if We Buy Metal Skins does win this game out, we will have 2 more matches for you after. Now I'm going to throw it over to Sochin and Mox again to end up casting this game 2, We Buy Metal Skins versus Soul Rebirthers.
Thank you very much, Griffin and Tridanium, and we're here in game number 2 of We Buy Metal Skin versus Soul Rebirthers. Mox, thoughts on the draft?
I say Warden.
What's the plan? I don't know. So we had an interesting draft. We touched a little bit on it last game, how Soul Rebirthers were lacking in the hard control. They haven't really addressed it, although Infernus is a good addition. Haze has a Sleep Dagger, so there's a little bit more answers than last game, but I think Metal Skin, again, broken record, ease of execution, like big team fight stuns, like they got the Vindicta this time, like that's going to be lethal to see how Bashi handles this stake. It's going to be really, I would say it's a lot easier for Metal Skin to execute the later the game goes.
Yeah, Shivan Vindicta is a lot of execute power, and there's a lot more hard CC, stuns, etc. on Metal Skin side. But yeah, doesn't mean necessarily that's better or worse, but both teams have to play a very different game, I would say.
Yeah, we saw Soul Rebirthers really like understand their condition early. See Antihero trading Cyragar's Kelvin, who had a really good game last game, but kind of lost it towards the end, didn't have enough backup, enough stuns. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these lanes play out, because like I said, Soul Rebirthers had a really strong early and mid game, and Jablonski was kind of running over the game. I think he's piloting Yamato for this match. Is on another very good carrying hero. We'll see if he can continue at the game in game 2 that he did in game 1.
Yeah, it is Yamato. We saw that for a second there. Ooh, and a nice parry goes on Vindicta. She gets some damage, dashing away. And we have those early skirmishes. Our lane matchups are Wraith, Viscous versus Warden, Haze. In the mid lane we have Shiv and Ivy versus Geist and Yamato. And on the right lane we have Vindicta, Abrams versus Kelvin and Infernus. We'll wait for the names to update for a bit. Oh, and we have our first blood.
This Fire and Ice lane again, kind of, we saw it last game, it popped off, and it's working this time just as well. A really nice job catching first blood. Anti-hero gonna be the victim there. This is the kind of the most traditional set of duos here, where you often see Vindicta and Abrams paired together. Likewise, the Infernus and Kelvin. All the other lanes are quite a bit interesting. You kind of have a Viscous Protect Wraith, match the Sleep Dagger Warden Cage duo. The mid lane is kind of super interesting. I've almost never seen these heroes kind of paired together, but you know, you draft your pool and then you kind of figure out who's gonna hang out with who. Sometimes it's just about comfort and player knowledge, so maybe that's the case with some of these lanes.
I think some years from now we'll be looking back at this, and it's like any other MOBA, looking back at this and ask ourselves, what the hell was this meta? Like, there will be the roles will be much more well defined, the lane setups, etc. But
who
for
knows?
now,
Maybe
it's,
they take away another lane.
Oh, no! Don't say that. I'm already sad about the previous one. But no, yeah, I say, like, thinking back on other MOBAs early days, you're then looking at, like, what were we thinking? But for now, it's still experimental. It's fresh. It's exciting, and let's see what they'll manage to do with it.
Got some early pushes from the Haze Warden duo, as well as Vindicta and Abrams finding a way to fight back. Not a whole lot of action, although Bugsy, who is piloting our Viscous today, and fairly low in lane. Beautiful little gelatinous cube you are. Might have a quiet little early game here this time around.
There were some little skirmishes, but looks like almost everyone healed up. Geist is Soban, if it's Soban, stays on low health, probably anticipating an ult very soon, getting their ult very soon, but there was a close call.
Ashi and in opposite the Infernus make their way to their ultimates first, but Snipe is just going to be some additional damage. Looks like everybody's pretty healthy. Now it's about time to contest some buffs, and again, Soul Rebirthers are actually on top of this a little bit more than Metal Skin. They were the first set of buffs last game, and they will collect a pair for themselves again. Health onto Kelvin, and I do wonder what the Haze picked up. Maybe a gun? That'd be nice for her.
Good grenade. Oh, nice dodge by Ivy.
It was a casting. Okay, that's not bad. She's not angry about that by any means.
Yep.
Few more bullets in the clip because her magazine scales with Spirit. Nice little skirmish. Soban getting a little bit low, but now the backup is here.
Oh,
Jablonski's
Jablonski might be in
Yamato
trouble
taking
here.
a lot of punishment. Gets the shadow transformation. The execute doesn't connect. Oh, they trade each
No.
other out. 1 for 1. Actually, no, it was a 2 for 1 because
It's a
Adi
2
went
for
down
1,
as
yes.
well.
Wait, what stopped the Shiv ult?
It just wasn't the right percentage. It's the only thing I can imagine. Maybe he didn't have rage. I don't think it wouldn't have even mattered at this level. Maybe it does. Regardless, the XQ percentage wasn't correct and missed out there.
Yeah, so yeah, well, you know, you get your ult, you want to test it out. Vindicta running a bit low here, so we're seeing those skirmishes, some limit testing, trying to find those opportunities. Well, so far, very small difference in souls.
We're going to continue to see how kind of the meta progresses in today's tournament. Anti-Hero getting his way out, but Furnace decides to go in with the combustion. Anti-Hero's down first. Vindicta so low, hiding on the roof of the church, praying for a miracle. Dodging some shots that way, but Bashi is not going to escape.
Not sure that's the best place to hide for an undead witch, you know, but yeah,
Not
couldn't
only
hide for
getting
long.
burned from Infernus, getting burned from the light from above. It is going to be interesting to see what the Shiv build winds up going. Obviously, he just got, let's say, reworked for the time being. It's kind of yet to see how that toils out. But Sonny Bean very likely going to build a couple of spirit items to help him build his rage through daggers,
Already with
decay,
the
and other
extra
means.
charge, that's might be leaning a bit more into spirit, but well, we'll see how it works.
Would definitely go daggers. You go daggers and tank, and you can really kind of wind up living a very long time in a lot of these fights. And those daggers do tick for a lot over time. So
It's very much a rotation. I feel like as a I actually started out as a Shiv main. It's like every patch you're okay. Previously I was a knife Shiv. Now I'm like a knife and blade Shiv. Now I'm a gun Shiv. Now I'm a melee Shiv. Like every patch it just
Shiv has
skips to the
had
next one.
Yeah, Shiv has had a lot of fun between all the multiple different builds. Anti-Hero goes down in the side lane. We also see Express Shot already built onto Jablonski's Yamato, having a good time, and that's going to create a lot of pressure from those right clicks that Yamato can do.
Let's see if he can get in here, activating his ult, but Geist might be going down. Nope, they got the kill. And they might be getting the Guardian. No, they decide to go back.
A little too low. They go 2 for 0, so they'll take their kills and back out. There are about 2,000 souls in front of their lane opponent now in that lane. It is getting a little bit scary for that Yamato Geist duo, or against the Yamato Geist duo, I should say.
Let's see, Abrams with a nice knock. Heavy melee goes in. Abrams tries to dive this, but fancy moves from Jablonski, an anti-hero, will give up this pursuit. For
Just
people asking in the chat,
ahead.
it's a Swiss format. Basically, it's a best of 3. I'm not sure about decider matches, but essentially every team plays up to, or at least 3 games. If you lose the 3rd one, usually in the Swiss format, you are eliminated. But if I am wrong, we have mods here in the chat who can definitely elaborate. Shiv gets this kill on Infernus, but now Kelvin manages to trade, and that leaves the lane quite open. Vindicta is going there to cover.
We see a little bit of a mirror from the game 1. Soul Rebirthers are really flexing in lane. 8k soul lead right now. Cyberguard sniped Bashi with the beam and then continued to trade out kills. Guardian is on its way down. Soul Rebirthers already have the first one in the right lane, so they're trying to take a second one here in mid and continue to cement their lead, although Bonsky getting a little bit low. Buffs spawn. We've got a gun and a movement. We'll see who gets to those. Hayes going to get to the gun. Should be very happy about that.
Oh yeah, that's big.
Still to be picked up as the first urn spawns in.
Should be heading for fight there. if she can get a dagger.
His beam
in.
is so annoying. Oh my goodness, this Kelvin
Yes.
character.
Yeah, it's I'm with you on that one. If I'm against Kelvin, I'm not happy.
I feel anti-hero's pain in that moment. He's just running at you and you have no backup. And what can you do? Just be sad, walk away. Pray you don't go down for it. Qualifier already online for Bosch. He is pretty nice pickup early as we see a skirmish breakout. Anti-hero is probably gone. Nice stun
Good
coming up.
double
The Ivy
stun,
Stone,
though.
but stuck inside the dome from Kelvin. Will go down. Guardian as well. Boshi running on Vindicta. Is there any follow-up? Gets out of line of sight, so Boshi will survive the gank. Guardian goes down. And I think
that
they
ult
have
from
lost.
Kelvin. Sorry, I cut you off. Right after the Ivy stun was just perfect. But yeah.
Soul Rebirthers, like I said, running it in kind of the same story from game one. All Guardians are down. The mid one is a little bit low on their side, but they're pretty happy with the game state. Got an 11k soul lead now. See if they can maintain this a little bit later than they went last game. They'll get a trade. Metal Skin will, so they'll get one Guardian back. A little bit money. Yamato in a little bit of trouble. Really nice stone form. Is there enough to turn? He's going for it. Goes down though.
Ooh,
Boshi,
the
nice snipe
assassin.
through the alley.
Yeah, and he gets the bonus souls as well. Boshi's going through that spirit build. Already, I think, is maxing the ult. So
Wow, there's nobody responding to this walker push already. I think our video's catching up, but everybody's a little bit too late. They're gonna probably force and maybe sacrifice their lives for this early kill. This is
and they're getting an
if they
urn,
just secure
or
this.
trying to get an urn at least.
Yeah, they're running the urn at the same time. They get that down, and now Shadow, excuse me. I can't pronounce
Antarius,
his
I
name
think,
right
is
now.
returning the urn. Visca's trying to maybe get a kill here, but that's massive for Soul Rebirthers.
Yeah, Shiv is here to catch some executes though. Urn goes in. Will he find the Flame Dash to get away? Opts is not to run through it as it's a smart move, but Ernest will escape. They'll get a Walker and an Urn. Not as much gold as I would have been expecting, but 12,000 is the lead for Soul Rebirthers now.
Yeah, they're applying their early game and so it's mid game strength pretty well. But we saw the previous game how they can turn it around also. Metal Skin, that is. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. But so far it's a pretty good game, I would say. But the Urn and Walker, that's a massive play from Soul Rebirthers, and actually just being able to pull it off says something about how Metal Skin are, being careful maybe so far with this comp.
Boy, anti-hero just caught with his shoulder charge already used. Just kind of gives up, hands off the keyboard, just send me back to the fountain. Scrapping though, they find Kiwi's Wraith in a lot of trouble. They need to see Kiwi here because this is essentially their entire late game plan. We see Last Stand come out to secure the kill. Cube only stalled for so long. Rebirthers find another one. They commit a lot to get it, but I was just going to talk about how KiwiZ's Wraith is going to be extremely important going into the later stages of this game because they don't have a ton of super hard carries, so if Soul Rebirthers keep running away with it, it's going to be a lot on this Wraith to do something about it. Snipe misses! Soban playing with fire right now.
Yeah. It's actually a good counter pick, like Vindicta and Shiv. If you have both of them, it's a pretty good counter pick too. Oh my god, Soban trying to get into range to swap, but he doesn't find it yet. He's solo. Oh my god.
Jeez! Is that 50 HP? Man, Boshi is hunting for. Oh, he's gonna look for it on the zip line. A little late though.
No.
If you hyperline, it's a kill there. That is a guaranteed kill if you hyperline it.
Yeah.
Soban winds up getting out.
No,
Boshi did go a little bit too far for it. Ooh, snipe does not connect, but anti-hero will finish off Jablonski's Yamato. Nice little trade kill. Can they get anything extra off of it as the buffs spawn? Got a health and a movement. Haze grabbing movement. It's like Spark wants to hand off this vitality. Does he realize? Ooh, nice movement to get away from the parry. Got a nice little fight here. I think Abrams winds up taking that in the end.
I think so too, yeah. Now they're chasing Kelvin. Not sure it's a good idea. The knockdown comes in. Ivy dodges it.
There's a few here, though. It creates enough space. We already have a comeback urn, by the way. We didn't really even notice that soul differential, so Sonic Beam grabs the urn, and this is going to be really important to turn in as Spark getting caught again, and now Vindicta might also go down. There's no walker to protect. Boshi
Silver
running for the
Birthers
hills.
might be in a position to contest the urn, but yeah, Boshi.
Oh man, it's so tough, and Infernus is having such a good game after pushing in the walker all the way. Sonic Beam does wind up turning in the comeback, so it's a lot of gold turned back in, but Soul Rebirthers are happy to trade right now. Nobody's protecting the left walker, and there's already a fight happening in the mid. Metal Skin is taking this fight, and they're already losing it. The last stand to fight the Shiv. Not terribly scared, though, as the reinforcements come. Shiv is getting low by the second. Soul Rebirthers want to finish this. They can get the last walker off the map already. It's only minute 16. Trying to scatter from this mid fight, though. Spark trying to create some space with the Kudzu. Huge AoE, but on the backside, it's hard to see. But Saucepan is sneaking the walker through the veil. Does opt to back out because he's got no backup, but that's half the HP. Both walkers down. Unbelievable push from Soul Rebirthers.
And by the way, Metal Skin did not unlock a single slot yet in this game, or maybe a single.
No, you're right. There's no slot for them. They only have one Guardian down. They have to get a full set, so they are locked on 4 slots. Or four
they're
slots that have not
very
been
soon
unlocked
if they aren't yet.
Yeah.
That's a major advantage. Soul Rebirthers, if they keep it up like this, and I think they're kind of counting on it, they need to close out this game within 10 minutes.
And I think it's very doable right now. Cyregar's Kelvin making a lot of space. Like, it's 3v1 and they don't press. Like, that tells you the game state right now, where we by Metal Skin are happy to just walk away. Saucepan, I think, has found Shiv, is going to find a free kill on the opposite end. This is becoming a menace. Really interesting build. Opts to go more defensive. Haze can punish with enough damage, so it's interesting. On Counterspell and Fortitude, just a side lane menace. Who's going to face her up right now, being so far ahead?
Yeah,
that's
that's
feeling the pressure.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting alternative to McGinnis as a side push. But now Raid, actually, that rescue beam, if it was a rescue beam, if I'm not mistaken, that was,
it was.
Pretty sure it saved her life.
Yeah, they really have to start protecting and funneling Kiwi. Kiwi really has to put in so much work this game, because until later, you know, you're going to see your Vindicta be more of a support, and you need to, in the current state of balancing, like, Shiv needs a little bit more time to be tanky, and Abrams can be a great frontliner, but, I mean, it's going to be a lot on Kiwi's Wraith to pump out damage, and it's just, I don't see them buying enough time in the current state. The last walker is already going down. Do they have enough to even stop it?
I don't think so. And that's the 3rd slot.
So all outer objectives are already gone from Metal Skin. The lead is about 20,000 souls. They're looking for something. They found Infernus. Do they have enough? Here comes a seismic impact with combustion to counter. They have more than enough on that commitment, but how far as Soul Rebirthers decide to re-engage here? Abrams, great parry! Unbelievable. Jablonski goes down to the execute. Now, We by Metal Skin is actually doing a tremendous job team fighting. Anti-hero will go down for the trade, but they've found 3. That's a lot of comeback money already. They're looking for a walker. They have 1 bad lane, but Wraith is split pushing on the other side. This is a tremendous turnaround for We by Metal Skin. Great teamwork to recognize. Saban finds a swap, just buying time, trying to defend this mid lane. They do actually respond to the Wraith, who's rotating mid. They might get 1 walker off of this, depending how Soul Rebirthers defends.
Yeah, that was a great fight. Great mechanically. I think they managed to pull off some really nice moves there. Boshi gets caught, by the way, but they traded with Soban, with Geist. But I'm not sure they'll be able to finish up the walker. They do. Sonic Beam takes it, but he'll probably be paying with his life here.
Yeah, thank God they got the walker, but they lose 4 in the effort. Shadovus came in and absolutely cleaned house on this Infernus, who's been having a great game already, and now just handed 4 additional kills. And you're absolutely right, mid-boss is for the taking here. Free buffs, maybe a chance to break open the base and end this game even sooner than we might have thought.
Yeah, I saw the mid-boss going white for a sec. I was very confused.
Like an old Viscous mod, if you know, you know. But
I don't think I want to know.
Yeah, you
But
don't
they
want
get the
to.
mid boss here.
3 buffs. Strange last stand.
Yeah,
That
maybe a misclick.
doesn't even really defend against anybody who's trying to contest, but that's mid boss. So we by Metal Skin felt the pressure to contest the Walker. Lost players, lost mid boss, lost buffs. Very likely going to lose Earn here. So whatever ground they made up, they have just given up in just the same amount of time.
Oh, and they're gonna try to put down this urn. Or bait out a fight out of it.
Yeah, I think the
No,
minimap is a
they gave
little
it.
odd. I'm not sure. Oh, they dropped it on the floor. Geist has the urns. They are going to
Oh,
rotate.
they're
This
trading
is
it for
actually,
a guardian.
yeah, this is a really horrendous trade. I know that they wanted that
Yeah.
guardian to get the flex slot, but they're going to give up so much money on a comeback urn there.
Yeah, and that guardian would have just gone down for minions in the next 2 minutes, or some very easy push.
Yeah, at least try to commit one player. I think the longer that Deadlock is out, people will realize the value of sending like 1 or 2 just to contest denies. I think people don't do it enough. Like, just send 1 person, try to shoot out as many souls as you can, and negate the amount of money that you're giving up on those earn turn-ins, even neutral or comeback. But they opt to leave nobody to do so. Regardless,
Yeah,
they get their
yeah,
flex slot at the very least.
Yeah, but still, I don't think it was a good trade. So, yeah, the advantage for Soul Rebirthers continue, but also we need to remember that they're down a game. So even if they win this game, they'll have to win another one to progress to the round 2 Swiss winners match. So it's an interesting format. I'm actually a fan of it. It's I'll say an extension of double elimination, but right now we have a fight. Saucepan was almost caught, managed to slip away, looks like. But now there's a collapse here on Infernus, but yeah, it doesn't look like they can actually make anything happen here.
I don't know how they even catch, even if they catch him within 4 players. Like, he's got his backup, his Kelvin is in his pocket right behind him. So things are going okay right now for Shadovis on this Infernus. Now Sonny Bean's Shiv in so much trouble. This is the turnaround. They tried to stay for that kill, and now he is just caught way too far out. And,
Yeah, that's
I think we've got an odd overlay
odd
right
team
now.
names. Okay, it's back. Was it LGTK and the hair follicles?
It's a little bit of a
Yeah,
fun
I love
name.
the team names here. Oh my god. I'll see Abrams getting some damage there. Right, might be in a bit of, was in a bit of a problematic position, but might be going for the shrines now. Warden coming in.
Huge fight breaking
Wow.
out. Soul Rebirthers with a massive advantage. They're just trying to press and use those rejuvenators while they have them. Regard just creating space. There's that annoying ice beam that we were talking about. Good gracious. Shrines are going down. Blonsky and them boys are running it in right now. Patron goes down. Kelvin does get traded, so we by Metalskin trying to find their
Oh.
opening currently. Catching a
Abrams
few
so
here,
low,
but it
gets caught.
might not be turning in their favor. Spark down, Sonny Bean very low. Rebirthers, they lose 1. They still have 3 buffs to play with, though. Antirius, and I would almost be a little bit more aggressive. Jablonski goes down. That'll be his rebirth, as well as Shadovis. That goes down as well. But now the Patron is open there
Yeah.
in a 5v3, and I'm not sure that there's anything that Metalskin can do about the situation. Antirius does go down, but again, he's still got his reju. Patron at 30%. I don't think
Nah,
there's
this is
anything
over.
left, and I think we're going to see a game 3.
Yeah, that's game 3, and this game was closed out in just under 25 minutes. So Soul Rebirthers, with a bit of a, I would say, bold draft and team comp here, trying to rely on that early game, mid game power, but it seems that it seems like it worked out for them.
Yeah, we talked about it between the 2 games. Like, they had a tremendous early and mid game last time. And all they need to do is find a way to transition it into the late game and really just continue to punish and keep that snowball rolling downhill. I will say one thing that played into their favor this time is the carries that got fed early and often was their late game carry in Furnace, who did a tremendous job on a side lane. We saw it was like, what, minute 12 Walker went down, Shadovis, oh my god, look at the stats, 12 to an 8,
wow.
nearly 30,000 damage, 10,000 to buildings. I mean, what a game out of Shadovis, really tremendous job. And like I said, like, this was your character getting fed early. When your late game carry is fed early, it's a really tough thing to stop. So they had that to kind of cover maybe their mistakes from game 1.
Yeah, and you were talking about having your like Kelvin protect your carry, go with them the entire game. We actually also talked about this last game, but yeah, they made it work. I have to say, I'm a bit surprised. Obviously, Soul Rebirthers played very well the last game and dominated the early game as well. But actually, basing your whole team comp off being able to pull off the laning phase is it's a very interesting strategy, and it's awesome to see it actually working here. But yeah, I mean, Hayes was also a menace here.
Yeah, shout out Saucepan, had a really good job in the side lanes. Like I said, really defensive in his building. I think he was Fortitude and excuse me, counterspell fairly early, along with just having like slowing bullets and like K-dash and like slowing hex. I think it was really impressive piloting to kind of like navigate, essentially just being a defensive side laner that like preys off of fixation and 1v1s. Like that's Hayes' kit like in a nutshell. So it's kind of awesome to see it played really well by Saucepan there. Really held down the side lane, kind of staved off anything in the meantime. If you see,
so
quick look in, it was Swift Striker. Yeah, it's just a bunch of like defensive items. Really nice job. Thank you, production, for that. Shout out.
Yeah, awesome. So what's the predictions for game 3?
Well, I mean, listen, we asked for I asked for Soul Rebirthers to build some stuns. The only really stun that they added was the Haze Sleep Dagger. Maybe it was enough. I think it's going to be really interesting. I think we by Metalskin need to kind of secure a little bit more damage in the early game, because we saw a lot of really good late game options, but we know now through these 2 games that Rebirthers really want to push in the first 15 minutes. And so we by Metalskin have to contest with that and maybe even get themselves onto more comfort heroes. I think that draft looked like a lot of out of comfort characters maybe for their lineup.
Yeah, could very much be. I'm looking forward to it. It feels like a very even match between 2 teams. Both it's open. Both of them can take it. Any last info or stats we have before we go for a short break? Let's see.
I think we might be good to go to break. I think they might be still setting it up, else, even if it's just a short one.
Yeah, and I think there's actually, we can probably start game 3 relatively fast. So stay with us, go maybe grab a drink, freshen up, and we'll be back very soon for game 3 of the first series of the day.
Hello, hello again. We are back. Back again for already a game 3 starting us off with the day going long. I mean, I'm excited for this game 3. We saw the back and forth, kind of see both play styles of teams evolving. What are you up to in this next game of 3, this next third game, Tridanium?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for, a much better gameplay from We Buy Metal Skins. I mean, it looked like it really came down to Soul Rebirthers kind of like taking over the laning phase with the mechanics, and then like transferring that into taking walkers and then pushing forward to an end. So it looked like the game went for a really, really good gameplay there. So I'm just looking for Metal Skins to push back on their laning phase, get that early lead, and come back for a game 3 there for the win.
Yeah, I agree. I think We Bet Metal Skins, their draft, I like it on theory, but because they ended up drafting Wraith Ivy, right? Their early game was weaker. And what I'm kind of figuring out from these teams and how they play the game is that We Bet Metal Skins obviously have played together for 2 months around. So they have a lot of comfortability with each other. Meanwhile, I think the other team, Soul Rebirthers, have only been playing for like a week or so. But I think in general, the Soul Rebirthers have like a higher rank in solo queue, so their lane mechanics are a lot stronger, right? In theory, they're winning out in lane. They're applying a lot more pressure. We Buy Metal Skins, however, is a lot more organized in that mid game, that late game, with the rotation, the forcing the fights at the right time, catching people out, rotating as a team. So it kind of just comes down to this differing of playstyles, where can Soul Rebirthers end the game off of just their superior lane macro, or their superior lane micro, or do they give We Buy Metal Skins enough time to like come back into the game and outplay the in the macro scale with rotations and just a more comprehensive team fight?
Yeah. I think what I'm looking for right now is a stronger laning pick phase from We Buy Metal Skin, because I think if they got that, they're gonna even out the reins for the laning phase, and then if that, they could turn it into a longer game for them, and then hopefully a better mid game. Since Soul Rebirthers is utilizing their mechanics, and the last draft, their laning phase was a tad bit better. They had the Infernus, they had the Kelvin, they had the Yamato. Those are great picks for the laning phase, and then they could just take that lead early and just move it on.
Entirely. We're starting the draft here. We're seeing a ban. We went from like traditional theory bans to just respect bans of what's been the most annoying. We see We Buy Metal Skins banning out the Yamato here for the side of Jablonski, and then we see the 7 ban coming in for Soul Rebirthers into a Vindictive first pick. So similarly to last game, but I think We Buy Metal Skins realized that Yamato was applying too much pressure. Jablonski definitely had a lot of prowess in the laning phase and just snowballed intensely hard with just being able to run at people and just at least always take one person out.
Yeah, it looks like both teams are definitely picking out their heroes that they really don't want to go against. They went against the 7 already. Soul Rebirthers went against the 7 already. They don't want to see that again. They don't want to see a Storm Cloud 7 in the sky and fight through that. No one wants to be there. And with We Buy Metal Skin, I guess they don't want to run into that Yamato, because they feel like that Yamato might have been one of the more annoying heroes from Soul Reapers that they have to deal with in lane. So they want to get rid of that. They're trying to get their early game started. And with Soul Reapers picking up Mirage and Warden, Mirage a huge pick because that is one of the most dominating heroes in lane right now, and then he moves really well throughout the entire game. He's kind of weaker to the mid game, strong in lane, but also really strong in the late game.
Yeah, it seems both teams have kind of figured out what they prioritize and what they were willing to give up, right? We saw Mirage being banned first the last 2 games where we went by We My Battle Skins, but because of the Yamato was such a pressure, they decided they want to try out the Mirage, see if there's a bit more weakness they can expose in this Mirage pick by Soul Rebirthers. And then we see the Pocket pick come out here from We My Metal Skins third, so once again, it's banned. I guess you could kind of presume Soul Rebirthers might be looking for a Wraith ban here on the second ban phase, you know, kind of We by Metal Skins here is really just pressured in this draft to make changes or like to have trade-offs, and I'm not entirely sure they're comfortable in making these trade-offs here.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Calvin with Soul Rebirthers again. I think it's the third time Calvin has been picked up by the Soul Rebirthers, and they have Warden for a third time as well. So it looks like they, on the opposite end of the We Buy Metal Skin, are getting more of a comfortability draft. So they have their Calvin player, they have their Warden player playing every single round so far, and you know, don't fix what's not broken, right?
Entirely. And then we end up seeing a Magician band come out for the side of Soul Rebirthers. Kind of interested because last game I think we had Bashi on the Vindicta, and I think Bashi is also their Sinclair player as well. So I'm not entirely sure if it's a second Sinclair player on the side of We by Metal Skins. Once again, a McGinnis band coming out, the third Respect band. They kind of know the player pools, so on the side of Soul Rebirthers, they pretty much know that Saucepan's pick is still out in the open. We did, however, see that Haze come out from Saucepan. A lot of presence there. I think the Haze build we saw definitely leaned more towards that roamer playstyle that I enjoy. He definitely found a lot of picks, definitely found a lot of pressure. No Ricochet insight.
Yeah,
important to note, right? We're not hitting camps. Go for it.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I mean, if you have an Infernus on the team already taking up all the camps, taking up all the farm, and we did say from the last draft that Soul Reapers had too much. They needed too many mouths to feed, right? So if you take one of those mouths to feed away, Haze, which is also a great pick character if played in the right hands, you know, you're alleviating and funneling all that farm into Infernus, and then that led to them, you know, having a monster Infernus get into the late game and actually winning the game with that, you know, the huge damage he had on both the objectives and the players.
Alright. See the Infernus be picked up once again from Soul Rebirth and followed up by Wraith here on the side We by Metal Skins. I think they know, or I don't know if they think that Soul Rebirth is going to pick up Haze here again because they already have the Mirage, so they're technically up 1M1 compared to the Yamato pick from before. I think We by Metal Skins before, they've been picking Ivy a lot. I think they picked Viscous one game. I think they're kind of looking at something supportive, something to kind of protect them from a Warden ult running them down, because the Kelvin, such a valuable tool, keeps on getting taken away from them by Soul Rebirth. That being said, because it is best of 3, some of the interesting things of draft is that the loser gets to choose which side they pick on. So when Soul Rebirth lost that first game, I believe they did choose to stay Sapphire, and then as We by Metal Skins lost, they chose to stay Amber. So these teams really do, on this draft, We by Metal Skins definitely chose this position, but Soul Rebirthers is not entirely disadvantaged because they also prefer to be on the other side of the map.
Right, and we're seeing Bebop coming in for We by Metal Skin. So it looks like they're kind of getting more pick characters. They're probably looking towards kind of taking in more pick characters for that Infernus. They're trying to stop that Infernus from farming, stop the Mirage and Warden from farming as well. They're probably learned from the past 2 rounds that Soul Rebirthers, they do love playing their side lanes, pushing those walkers, getting that early game really nice and fast. So adding in Bebop in there to just kind of alleviate some pressure in the mid game, and then let their carries farm, and then try to take camps and carries away from Infernus and Mirage might be their play.
See the Calico come out once again from Soul Rebirthers. I think this is the Jablonski pick. He went crazy on the Calico the first game, right? So We by Metal Skins, obviously their bans are targeted at what annoys them the most, but maybe they can't actually hold Jablonski down. Calico once again providing similar to what Haze provides. I think the first game we saw Calico ending up finding a lot of picks on the side lane, catching people out and just running people down with just unlimited chase, unlimited slows. Guys followed up by Soul Rebirthers. You know, we always talk about Soul Rebirthers' lack of CC, but I guess when you are just so far ahead in terms of soul count and stats, it really doesn't matter how much CC you apply. You can just, you know, give them the 30-second CC of a death timer.
No, 100%. I mean, the way Soul Rebirthers are playing, it doesn't look like they need CC. Looks like they're just going damage, damage, damage. You win the lane, you win your walkers, and you push that lead until the end. I mean, we did see, We Bought Metal Skin in the first round kind of take advantage of, a lack of chemistry. But the second round, it looks like they really disciplined, locked up, and they basically have the same draft, in my opinion, of the last round. Don't change what's not broken. And then instead of having Haze, you have a Calico, which kind of fits the same role of that pick character. And I'm thinking Soul Reapers has really strong drafts again.
Yeah, once again, Weeba Metal Skins goes for this Wraith Ivy, which on theory is strong, right? But I'm worried it doesn't actually help. It doesn't necessarily help their weakness or strengthen the specific team strength of the big team fights, right? Like Warden kind of, like if they're Warden 7 and their ability to create winning team fights out of nothing, I think it's kind of their strength. And their weakness right now has been lane prio, and by picking laners like Wraith and laners like Ivy, you're not entirely patching the leaky hole, sinking the ship right now. So we'll see if Weeba Metal Skins with this draft, obviously they chose it, so we'll see if they're able to recuperate in this next lane phase. We'll be able to see whether or not they can come out of it a little bit more unscathed, a little bit more less battered, less bruised, and more with more spirit to fight on.
Yeah, 100%. I 100% agree with that Wraith and Ivy pick. I mean, they are, like we said in the beginning of this draft, we wanted to see a better laning phase draft from We Buy Metal Skin to kind of counteract the mechanic differentials that we have of Soul Rebirth versus Metal Skin, just in terms of solo queue rankings. And we don't really see that so far. I mean, there's a Bebop now. Vindicta's pretty good. Pocket, I think Pocket's a great laner. And Shiv has his moments, but Wraith and Ivy are two of probably, if not the weakest laners in the game right now. Against Infernus, Mirage, and Lady Geist, who are undoubtedly maybe some of the best laners in the game as well.
One thing about Ivy, to not knock it out of the woods, agree, the gun is just abysmal, right? You have to buy monster rounds and extended mag in order to actually do anything. But kudzu bombs, right, Ivy's one, is kind of one of the best wave clearing tools. So if Ivy does play it right, what I always like to say is Ivy's never one to actually win a lane, but a good Ivy rarely loses. Or that's a lie, they lose a lot, but they lose slowly.
Yeah.
I think Ivy's can hold out a lane really hard. Wraith doesn't necessarily have that, right? Wraith doesn't necessarily have has the same pitfalls as Ivy of having a weak gun that doesn't necessarily kill creeps as fast. But Wraith also doesn't have the kudzu to like actually wave clear. So Ivy kudzu and Ivy just like stalling the lane just by clearing the wave as fast as possible, limiting damage to the tower, is probably the way Weeba Metal Skins wants to go here in terms of, stalling out the game, trying to survive as long as possible until they're in a game state that they are comfortable, pushing the lead on.
Yeah, definitely. But we don't see a huge team fight presence / deathball presence that we did in the first round with the draft that Weeba Metal Skin has. It looks like they're just having more of a stall kind of strategy that they might be going for. Maybe they're trying to stall for a huge Shiv or a huge Wraith to play in the late game. Compared to the Soul Rebirthers, they also have a pretty late game team as well, but require a lot more farm. So Weeba Metal Skin might be just going for a huge stall game during the mid game and trying to take advantage of the space that they might be able to create or take away.
Yeah. Well, we will see the final fruition of this combat both in the draft and on the in the Cursed Apple, as we will be throwing over to our casters once again, Mox and Soshin, for the final game of this best of 3 between Weeba Metal Skins and Soul Rebirthers. Take it away, guys.
This is an exciting match. Third one between those teams. Looks very even. Mox, how are you doing?
I'm excited. We had two really interesting ones. One kind of a throw, one kind of ended the way that we thought that, it should have gone the first game. Soul Rebirthers have shown that they really want to push tempo and win before 30 minutes. Battleskin with some really impressive team fighting. Even in their loss in the second game, there was a moment, just a moment, where you took a breath and you said, oh my god, is it going to happen again? But Soul Rebirthers, luckily, off of the back of Shadovis's really incredible Infernus game, was able to push through and end that game too. So that leads us to here in our last set of Good Luck, Have Funds Go Out.
Yeah, this is the last game in this series. One of these teams aren't going to advance to the winners match. The other one isn't out yet. They are going to the losers match of the second round. So far, pretty good games. This draft is, I think it's relatively interesting. We haven't seen Bebop so far in this series.
Yeah, Antihero has been prepping a Bebop for quite a little bit of time now. Probably like the last 3 or 4 weeks, maybe a little bit longer, but certainly in the last half of the Slam League that just ended 2 weeks ago. So he's got that in his pocket. Sonny Bean getting really low already, skirmishing in this lane. What is that? Saucepan and Antirius really put in some work on Warden and Mirage early. Really nice job skirmishing there. There's an interesting swap here. I think Antirius was playing... Oh no, I think the names might have swapped. It might be more accurate. Anyways, like I said, we got a lot of comfort heroes in this pick. Jablonski back on the Calico that we saw pop off in game 1. Cyregar staying on that Kelvin Soban on Geist again. Stowe is back on that Infernus that just popped off. Elskin got a few of their own comfort heroes. Spark is back on the pocket. We talked about the anti-hero. Bebop has been good. Boshi stays on the Vindicta. I think it's 3 games now, no?
Let's see. Wait. On Vindicta.
Yes. Maybe game 1 he was...
No, he was
on
playing something
Mirage.
else in game 1. I think Vindicta was banned in the first game.
You might be right about that.
Yeah, we'll have a pause. Fun fact for viewers, the pause was invented in 2024 by John Deadlock.
John P. Locke invented the deadlock pause himself.
Exactly.
Born and bred in the EU region, of course. NA not known for pausing by any means.
Nah. It's only for scrubs. Like the entirety of the EU. I'm from the EU, I'm allowed to say that. But yeah, well, it's a tradition. It's a custom. We didn't have any of those so
Whoa.
far.
Look at that Infernus pose, dude. He is happy. He's living it up. My man hit the trampoline.
Yeah.
What is that?
The guy's joy maxing.
Well, love to see that. Having fun. Game 3. Everybody's ready to go. Crash
Absolutely
resolve.
wins the build, and he's doing some good damage here on raid with Kelvin coming here, trying to dive it, and they get the kill from the dot. First blood going to Soul Rebirthers.
It is a scary start already. Remember, Shadovis just popped off last game, like really hard carried, and be really scary to see if he can do it again. Fire and Ice duo for the 3rd game in a row.
Yeah, you would think that maybe a ban would come in for this, but not yet.
Infernus isn't particularly known to be the strongest of characters on the current patch, so clearly they think that maybe last game was just a bit of a, not fluke to say, but hopefully just a one-off in their opinion, as other characters.
Yeah, but
we're
I
not
do think
seeing-
you were right when you said it's sometimes more about comfort picks than the absolute meta and, you know, squeezing out every percent you have to win.
100%, and in tournaments like these, I think the joy of watching the progression of all of these deadlock tournaments is you see players and characters kind of understand what's best for these competitive team environments, and we're gonna see if Shiv winds up being one of those characters today, or if Infernus pans out to be another strong carry. I think we've seen 7 get banned here in this 3rd game and picked up, and maybe it was banned in the first one, picked up in the second. So
Raj marking them nicely.
he's bullying with this terribly annoying skill called Jin's Mark.
Yeah, and the amount of damage over time going on from Mirage and Infernus on the same team, same side is very annoying to deal with. And the Guardian is already very, very low in this lane.
Soul Rebirthers continuing to push, but they might lose somebody. Saucepan will go down a little bit aggressive. There's still just enough HP on that Guardian. Metalskin will get something for that push, but that Guardian is not long for this world. Ooh, Stoneform missing underneath that hook combo. A little bit unfortunate. Maybe a little slight misjudge there. Things still stalling out, but we're kind of approaching the moment that Soul Rebirthers likes to push the tempo. 30 seconds away from buffs. Ava, little kitty cat in these sewers, cleaning up all the little mice and the souls. And just a little bit of money there.
Shout out to the debate. in the comments about that lane. But yeah, it's we were gonna have bridge buffs shortly. Let's see what we get. Casting and health. And no one is going for them right now. Maybe Kelvin.
Ooh,
Wraith might be
okay.
also going there.
Sonny Bean finding a little bit of a better start this time around, and Soul Rebirthers in the first 2 games were Johnny on the spot for the first buffs, maybe getting pushed in a little bit more this time as Kiwis finds himself inside too many players there. Not sure if he picked up buff and lost it or not, but a little worse for wear. Sonny Bean with a 3 kill streak though, punishing some over-aggression. Their Guardian did go down, now Spark in a lot of trouble, finds a parry but will go down. Another kill for Shadovis and Furnace.
That's not the greatest start for Metal Skin. They already lost a Guardian in 5 minutes. Kills are even, but souls wise, they are starting to lag a bit behind.
Gonna be interesting to see what build Anti-Hero opts for on this Bebop. What is the latest and greatest these days? Is it still gun? Is it going all greens? Is it going utility? There is different routes still approachable, but we'll see how that plays out as the game progresses. The rest of the Guardians standing are all fairly healthy state currently. It looks like Antares is rotating mid to try to get the ball rolling downhill in their favor.
By the way, with Sonny Bean, we're seeing the same build from last game, which I don't know. I kind of doubt it. It's or at least the impact it can have. But right now we're seeing Antarius trying to dive there into the Guardian. They're taking a kill on Bebop. Meanwhile,
Goodness, underneath the walker, it already stomped. There's an angle. Ooh, the trade from Bugsy, though, surviving there is really, really important because this was getting disastrous quickly. Guardian down, they were already diving underneath the walker. And we see while Sonny Bean misses the execute, they'll find a kill onto Saucepan. But Soul Rebirthers are starting to pile up this snow and move it down the hill. Big response here for
Vindicta's a bit
defense,
low.
though.
Mirage teleporting in. Boshi is trying to escape. He's a bit cornered here, going for the stairs, but that'll be the kill. And now Sonny Bean is also there, trying to make something happen here. Jablonski managing to land a melee, but now Ivy lands. Jablonski escapes that. So far, no kills for both sides, but Sauceman might be out of position, trying to heal up, trying to get away. Sonny Bean still chasing along with Ivy there, and they get the kill. Bugsy Bean finishes him off. But I think
and
that will be
Antirius
it
were just too low to back up Saucepan there. Now the Mirage goes down again. Really kind of struggling after the good lane start. Cyregar getting low, domes himself in, trying to find the pocket. He does. Oh, maybe that was just me on the spectator
that's so
side.
close.
Winds up going down after all. Spark trying to escape, did not have enough health. Nova's 3-kill streak. And Furnace is getting scary fast. A little bit low though. Boshi trying to find a snipe here. Little ambitious. Jovis probably getting healing right. Yes, getting healing righted behind the Guardian, so he'll stick in. I believe Cyregar is pretty supporty on this Kelvin. I imagine he's got the heal on grenade. Jablonski trying to escape. Sonny Bean's got the movement. See that new punch interaction. Gets buried though. A little bit of backup coming. Is it enough damage? Jablonski in a lot of trouble now. Shadows.
He has bleed on him.
Spent.
He might actually die from the bleed.
Yeah, I think he will. Antirius is here to back up situation. Is he gonna get caged? He does on top of the jump pad. Oh, that's what the he's gonna go down still probably. No, the flight. Oh, one last flash.
I feel like I'm watching a Quake game.
Yeah, the freaking movement all over the place. It's kind of a little goofy. Beam from Anti-Hero, but 3 of his teammates are already dead, and Antirius is just sneaking out the other direction. Goodness gracious, another Guardian goes down. This is in We Buy Metal Skin's favor, so that's going to be their second. So they're not falling terribly far behind as they did in the first 2 games, keeping up a little bit better as things go. Both teams with 1 Guardian left on the map, but a ton of neutral farm to be had currently.
Jablonski was discovered there trying to take Sinner's sacrifice from the other team.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Buffs both in position right now for Metalskin. It looks like they'll get away with it. Gun onto Shiv. We're gonna see maybe what Pocket snuck out with. Takes a little bit of harass as the first urn drops from the heavens onto our little occultist city we have here. And Bugsy's gonna go ahead and grab the urn right away.
Yeah, that's they're trying to bait a fight here, or push out the. Nah, I don't think they can push out the walker. They're not taking the bait. Mirage might be trying to stop it, as he said, just sending one person to try and deny some of the souls. But yeah, it doesn't look like they're gearing up to actually contest it.
Yeah, they're very slow. It is going to be a 4v3, it looks like, as Spark's Pocket is rotating over. I wonder how aggressively. As I say that, Calico did take the TP Saucepan. Already in trouble, though. Probably here a little bit too early. Tornado's out. Sonny Bean is on the trail. Will they find him? The execute. Oh my god, what a skill. That was pure talent we just witnessed as the last stand comes out. Spark trying to escape, doesn't get away. The vertical reach on last stand is wild. Swap comes out now onto Sonny Bean, who's in a little bit of trouble. The urn
And
is
Basha goes on as
escaping.
well. Sonabin is so low.
Soul
Manages to
Rebirthers-
parry Siragard there. The dash comes in. He manages to get the kill on Kelvin
He's-
and get out so far. Let's see, Geist there managing to
Oh.
finish it, not falling for the parry bait.
So
Wow, but that was
Soul
spectacular.
Soul Rebirthers managed to push Metalskin off of the urn and actually get a team fight win on top of it. So really nice job stalling out there. See, a little, I think a slightly different build. I'm not sure that Shadovis went with the Toxic Bullets last game. It'd be interesting to see into, but 1v1 with the Wraith. Telekinesis comes out. Does Kiwi have the damage? Shadovis is dashing around, but
Looks
no,
like it
Kiwi
does.
Z with the backup of Pocket. Ooh, a little bit of BM shooting into the ground. Kiwi's upset after last game's scenario. Got 8 crimed, a few too many. Anti-hero going in for the urn turn in. It will secure. Now,
Very cheeky return, and now,
Yep.
yeah, Calico trying to go back. Kelvin here with an ult, popping it, not finding any kills. Just like
For what
anti-hero is zoning them away.
for what it's worth, Sonny Bean is doing a really good job making this Shiv look very tanky early. He's survived and created quite a lot of space, and really sectioned off to 2 players from that urn turn in, buying his team a lot of time. There's only 1 Guardian left, and now Shadovis wearing his sights with his Geist. Zoban with him. Should be the last Guardian off the map. We by Metalskin is arriving to this fight a little bit late for the Guardian save, but will they get anybody on the escape? Looks like
See,
Soban might be in a little bit of trouble here. No
3
swap.
versus 1.
Doing a valiant effort, but nothing to it. Oh, we're
Yeah.
getting a little spicy here out on the streets of the Cursed Apple. A little bit of
So let's
tempers
see what
are
Shiv is
flaring.
building, actually. It's trophy collector. Wait, this is Ivy. Pocket might be coming in. But
Bashi
if we
gets the
can,
better of Saucepan in the side lane. Shiv going down as well. Walker being pushed. Metalskin actually have good position on the opposite side as we see Soul Rebirthers. Both teams kind of opting for a Walker trade here. Wonder if they'll be able to defend. Get Spark on the opposite end of the map. Both Walkers getting increasingly lower. None taken yet. Looks like Metalskin might be able to, as well as Soul Rebirthers. So, as I say that, oh
Raid
my
might be
gosh,
dying to the
Kiwi!
Walker here?
Oh, he goes down. Soul Rebirthers with 1 HP left on the Walker. They get theirs. They defend their own. And a little bit of a better trade. We by Metalskin were really pressing there. Didn't turn out to work in their favor. But, I mean, that Walker will go down with almost no effort.
And Vindicta also caught out. Well, Soul Rebirthers looks like they're starting to snowball potentially here. But Metalskin
Approaching.
do have a few interesting ways to counter it still. It's pretty close, I would say, so far.
Yeah, approaching a 10k soul lead. Not too bad. Obviously, it stinks to be behind, but, you know, that's a very manageable amount. And like we talked about, the Walker is just a breath way from going down for Metal Skin, so they'll reapproach that when the time is appropriate. We're taking a quick look at the Shiv build that we wanted to earlier. Mystic Shot,
Oh yeah.
Rapid Recharge, and Radiant Regeneration, so mostly just a tanky kind of stay in. You see Execute is maxed. I think that's probably 2 points into Knife, if I'm correct. Maybe it's just 1 point, 2 points into Slice and Dice, so definitely a little bit on the tankier, kind of sustaining, kind of sticking into fights.
Oh, thank you for showing us that. Yeah, then we have 1 point into Knife, 2 levels into Slice and Dice, and we have a fight here potentially. Saucepan is trying to fight it, but there's so much damage coming out from Shiv. The Execute goes out, and there's also an Urn.
Really bad game for Saucepan so far. He's been caught out in a lot of different spots, and not what you want your Mirage. You want your Mirage farming the side lane, being untouched, and just struggling this game. Luckily, his team is doing well around him. They are walking the Urn over, but Metal Skin have position to try to knock the last health off of this Walker. It will get that handled. Is this, man, how many trophy collect? I think it's 2 trophy collectors on Metal Skin right now. I'm not 100% sure about the value there, but
Yeah,
especially
so
playing
is it
against
back?
an early game team.
Is the item back? I don't think it is.
I would say that it is definitely not back. There are very few games, very few characters in the game that can really make this item look like it's got tremendous value. And even
And I
then, it's
think
a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, by the time it's worth it, you have a better thing for that slot, probably.
Correct. See, an Urn fight, Soul Rebirthers really want to force here. Reflection catches pretty large amount of players. One is already down, gets traded out to Metal Skin, so it's a 1-for-1 currently, 4-kill streak for the Antirius Warden, but he is getting kind of wrapped around here. Actually, he's just sort of holding off Bebop as the rest of his team collapses. 3 dead now on Metal Skin as they're trying to get out of this, but the Urn turn-in should go through for the Rebirthers.
Yes. Oh, they did get
Dovis
something
is-
for their trouble.
Yeah, Shadovis is just pushing and farming on the other side of the map, completely unbothered. What a beautiful life it is to play Infernus like this.
Shadovis is really bringing a big impact to both of these games with Infernus. What was he playing in the first game, this series?
I would have to go back and check. I don't quite remember. See if it's
Interesting.
listed
Yeah,
somewhere.
but Infernus
perhaps.
is definitely a strong pick for him. And yeah, they're extending their lead by a bit. The Urn helped keep it manageable maybe for Metal Skin so far, but we'll see where they go from here. I mean, objective-wise, it's actually even. So there are
Yeah,
2 lanes to play for both teams.
They're collapsing.
Boshin might get caught right here. The stake, I think, went out. Yeah, there's nothing to do.
Getting knocked down from flight, really tough situation because you have the bonus duration from the stun for flying characters. And if you've already used flight, that's a majority of your escape.
Yeah.
Trying to catch Jablonski's Calico, just a little too tricky. Nice movement,
Fancy
gets
moves.
into Ava, could be out. Telekinesis, though. Ah, that's going to be hard to catch that kitty.
They're just gonna bring it to the fountain at this point.
Yup.
This is
Go, 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 Jablonski! Go! Go! Okay,
that-
well, I believe that went from one walker to the other on opposite sides
Yes.
of the map. Pretty funny. Well,
Valve
this
fix.
this is actually an interesting talking point because this is the potential weakness of Wraith, where if you telekinesis a character that's got warp stone or got a ton of movement speed, like imagine trying to telekinesis Kelvin that just ice paths and just like runs out, you know, like it's
Yeah.
a great skill, but there's also tremendous counterplay where you could literally just buy counterspell as well and just completely ignore it.
I mean, it's a bit weird in a game where most projectiles don't have travel time or not a significant travel time. Basha got caught here again. It looks like Sonic Bean is trying to fight it 1v2 in the dome.
In the Thunderdome, Ice Dome, whatever
Yeah.
element you choose,
And it
will
gets
catch the
Jablonski.
execute. Yep. 1-for-1 currently. Now Kelvin probably next in line. There's a double. The Sonny Bean Shiv, which is doing a lot better than it did last game. Fortitude online. He will heal up in this lane as they push into the Walker. There is a counter on the opposite end. QZ is trying to fight off too, but actually, as I say that, they're getting both Walkers in mid and left side at the same time, so they committed a lot to defend, Metalskin did, but they're going to lose both of their Walkers very likely here.
Yeah, Solar Birthers playing this, to say, very smart. It's, I mean, they lost the fight, but still get 2 walkers and don't lose any walkers.
And we see the power of the Mirage pick when the teleporters are gone off of the map from the latest patch. Those of you that have been sleeping underneath a rock, there are no more teleporters behind your walkers, so Mirage's value with his teleport skill is better than it has ever been. And yeah, Solar Rebirther's really owning the macro here.
A nice pull here, but that's brought Infernus into old range. Looks like Bebop got stunned. Anti-hero will fall here.
And Shadovis putting on a real show here. Just goes in 1v1. Even with the backup coming from Metalskin, it's just too much damage.
And are they really going to try this urn? I mean, that's incredibly risky here.
I think so. I think so. Look at the positioning. They've got a 5-1 split. There's only 4 here responding. There's going to be a fight, though. Urn has dropped on the floor. They do dome it for the meantime while they fight off.
Knockdown on Pocket. He's very low, going to the corner. Pretty much cornered by Warden there.
Lightning Scroll helps to finish. Sonny Bean finds an execute in the meantime, but will go down. So 2 down for Metalskin. The urn is on the floor. Should be a turn, and somebody's trying to contest.
That's a disaster.
Yeah, will they try to shoot out the denies? No, they're getting zoned out. Saucepan Shadovas gets hooked in, but I think this favors him. Telekinesis, though, will back off the Infernus. Saucepan helping to create some space as well. They have the map to themselves right now. Oh my goodness, the 23,000 soul lead just off of the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, they'll have to start pulling off some miracles here if they want to come back. And they're going for mid-boss, it looks like.
Yep, very well as they should. Metalskin have shown
anti-hero here with the ult, trying to contest this somehow, or maybe get some kill, but no. Oh, sorry, I saw the yellow beam. I saw the minimap, but it wasn't my bad.
The mid-boss does go down. I don't think there will be a contest. There are some players around, though. I think they're a little bit late. Ivy in might try to get one. Misses the stun time.
Yeah,
does actually steal a Rejuvenator. So there is something salvageable. Metalskin opts for the fight, but it might be too little too late. Spark does get one.
I don't think it was worth it.
The rebirth on the Ivy. Bashi finds another. They're trying to clean up off of the back of this affliction.
Is really low, but
this could be a nice turnaround, though.
Is scary right now.
Oh, but there's a rebirth right there on the Infernus. Bugsy's has already been spent just trying to escape. Now 4 already dead for Metalskin. Ivy, not long for this world. That's 5 heroes down just for 2. They do lose all of their rebirths, so Metalskin make a nice fight out of it, but all in all, winds up in a little bit of a disaster. I think they felt pressured to contest that one.
Yeah, and now they lost 5 members of their team, even though those cooldowns, some of them are already up, or those respawns. No other objectives, I think, were gotten. They're trying to get the base guardians. They actually can get them right now, so that's another slot for Soul Rebirthers, the last slot in the game. And yeah, they're up like so much. Like it's, I don't see how Metalskin are going to recover from this.
They essentially have to steal away the next comeback urn and not lose anybody turning it in. That is your one angle. But yeah, it's looking a little bit grim. Rebirthers showing a little bit more prowess on their macro play. And again, we by Metalskin are just in a hole in this mid game, as we've seen from games 1 and 2 alike.
Yeah, and you know, this is a very good sign for the health of the competitive scene. If we have a team that finished the league first place, even if they did not win the actual playoff bracket, they finished second place, if I remember right from what he told me.
Yeah,
and another team here in Swiss
second.
can win a series against them like this, then that means we have a lot of contenders.
Yeah, and it's worth noting Soul Rebirthers team consists of a few players that were in the league under the name C2. So Saucepan and Jablonski were playing together in the league, and I think their team might have finished maybe 4th or 5th, but it was very close. Like the difference between like first and fourth was like you won an extra game. So maybe a little bit lower in the standings, but pretty not indicative as to the skill of these players. And Saucepan and Jablonski definitely carried in their time with C2, so it's good to see them on a new roster here, kind of putting in a ton of work. As the Soul lead is, do my eyes deceive me? We're above 30k, as Soul Rebirthers are going to claim both buffs right now, leaving Gun for the moment. I think they might want to bait a fight.
Yeah, it looks like a bait a bit.
They hear the Bebop, who's already getting caught by the Shadovis and Furnace, and here comes the full collapse. Does he even have
Look
enough
at
to escape?
Calico.
Because, yeah, she is
Running
flying in the
full
affliction.
speed, getting in. Bebop is melted. Even though she was parried, it was enough. And yeah, that was a very good catch. Spark also
actually
falls
goes
out
down
two members of
too.
Metalskin.
To the Infernus burn over time. So 2 are already down, and now the 3rd in trouble. Saucepan. Oh, excuse me, that was Sonny Bean. So 3 now dead. Soul Rebirthers.
Yeah, that's a
have
patron.
nothing
at
left
least.
to do but to crush the base here. They just need a wave. They're missing a few waves. They might rotate to mid because it's a little bit closer.
Yeah, that's even more souls, more objectives. They're closing it out. The urn here is just, I don't think there's a way to contest it. Soul Rebirthers are so far playing, I'll say, they're not leaving a lot of gaps in their macro play, as you said.
Yep, they've been showing tremendous resolve in their map awareness, and it's shown every game. They've had the opportunity to win every single game. We've watched them play. It was only the first one where We by Metalskin had a tremendous, heroic, if that, comeback. But now it's looking worse and worse. They're not even killing these players as Soul Rebirthers are extending to take shrines. The Kelvin Dome to reset. But Antihero is inside of 3, just trying to make space. Here comes the Affliction. I think it caught 3 or 4 players. It might be a good
But Soul
situation for
Rebirthers are
Metalskin
very
to
low
turn.
actually here. Yeah,
But
Kelvin
Sonny Bean
falls.
goes down inside of the Warden cage. Jablonski trying to escape as well. Everybody's a little bit low. By the time Metalskin is holding. Mark in behind, trying to find something. Here comes the Warden last stand. Not much left to do but to knock the patron down, even on this low HP, man. Look at Metalskin, full HP, Soul Rebirthers all low, but there's just no damage, no confidence to finish off these kills. They might try to get something
Yeah.
on the escape, but patron is
Or a
down.
snipe
Soul
from
Rebirthers,
Vindicta, but yeah, it's not enough.
Soul Rebirthers got what they want, and they have a 40,000, almost 50,000 soul lead.
That's, the snowballing is insane. I mean, the mid-boss to the fights to base objectives while running another urn. I think from the moment it was a 25,000 difference to the point where it's now like a 40,000 difference. It's basically within the span of 5-6 minutes.
It's been a tremendous job of Soul Rebirthers to acknowledge and push tempo and get this game closed out, as they are very, very close to it at this point. There's nothing left to do but to tidy up a few more things. I believe mid-boss will be respawning fairly soon as well, so that will probably be the last contest we see of the game. Trophy collector,
Yeah.
3,200 gold.
They'll
That
have to
could be a
contest
lot of
it.
things right now.
I am feeling though, looking at anti-hero, it's I'm not sure the Bebop pick actually worked out.
Yeah, I really don't have a tremendous feel on how the nerfs have affected him, but from what I can tell in the lobbies that I've played, there's not a lot of Bebops running around anymore, and even if they do, they're not server admin the way they might have been in the past. As we see, Soul Rebirthers at this point, they're just sort of poking around, having a good time with it. There's not much Metalskin can do but cast nearly all of their ultimates to defend.
Yeah, now you have the mid-boss, they don't have ults. This might be kind of, as you said, the last fight of the game. If they get those buffs, I don't think there's much Metalskin can do to stop them from rolling into the base.
You try to piece together how We by Metalskin are going to find a good fight into this, and The main ultimate is really going to be Affliction, because if you look around, like, you've got a Shiv Execute, you've got Vindicta Snipe, you've got Telekinesis. Like, they don't have a lot of tremendous team fighting ultimates outside of the Affliction, and that's on cooldown right now. So how they plan to contest this is a little beyond me, as Jablonski is just creating space here, just buying time, letting his team do mid, fighting off 4 heroes at the same time. Mid crystals will spawn momentarily as there's a fight breaking out above. Spark does steal away 1, but will he pay for it? Skiwi gets a kill to start out with. Sonny Bean might go down here, just buying time on Shiv.
Oh, Jablonski's a bit low, trying to
low.
run away right now, and now a pull from Bebop comes in. Guys got a bit too close, trying to run away right now, and this fight might be turning around right now. Sylvan falls. That's 3 down from Soul Rebirth. There's actually the 3 without rejuves.
That actually worked out extremely well. Like, those are the targets you want to find. As we see Antirius going in with the last stand, but he gets staked, buying his team enough time to walk out. This is kind of perfect situation for We Buy Metal Skin. They got the characters without Soul Rebirth, so they have effectively a 5v3 for however long, 40 seconds, something like that. But Soul Rebirthers really want to end it. My goodness, Saucepan now, after the slow start, has all the space in the world.
Yeah, and this is already longer than the previous game. But yeah, the difference in souls is still here as we approach 200k for both teams, or around the 200k mark for both teams. The lack of the 2 last slots is really hurting Metal Skin here. So the difference in actual power is actually bigger. So it's very impressive that they managed to pull off this last fight, but I think they'll have to pull off at least 2 more of those just to have a chance to come back here.
That is totally right. Soul Rebirthers don't want to let that happen. They pick up the urn. The map still all in their favor. I think they will try to force this as they've got 3 Soul Rebirths online. Probably want to make sure that those players get in front first, create space. As I say, they're already engaging. Last stand does get staked out. Follow-up removal, but they caught Spark inside of a dome. Gets dropped though early. Try to help his team push in. Now we got a full team fight breaking out. We buy Melskin trying to find anything. Shiv actually going pretty crazy. Finds a kill inside of 3 heroes. Not long for this world though, as we see the rest of Soul Rebirthers push into the base. Melskin cannot handle this pressure, and they have decided to end the game. They're just walking into the pit. There's only 4 players. They have no way to contest. They're going to try to make one last attempt. Not even. Antihero runs into the base, but it is already gone. Soul Rebirthers take game 3. And we are on to the next round. Congratulations to the Soul Rebirthers.
Yeah, that was a very, very impressive game 3 after a very convincing game 2. Soul Rebirthers. I think the first game, they kind of slowed down in the middle. They slowed down the tempo. They allowed Metal Skin to take some wins and actually start coming back. But I think they corrected whatever it was. And the last 2 games, they were just dominant throughout the whole game.
Yeah, they were essentially dominant throughout all the 3 games outside of the slip up in the latter half of game 1. There were a couple of bright moments this game. Kiwi kind of showed up a little bit more than in game 2, and Sonny obviously had a really decent performance on the Shiv. Obviously, you know, when you have Execute, your kill count's always going to be fairly high, but he created as much space as he could have. So take a look at some of the builds. Capacitor, Boundless on the Wraith. We see the Arctic Blast, just a lot of tanky items. This is kind of what I talked about. It's just rapid recharge, rejuvenation, and then just tank up and try to be in front of your team. But we talked about it early and often. Shadovis 11, 1 in 13 on that Infernus, created a ton of space, and you know, the Soul Rebirthers proved that they know how to play with tempo.
Yeah, for sure. I also think on Metal Skin's side, I do think we saw a bit more impact on Wraith this game than the second game. But the Bebop pick, I don't think it worked out the way they hoped it would. I also think it's a bit of a lack of enough ways to lock someone down after you pull them.
Yeah,
they just didn't have the full combo.
We saw it happen almost exactly that way one time in lane where he gets the hook and the Ivy stone form kind of misses the follow up stun. We're kind of missing a lot of those like easy follow up things along those lines.
Yeah, or pulling Shadow's like Infernus just for Infernus to ult and then win the fight, etc. Obviously, it happens with Bebop, and landing those hooks is not easy, but you do need to have the team comp to play around it. Oh, and we also have some items to look at.
Yeah, I don't think anything stands out too much. We see Calvin very support heavy, really only has like Curse and Divine Barrier, so that's pretty interesting. Very defensive, but utilitarian, I would say, moreover. A lot of speed items. We barely even got
It's a
to talk
relatively
about
gun-heavy Geist.
yeah, Jablonski's Calico and a gun heavy Geist. Like, to be fair, like this is kind of the former like best in slot Geist build. It was just, you know, a couple of tanky items, the regeneration and Berserker, toxic bullets, things like that. But yeah, just really tremendous job. I'm not sure how long we want to sit and tidy up this game because a lot of the teams are ready to move on to the next round. So do you have any perhaps closing thoughts on this series? It was a very fun one, actually. I think the only series that went to 3 games.
Yeah, it is actually. No additional thoughts. This was actually, yeah, the last game to finish from the first round of this Swiss bracket. From here, I believe we are going to somewhat extended break until we know the next matchups, and we'll be back with the next games. So go make yourself comfortable, and right after this, we'll be back with the next matches in this qualifier.
The best of society has your number.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
I'm the Infernus. And up they go.
Can't say we didn't strive to reach the other side. Started as lovers, but ended as friends. And we can't go back again. Wanna take you to a My eyes have seen the aim is wandering. They're seeking nothing. Fear surrounds me. The waves are crashing. I'm coming home. Come home. Come home. Come home. I'm coming home. Come home. Come home. I'm The wonders of your perfect unity dwells within me. So what do you see in the between where you've been and where you'll be? I have seen you coming home. I'm coming home. Coming home. Coming home. I'm coming
Don't stop, don't
Welcome back. That was a very extended break. We appreciate you guys hanging in there. We had a tremendous best of three. We got to see all three games in that first round, and now we're heading into the second stage of our Swiss seeding. We have Little Troops and VFA Dragons coming up. I am Mox, and I'm going to be joined by Tempu today. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great, man. Been a busy man lately, but I'm excited to see some great deadlock here today.
Yep, and things should be heating up quite a bit. Like I said, Little Troops and VFA Dragons, I think we're looking at nearly a Turnus 6 matchup on both sides. I'm not sure how each player's individual rankings tidy up, but it's going to be somewhere in the upper echelon, so we do have a good treat for you. That being said, there is one caveat in that we are playing on NA servers, and I do believe VFA Dragons are going to be fighting a little bit of a ping difference. That being said, we're not going to try to read too much into that because they signed up for the tournament, they signed up for all the rules, so here we are. And we have nothing to do but kind of watch the games and see how they play out. We're going to get a good taste of how these teams kind of feel about the new draft. I know you mentioned very briefly that you haven't had a ton of time yet to play it out. Do you have anything that kind of stands out to you so far?
Yeah, I mean, definitely an interesting patch, this one, with the whole Rejuve rework and such. Also, a lot of the very selfish gameplay getting a bit buffed this patch in general. Definitely going to be interesting to see how these teams navigate this new patch environment.
Yeah, in the first series we saw very the kind of side laners eat very, very well, and Furnace just eating up souls, getting massive, did a tremendous job, as well as Jablonski had a really good time in game 1 on Calico, which we hadn't seen too much of in the latest of patches, as she's not terrible, but just better options in the pool. So I wonder if we'll see more of Calico today, or maybe that has been the end of it. I do think we have some standings to kind of take a look at before we head into draft. Thank you, W Production. As we can see, everybody either lost or won. We've only had one series, so you guys in chat can take a look. But of note, at number 6 is Little Troops 1-0, and at number 9, VFA Dragons at 1-0. Pay not too much attention to the actual ranking numbers there. It is just because everybody that has won a game is tied, and everybody that's lost a game has tied.
Yeah, I mean, earlier on in the Swish stage, every team's gonna look very, very even. But I think the longer this goes, the more the format will inherently just push the better teams out.
Some of these teams will have had a little bit of an advantageous situation, being up 1-0, having maybe faced a less difficult opponent, and maybe some things on the reverse end where, you know, really good teams matched up and one of them had to wind up losing. We saw the only game that went to 3. Everything else went to 2 games apiece, so everybody that won a game kind of proved that they were the better team in that case. I do wonder where we are in the production line here, because I think we want to jump into games as soon as possible, because the day kind of wears on and we got a lot of players and a lot of games to get through. But really looking forward to this matchup coming up.
Yeah, I mean, we're just waiting for the draft to start here, but I'm excited to see how these teams are gonna draft a bit differently. I think the level of this game should be a little higher than the one that was just shown on stream, at least in terms of like the theoretical draft. So it's gonna be interesting to see how a lot of these teams play. I myself have a bit of experience playing against the VFA Dragons a couple times in a scrimmer and whatever, but it was definitely interesting seeing their vision on drafting, and I'm wondering if it's changed.
Maybe you can kind of dive a little bit more into that, because
Yeah.
you know, there are slight subtle differences to maybe gameplay or item purchasing or hero pools or whatever have you. I've been hearing some inklings of EU favoring Viper. I'm not sure how much you have or haven't seen that. Maybe you know, but do talk about maybe a little bit how the VFA Dragons have drafted and the experience that you guys saw.
Yeah, well, when we were playing them, I mean, it was taking like my team. I was subbing in for a different team, but they were doing a very laning focused draft back then. This was before this patch, so I can't tell me if that's changed or anything. But it was definitely interesting. I know they liked a bit of a duo of Bebop Yamato early on, but I think maybe with the Bebop nerfs, they might not like that anymore. We'll see. I think Yamato might be at least a pretty good pick for them, which is going a bit of like away from the traditional EU meta. I don't think Yamato sees a lot of play in EU compared to the NA region, but I'm excited to see how it works out here at least, or see what these teams are up to.
NA definitely loves Yamato. Basically picked her banned every game, and when she is picked, she is top 3. Very frequently top 1, as we see she's already banned out, along with Mirage, another big contender, of course, with the latest patch. Teleporters behind the lane walkers are now gone, so there's a tremendous value in Mirage's Traveler now. So importance on side lane control and split pushing is a big factor in the latest patch, and Mirage just makes that it solves that equation very quickly. So good first 2 bans. I believe Little Troops will get the first pick, which they elect to go with Vindicta, another tremendously strong character. And the higher you climb into the rankings, the more you see that this is essentially the number 1 pick in the game for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, Vindicta has a lot of potency, especially in the higher level. Definitely one of the best debuff characters around, which I'm assuming is the type of build that it's going to be played here, since the more selfish gun build is not seeing that much play, at least in terms of organized team play like this. But yeah, definitely a great pick, and that those stakes can just be annoying for any frontline to deal with.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of it in the last series where teams value Warden very highly, and that could have changed based on the last patch, but Stake is a tremendous answer for Warden and any kind of death-balling frontline. Kelvin, Abrams, Yamato doesn't care as much, but Stake is just a tremendous tool. Tremendously overpowered, you might also argue that. When you include that her kit also includes Shred and a high damage, long range point and click assassinate button. So really good first pick. I wonder how VFA are going to answer. They go with the Bebop, and we'll see very shortly if they lock in something here. Perhaps a Kelvin. I'm not sure how highly that is valued, but they'll go
Whoa.
Holiday.
That's
Interesting.
early. I haven't seen a Holiday get picked like that, especially with a Bebop, another pick character, in the early games. That's at least in the top 2. That's a very interesting draft. But into a Vindicta, I do kind of see the vision of just trying to like hard shut her down early on with your draft picks.
Yeah, we've not seen a super large amount of Holiday picking. I'm not really sure if the character is kind of like missing something fundamentally in her kit, or if maybe there's just better options. I feel like she's still fairly strong. And remember, Veilwalker just caught a buff, which back in the heydays of Veilwalker's supremacy, this was the entire character setup. It's like Veilwalker just makes even Bebop, like Bebop, Holiday, like these characters were built on the back of Veilwalker. I wonder if we'll see that play into how this team kind of goes into the game today. Abrams, the next pick for Little Troops.
Yeah, I mean, with the Veilwalker stuff, I mean, who doesn't love just getting hate crimed by people you can't even see? Definitely a fun way to go out, for sure, definitely. But
yeah,
yeah,
I'm waiting to see the fun Abrams Shadow Weave punch build out of stealth. That'll happen someday.
I'm so ready. I've been testing it a bit myself, but it's definitely not there yet. I don't think it's more of a troll build as of right now. But hey, maybe we don't know what these E6 teams think or how they approach the game usually in terms of team play. So it could be that they can make this Shadow Weave Abrams work, or they just go for a regular build. But we also see the Warden coming out here from Little Troops. Definitely good answer here. Good way to shut down this heavy pick comp, because even if you get hooked or if you get lassoed, if your ult is active, you still do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and they also secure what we just talked about, Stake countering kind of Warden's approach into team fights. So now you've got 2 tremendous lanes you could set up whichever way you want to. Vindicta Abrams, Vindicta Warden, both of those are incredibly strong lanes. VFA Dragons goes with Lady Geist, and we're into our last set of bans with a Viscus coming out. Kind of surprising to me. I don't see that as a prio ban hero. I wonder if Little Troops is known for a good Viscus pick, or we're just starting to see how these upper ranks value these characters.
Yeah, I mean, it is Viscus's deadlock birthday, so maybe they just didn't wanna see him get played or something.
Yeah, shout out production. They just gave us the info not too long ago that it's the 1-year anniversary of Viscus being released. So there you go, perfect timing. You got the
Hey, don't leak my sources. Don't leak my sources. What is this?
Excuse me, retcon. Wow, that's incredible information, Tempu. You had that on the back of your hand. That's unbelievable.
No. Shout out production, really. They'd be hooking us up with all sorts of information and great stuff here. But on the draft side, we do see the Kelvin ban come out here for Little Troops. I mean, good option into this this comp, but I don't know if I would have liked to see it banned here.
Yeah, you almost think that maybe you would have waited to see them pick it, although I think VFA probably get first pick out of the ban, so maybe they were fearful that they would pick that character up, so might as well ban it out. It does play well against... you know, now that we kind of talk about it, you kind of see where these bans are coming from, because VFA Dragons grabs Holiday, Bebop, and now Pocket out of bans, and you're looking at 2 of the best save supports that are already now off of the board. So they've kind of played themselves into a really nice position in this draft. They do seem to be missing a lot of, I would say, like really like secured hard control that Little Troops has on the opposite end. Pocket does not have any hard control, and neither does Geist. So I wonder if they're going to try to address that with the last 2 picks in their draft, but we'll see what Little Troops decides to opt for next.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some issues here with the general card control, but I think that Pocket is actually a really good pick here into the Abrams and Warden. Definitely one of the best characters to shut them down. And I also think that Pocket is one of the stronger characters right now in the patch. I don't know, Pocket seems like really, really good this patch. With the buffs to jungle, like the buffs to like inherent buffs to cultists, with the jungle camps being better, the tank buster stuff. Like Pocket just seems like a really good character right now.
Yeah, I remember as well, Pocket just caught a buff onto Affliction where you got an extra 2% HP damage
Yeah, that
increase
too.
on the initial cast. So you're looking at two characters with massive health bars. You know, you could sit here and poke your fun at, you know, an extra 2%, but it matters. It matters at the end of the day.
See the Lash and the 7 come out here from Little Troops. Definitely a bit of a late 7 here. I don't know, in our elo at least, I know we're both a bit lower than the E6, but definitely very late for a 7 and a Lash pick. Not a Lash pick, but you know, the 7 pick at least.
Yeah, but not a terrible pickup because they already have Vindicta Shred, and now you've got Power Surge Shred on top of that. And Little Troops are hard committing on this ease of execution kind of team fight composition. Furnace is a really smart pick here considering all of the spirit damage that's going to come out, but we're looking at this Infernus ultimate like it might be the only hard control, guaranteed hard control at least, and now no Kelvin Dome to kind of counter the Lash 7 initiation type. Kind of like looking down the road, like where does VFA find their value with this last pick?
Yeah, I mean, they do decide to go for the Mo and Krill here as their last pick, and I don't know if I like the Mo here into these like very tanky characters of the Abrams and the Warden, but I think if you just go for a Phantom Strike build on the Mo, it could work out against all these in-air characters.
You can see the vision. I think VFA Dragons are going to look at probably 2 knockdown buys. And Sinclair, man, wow. Woof. Little Trips have a hell of a draft, huh?
Yeah, I mean, definitely 2 very different visions of how the game's played here. VFA Dragons is going for that a bit more hate crimey comp of finding people out and about and just trying to get an advantage by just killing people. Not really going for the like hard objectives, whereas Little Troops are definitely playing for the team fights here.
You can see the timer on these teams' comps, you know, like rapidly like VFA has to win like before 15 minutes, and it has to roll so hard downhill that it can't ever fall in the other direction. Like Little Troops, they've got early game with your Abrams, Sinclair, and like Lash and Warden. You've got, you know, you're like mid game covered by 7 Vindicta, and you've got your late game covered by 7 Vindicta Sinclair, and Warden can transition to gun if he feels like it. If he's gonna go Spirit, I don't even know. Like, there are good answers from VFA Dragons, but just on the onset, like Little Troops looks like they have an unbelievable draft.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the type of draft we would favor if we're talking in our skill range. But I think looking at these teams, I don't know. Having played against how VFA Dragons like to play, this definitely is a draft that favors how they like to play. They are a very aggressive team. They are looking to just be very active on the map. And highlighting that with their draft with the Moan Krill picks, the Holiday and the Bebop, even the Pocket having good movement and roamability. Definitely good options here for them.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm kind of hypnotized by our own traditional like league ranking games, but we have a lot of high ranking players here, and if there's anybody that can execute a proper pick comp, it's these players out here. Like your Bebop, your Holiday, your Mo and Krill, your Pocket. You've got a 4-man like ganking machine. It's just on them to have the prowess to execute it and like make it count, because they've got a lot of things to fight into.
It's also pretty smart for VFA Dragons that they've decided to go for this type of comp, knowing that they're gonna have this high ping. Because if you could just like lock these characters down, it should be easy to shoot them, right? You don't need to like think about the ping and stuff.
That's a great point. That's a great point. You don't have to aim if they're just stuck in a lasso or stuck in
Exactly.
a combo. So yeah, like I mentioned, I think we'll see one, if not two, knockdowns come out from VFA Dragons, it's just going to make life a lot easier. Vindicta Lash in 7, it's going to take care of all of them. I predict we'll see, if not Warpstone and Phantom Strike on Moon Krill, at least one of the two, very likely Phantom Strike. And I don't know. It's got to be a lot of work on the back of Infernus here, no?
Yeah, I mean, I think this game is definitely going to rely on both how potent the VFA Dragons are going to be able to execute these picks, and also how snowbally this Infernus in disguise is going to be.
Absolutely. A couple fun things to touch on. A lot of the ultimates that we might see on little troops in the Last Stand from Warden and the Stormcloud from 7 have had their damage nuked in the last patch. So we'll keep an eye on how they push their walkers, but we are ready to throw to our live cast. Take it away, Soshin and Tridanium.
Thank you very much. Happy to be back here for the second game. I'm here with Trid. I'm not even going to try and pronounce the full thing, but happy to cast with you here today. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Grid is fun. Tridanium is the full thing if you ever want to know, but it's
The scientific term.
The scientific, yeah, it's like the metal.
Exactly. We all know that metal.
Yeah.
But we have an exciting game on our hands today. Little Troops against VFA Dragons. Little Troops are an NA team. VFA Dragons are an EU team. So obviously, VFA Dragons are going to win today. Thoughts on the draft?
Well, I think Little Troops, since they're an NA team, they are probably going to come out on top today. Just because we all know that NA is the superior region in this tournament.
Yes, obviously. I mean, because of Pink.
Yeah.
But if this tournament was run in Germany or anywhere else in the EU, that would be a very, very different picture here. But we'll see. It's an interesting draft. Honestly, I think VFA Dragons I was a bit worried when I saw the first 4 picks, but I do think the Moen Krill and Infernus, the 2 last picks, kind of rounded that up. But it's gonna be an interesting laning phase.
Yeah, in my eyes, I think VFA Dragons does have a much better laning phase draft. And they're probably going to go for that early game advantage and it'll push that further for them. Whereas Little Troops, they have that big team fight aura that we're looking at in the past. They have that Affliction, they have that Lash on the G-Freak, they have Magician, and they have double Shred from Vindicta Birds, or Vindicta Crow, and the 7 Power Surge. So it looks like they're going to shred through the team in team fights every which way they go.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Little Troops have a pretty good team fighting combo. I think it's kind of it feels to me. Oh, Holiday is pretty low here. It's a similar situation to what we had in the first series, but obviously different teams, different players. They might be playing it completely differently. We had Soul Rebirthers actually managed to pull it off with the kind of more aggressive laning phase early game comp, but it's a high risk, high reward choice, I would say.
Oh, definitely. And I think the biggest difference also for this match we have, or this series we have right here, I think it's E6 all the way across the board. So we are watching high level games.
Oh, Bebop falling there, Vindicta getting the first kill. So Little Troops actually managing to get that small, I mean, honestly very small but still early win. But sorry, I cut you off. You were saying?
I already lost my train of thought. I'm just looking at the Holiday hiding behind that cover. You know, Vindicta trying to look for that last kill, but she never seemed to get it.
Yeah,
and we have Magician over here look for boxes after their advantage.
Yeah, I'm not entirely clear as to what he was doing there, but small advantage, 2k, 1k souls for Little Troops. I mean, it is maybe a small item, 2 small items in one lane at this point.
Well, yeah. So I mean, when you look for boxes in a lane, what you want to do is you want to get that tiny 100 to 200 lead, just so you can hit that ultimate ability so much earlier.
Yes.
Yeah. When you get 3.4 and your enemies are only 3.3, 3.2, you're able to get those ults off. You win. You almost win the lane right there.
Yeah. And let's go over the lanes for a bit. Actually, Abrams here trying to do something. The stun on the furnace goes up. Moen Krill kind of retreating. Looks like, yeah, that fight is over for now. But Bebop died again. So that's the second death for Bebop this game. I think Vindicta got the kill. I'm not entirely sure. But right now, if you look at that specific lane, Bebop Holiday versus Vindicta Warden, Little Troops are doing very, very well in that lane.
They really are. Oh, and looks like Vindicta is actually on the back burner right now. She's running away from Bebop, trying to get away with her life on the line. And Bebop's actually pretty low as well, but he wants that revenge. After dying 2 times to Vindicta, he does want that extra kill on her. And then Warden is actually pushing up. Oh, he gets sidetracked by Bebop here. Getting pushed out. Oh, Bebop actually gets sniped again by the Vindicta. I think it's 3 snipes or just 3. Oh, 4!
Oh,
Another one for Vindicta. But this Vindicta is going to be huge.
yes, that's exactly what you don't want the enemy's Vindicta to do at the start of the game. That's also the Souls bonus. But I think there was a bit of a miscalculation there because Holiday was super low, but she got away. And Bebop actually went in to try maybe protect Holiday, but after all, Holiday already got away, so it was a bit pointless. But we'll see.
Yeah.
Still early in the game. A lot can happen. Monkfield here ulting. We have the Storm Surge from 7, and Furnace goes down.
Looking for another kill here on the Mo. The double teaming the Mo here. Abrams, stride on Abrams, punching down the Mo.
Do you think the meta changed? Like, we're seeing a lot of early aggression, I think, compared to, let's say, like the last major patch. I'm feeling like people are just playing inside Guardians, constant lane aggression, whereas the last 2 months were a bit more passive. Oof, Holiday missing an ult there.
Yeah, no, I mean, definitely. I definitely see the more aggressions during my matchmaking games the past couple weeks. And I think it's just down to, for one, Walkers being a little bit weaker, so you're just putting more aggression on objectives is just so much more important right at this point. Just because they don't take spirit resistance anymore into account, so everything's just a little weaker for you, easier for you to push.
Yeah, that makes some sense. And Bebop,
Oh, Bebop goes down again.
that must be tilting.
Was that to a Vindicta snipe?
No, I don't think so. That was Warden. I'm pretty sure, but if we can see the... Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Yeah, I think this one was Warden.
Yeah, let's look at some info for some of these players. I think Stride and Matt are some of the top players, and even G-Freak, some of the top players in NA actually on this team that are not actually currently in a pro team or invited. So I'm not gonna lie, for me, in my eyes, I'm looking at Little Troops actually kind of go through all the way through qualifiers into the invitationals.
Yeah, if those are top players, and you mentioned that some of the best players in NA, does seem very likely, but it's also, as far as I understand it, a relatively, new mix of players. So we need to see how they play as a team. But yeah, it's also nice to have these tournaments to showcase your abilities and skills in the game. Right now, there is I would say a bit of a vacuum of like high ranked tournaments in the scene, but there's a lot going on here with the East LAN events, and there's the LAN event this week or tomorrow. Again, I'm something in Canada. I'm too European to understand, but there's a lot going on.
Yeah. And Holiday grabbing the lash here, and now they're looking for the kill on the Magician. Holiday still kind of won, but then now they're looking at Magician. Actually, if they're not going to get a Magician, they're going to take down this Guardian instead, which is going to give them so much value. Pushing Magician all the way off, getting that second Guardian, actually.
Yeah, Vindicta just keeps eating in this game.
Vindicta,
like a massive Souls
she's
lead.
Gonna be eating later too.
Yeah.
Ooh, Warden takes out
this
the
is
Geist.
just the appetizer.
Yeah, this is just the appetizer. She's getting hungry right now. Let's look at the soul lead right now. She's at 9.3, whereas everyone else, the next closest person is going to be Shadarian on Pocket at 8.3.
Yeah, and Warden.
Yeah, and
Oh,
Warden.
the enemy team is Pocket, yes.
Yeah.
And they're taking another Guardian. That's the third Guardian. 2 slots unlocked already for Little Troops. On the other end, we have the F8 Dragons still with the first slot.
Looks like they're grouping up for
Wait,
that.
no, sorry, not even that.
Yeah, the first slot. It's gonna be first slot. Yeah, then and they do get it after they're sending about 4 people down to that lane. G-Free gets big ult out of the sky.
Yeah, there was a lot going on there. There's we did talk about this, little troops have a very teamfighty comp, lots of AoEs, but yeah, if you look at it, you see Mod with 7 just softening them. Vindicta can do Vindicta things, but yeah, they win that fight. Right now, the Souls lead is almost 10k before we even reach 10 minutes, but that does mean that there will be a comeback earn very soon for VFA Dragons, but
Definitely.
yeah, this is very impressive.
I mean, VFA Dragons really just look at that earn right now to get that lead back in their favor. But it looks like right now they're in a way they're kind of deathballing on the left-hand side of the map there. Mo at the top looking at the box's pocket got the buff. I don't know what buff that was actually. I wasn't paying attention. And then they actually are going for the earn right here. Holiday's on the earn right now, hovering it over, and Lil Troops is looking to contest that right now.
Yeah, there's a fight in the earn. There's also Pocket in the mid lane. Might try to push this, but I don't think he can even do something. Vindicta is caught up in a bit of a bad position right now. Tries to reposition to the side. They're fighting very nicely inside the building, maybe to try and limit her impact here. Earn was picked up, but meanwhile, Moincrill goes down. Bebop trying to escape. He's very low. Abrams is on the chase. He's trying to get to the jump here. Gets away for now. But there's a chase. Abrams is still chasing him. I'm not sure that is advisable. Actually, at this point, he gets the kill. Again, not entirely sure that chase was worth.
Yeah, and then the VFA Dragons is going to come out with the earn on here. They might actually turn it in for free, but not for free, actually. They're going to be losing their Walker here at the 11-minute mark for that earn. That trade actually could be, to me, in my opinion, I think is an okay trade because I don't see VFA Dragons winning any skirmishes right now. So coming away with a earn, actually, guys actually, Abrams actually took out Geist and actually took the earn for himself. So they lost
that's
in
a
both
disaster.
fronts.
That is a disaster for VFA
That's
Dragons.
huge. I think losing a Walker for earn was maybe okay, like it was a trade, but losing both earn and Walker, that's just devastating.
Yep. It is, and wow, Little Troops are just doing everything without VFA Dragons draft was supposed to do in this game.
Yeah. Do you think there's ping diff involved in here?
Yeah, there is a ping difference involved. I'm not sure which server this is being played on. If this is East Coast, like the ping difference actually wouldn't be that bad, but if it's Central or West Coast, that would be disastrous for European players.
100%.
So it's actually Valve servers. Okay, wait, let's watch this fight. Holiday getting staked there with Moincrill. Just melted down completely. Moincrill trying to escape. But yeah, not a lot to do in this situation.
One pick off, that's it. Well,
in fairness.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's over.
Getting another pick right here.
Oh, he managed to slip away.
On the other side of the map, though, we have 3 individuals from VFA Dragons pushing into a Lonely 7 into a Walker. They could go for a Walker trade here, actually. Looks like they are jumping. They do get Matt on the 7 down, and they should be able to get this Walker, but they are going to be trading their Walker in the top right side of the map.
Yeah, so it's a very chaotic game. That Walker is being melted down for now, at least, until they manage to close it. Sinclair with a Moincrill ult and Moincrill secures that.
Looks like VFA Dragons are actually fighting them off at the top right Walker right now with that Infernus ult. And VFA Dragons on the left-hand side of the map, they're going back. They're going to be defending it. They might actually save this Walker from being destroyed.
Yeah, looks like they held it off for now. By the way, I'm seeing this in chat. Vindicta is actually Matt and not Neil.
Oh. Okay.
So, yeah, now we know.
Yes.
Thank you very much. But yeah.
Yeah. How do you think
I'd say
VFA
there's still a
Dragons
full jungle
are going to come back in this? My eyes are on Shadarian right here on the Pocket. And maybe I'm biased as a Pocket main, but 15k on Pocket is not to be joked around with. He can definitely.
No, I agree with you. And and he's building a lot of green items. I agree with you. If you're ahead, you're a Pocket main, but this is my experience playing against Pocket. But when Pockets get really ahead, you can be a bit more tanky, and you can actually start initiating those fights and not just slipping in and out of doing your tricks and shenanigans. He could actually be kind of a frontliner, which I
100%.
think is a pretty good idea looking at that team comp where the only
Not as a
frontliner is
tank,
Monk
but to
right
make
now.
space. I agree.
Yeah.
And then the way I see it too, Pocket is definitely you can pick one people out one at a time, and 1v1, a great 1v1. And if you look at the soul differences, he's 16k, but they are down about 9k overall as a team. But if Pocket gets into a 1v1 with anybody from little troops, he's 16k. He can match or even destroy them in just souls alone. So if he does find individual people out one by one, 1v1, he could pick them off one at a time.
Yeah,
actually
and now
come
we're
back
seeing
that way.
Sinclair there, rabbiting and punching, but that's not enough for now. VFA Dragons still managed to take that kill on Abrams here. The Souls difference is a bit slower, but we see Warden coming in here with the last stand, chasing them into corridors, which is a very good spacey fight for Warden. He takes both of those kills easily. Now Bebop punching him away, and I think that's the disengage for now.
Definitely got a lot of value with that ultimate. Oh, G-Freak actually goes down to the Vindicta, I believe, her outfire.
Really?
Yeah, he was 1
I
HP,
missed
and
that
the outfire
completely.
came out and just kind of destroyed him. And then Shadarian
Oh,
here looking out,
Pocket.
to get it up alive, and he just barely gets taken out.
Yeah. Well, he survived for so long on virtually zero
Yeah.
help.
I mean, Pocket, he could delay his death for at least another minute, hopefully getting your team involved, but
Yeah,
unfortunately
and
his
this-
team wasn't close enough.
This urn is a bait. There's no way they're gonna try and do it.
Yeah. I mean, Lil Troopers, they're just getting their urn control at the moment. VFA Dragons looking for
Oh.
a catch on Vindicta, and they actually do catch him.
And that is
And
a full
also getting-
combo.
Yeah, full combo, and gets an urn in return.
Yeah, she was the grab ult. I don't think we even had a holiday ult there, but yeah, if you do manage to land that Bebop grab, you can pretty much isolate someone completely. Probably
Yeah.
take them for a ride for half the map.
Yeah, the pick gameplay on VFA Dragons is actually very good. Looking at it now, Mo and Bebop, and if you have any Dota players in here, that's literally just Pudge. VFA walk around over here with just a Pudge character in their pocket, and Pocket in their pocket.
Let's see. Ooh, that's a nice catch here. Pocket is doing some damage. Takes Abrams and out, trying to chase Lash. It's a very high-speed chase between those two heroes. He might be able to do it. There was some
Ooh.
bad movement there. He hit the ceiling, lost his momentum, and now we have a pause.
Pause lock. Just as it was getting a little bit exciting right here. But like I was saying earlier, you saw how much damage a fed Pocket can do to an individual player. Stride is actually 16k behind Shadarian.
Yeah, oh, we're seeing that again. Look,
Yeah, we're seeing it
look
again.
at that.
Look, it's
He
only a
just
4k
melted
difference. Yeah. A 4k difference? Abrams is supposed to be one of the most tanky characters in the game, no?
Supposed to be.
Supposed to be.
But not when Pocket has 25% more souls than you, I think.
Yeah.
Infernus is not getting out of that.
Infernus got Infernus ulted. I didn't realize that. Gets hooked
Let's
out by
see.
the Bebop, getting punched in the
That was an
sky.
alley-oop for Holiday, actually, and now she's coming in. Warden getting kind of low. They're chasing him. He's pretty isolated right now. It should be possible, but last stand is coming up. They might be disengaging here. Yep, this fight is over.
It seems like all the fights are actually lasting very short at the moment. I mean, there is still one walker on the map, so they don't really want to commit too hard into team fights and chases. And obviously, chasing isn't really a good strategy or idea right now, since there's so much to lose on the map at the moment. VFA Dragons is 8k behind, and there's a small little engagement here at the middle lane between Bebop and Abrams.
Yeah,
And
and also
Jackass
we need to
coming in.
remember what that as the game progresses. An 8k difference is not impacting the same way. 8k difference in like minute 7 is different than 8k difference in minute 20.
100%.
Like there's bigger items, etc., but right now we're seeing most of the low troops in the mill. Warden trying to defend that side lane there against 2. I think they're actually fighting there. Yeah, they took Warden.
Low troops, yeah. Flaws gets taken out. It looks like VFA Dragons are looking to make something happen here with 1 down on the map.
Yeah, they're trying to fight on the Warden. 7 creating so much space for that. Walker, I meant, not Warden. But they managed to take it down. That was the last Walker. That is an item slot. Yeah, little troops. All in all,
like
they just keep marching forward.
Yeah, little troops, even though they were 1 down, actually, they pushed for that Walker and actually got it. Mainly because, if you're looking at the minimap for VFA Dragons, they had about 2 to 3 heroes all across the map kind of spread out, pushing other lanes. And there are no Walkers in other lanes, but they were pushing it, and they weren't doing much there. Whereas little troops had 5 of their members right on that Walker against VFA's 3 to 4 heroes defending it.
Yeah, it's a very good macro play. Just creating those situations so they can take an objective, and again with that team comp you can kind of brute force objectives even sometimes with that 7 ult, with the lash ult. And you have the range, you have the gun damage.
Yeah, it was huge. I mean, that 7 ult created so much space. No one wants to stand inside a 7 ult, no matter like who you are. And I don't think VFA Dragons has any knockdowns yet. I don't know if 7 has an unstoppable yet. He may or may not at the moment, but you know, that 7 ult just creates so much space for little troops to do anything they want in the world.
Yeah, now that Urn is very likely to turn into a fight.
And especially with G Freak as Lash in the sky right now, looking for a big Lash ult.
Oh, and
he
here
goes
it
down
comes.
For a slam instead.
Yeah.
Oh, there he goes with the Lash ult. He gets
they actually returned the Urn.
Oh, he actually went through, yeah. Actually thought the Lash got it.
Guys, the big cutout.
Guys exploding here, one-shotting here. The 7 ult comes out, making zone out the entire area right now. Everyone's trying to take him down. 7 Infernus actually he popped his ult, trying to take him down in the sky.
Yeah, that was I mean, they got the Urn, but they lost 4 people so far. They only have Mornkrill up and Pocket. They're trying to escape this. They only managed to secure 1 kill on Vindicta. By the way, Vindicta started off strong, but look at 7 right now. Look at Warden, and this might be an early mid boss. Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, definitely looks like mid boss right here. I mean, they do have the Walker up still. They have 3 to 4 down. They may have lost the Urn to VFA Dragons, but I don't know. That Urn actually turned out in favor of little troops in the end.
Yeah. Trading Urn for 4 kills and a Rejuvenator, that's a good deal. No contest on that. Yeah, no contest on the Rejuvenator. Also, some CCs, some magic spells for protection. But yeah, little troops are looking very good right now. I mean, it's still the same souls difference, but it does seem they're just playing the map, playing the game better right now.
Yeah. I mean, even after all of this happened, they do have the rejuve. There's still only VFA Dragons is still only 10k behind. It's not that much different right now at this state of the game, but they do have 3 rejuves on Little Troop's side to work around.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, with a good enough team play, they can definitely come back. But so far, I think almost all team fights in the game went to the side of Little Troops.
Yeah.
But again, as we progress with Geist, his Pocket, even Holiday becomes a huge menace late game.
Yeah.
So if they can hold this off long enough, they will have a fighting chance.
I believe so too. I think in the side of VFA Dragons, if they hold off long enough, if you look at the Pocket and Infernus right now, they're actually absolutely huge compared to most of everybody else on either team actually. Look at that. Mo actually got someone here. They actually go for something aggressive here. Pocket,
yeah, the Affliction goes on 7, and there's an entire fight here inside the building. There's so much going on. I think the health swap went. No, not yet. But Holiday drops so far, and now they're chasing back to the blue base. Infernus falls here. 7 just opens an ult inside the building, and 3 more players of VFA were melted. That's I think base guardians.
It's definitely probably base guardians right now. It's 3 down with 2 rejuves still active, and VFA were the ones aggressing right there too, I believe.
Yeah, they were.
Lil Troops was just kind of farming in their casino, and then VFA just went in, tried to afflict. It was good affliction inside the building, but then everyone was trapped inside that little tiny hole, and they all just kind of went down.
Yeah, I think the affliction only hit 7, and it kind of looked like a bait. Like they had one person inside actually doing Cinder sacrifice, but they were waiting nearby. Well, Patron is just deleted from the game.
The shred from 7, the shred from Vindicta, crazy strong.
Yeah, I'm actually curious what's Vindicta's build here, if we can see that. Oh, we'll see that soon enough. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay. Like sharpshooter.
Debuff build.
Yeah.
You have suppressor, heal bane, Qualifier, all for the debuffs on
yeah,
Pro,
it's like
I believe.
throwing all the stakes and throwing them, and then like having a huge radius for them, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how VFA is gonna come back from this. Actually, 20k behind at this point, losing their base guardians, and just lost the. Actually, no, they're the ones who got the buff, so maybe something can happen.
Well, there's a cheeky attempt for an urn, or at least a distraction.
Yeah, Lil Troops is actually trying to deny the urn, I believe, unless they're cheeky enough to actually go for it themselves. If they are 20k ahead, they had 2 rejuves.
Yeah, but if I did, I wouldn't put it on Lash, though.
Yeah. He might switch it off right now to like Abrams at least.
Yeah. Let's see, they're actually
posturing for a turn-in at the moment for both teams.
Yeah.
VFA setting up for defense. Lil Troops going for offense here. Warden gonna go buy something real quick. He does have a rejuve on him, so he might want to go in first. Stride actually has a rejuve as well. And I would say I want him to go first with the urn, if anything. And he's actually charging head first into this fight right here.
Yeah, Abrams trying to secure it. Sinclair standing there. The urn isn't returned yet. Monkrill ults and drops the urn. 7 opens an ult here. Guys already falls. There's a lot of damage. It's an open space. Holiday also melted down. The only casualty on the side of Little Troop so far is Sinclair. Abrams rejuve has been activated now. They're probably going to go back to put this urn down. No, they're not even bothering. They're just going for the base guardians here. Maybe even getting that last kill on Bebop. No, trying to finish the game.
End for the game right now. 5 dead for 40 seconds. That's a game in there right there.
Yeah, that's a game. Nice chess move there at the end.
Good move by Abrams,
short
charging head first, actually. With his rejuve, he knows exactly how much that rejuve is worth on his body right there. Strad going in first, taking all the abilities onto himself. He just took ult after ult, ability after ability, stun after stun for him to get in.
Yeah. So that was honestly an exciting game. Rooting for my EU boys to maybe take the second game here. But yeah, no, it was a very, very impressive game from the side of Little Troops.
No, definitely a very impressive game. I mean, you can see the high-level gameplay there, the high-level thought process. During the early to mid-game, you saw not too many engagements happen. They were very smart about what fights they would pick. If they pick too many bad fights, obviously they'll lose too many objectives. So we saw them take advantage of whatever they had, lead or whatever lead they had, right? And with VFA, even though they played from behind, they were behind. They didn't play like they were behind. So they're trying to keep it up the whole time.
Yeah, for sure. And we see the stats now. Vindicta and Warden. On one hand, but look at 7's objective damage, player damage. Like I think this is a very well built team comp here. On the side of Troops.
Super high value. We saw how much impact that Vindicta had in the early game with all those snipe kills, getting her early game lead to push into making space in the mid game for that 7 to farm the map. With that 36k soul right there lead.
Yeah, but even so, you're right, Tradarian on pocket managed to actually finish out the game with pretty impressive stats considering the soul deficit that the entire team was in. But yeah, you know, for the second game, this is something we mentioned and I'm not saying this is a cope, but if we mention the ping difference, it is a European team. I would actually not pick something like a Holiday or like any M1 hero.
Yeah.
If
Maybe
I'm playing on
Skillshot
100 plus
hero.
ping. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
This
they did
might be
have
something to
Infernus,
consider.
but with Ricochet, I don't think you have to aim too much. You just hit anything and it'll hit everything, right? But Pocket is even a timing character too. You gotta dodge abilities with your satchel. So I don't know how much ping they're playing on. It has to be at least 100 ping. But you know, regardless of ping, I think they did play very, very well. With all
Yeah,
things
it
included.
was a solid game, but they need to change something up here. Either change to a more balanced comp that's not so reliant on dominating the early game, or on a specific combo. Honestly, if we're looking at it. But yeah, it was again very, very good game from the side of Little Troops. They didn't leave a lot of windows of opportunity to do anything to stop them.
No, 100%. Yeah, and looking at it now, I think their draft was a little bit more well-rounded. They got that early game. I think we're saying during the draft that VFA Dragons, they had a much better laning phase / early game, but it didn't turn out that way with how the game played out.
Yep. Yeah, and I think we might have items soon. I'm not sure. But yeah, I don't have a lot more meta analysis on this game. Like, it was relatively one-sided. Not sure why Vindicta kind of fell off mid-late game. Not that it mattered that much, but
yeah. Oh, I mean, in my eyes, for Vindicta, I mean, she did her job. You know, you want to get the snipes early. You want to get that lead early. You want to be a dominant force during early to mid game, and then they want their end game goal was probably to get 7 as big as possible. To get 7 as big as possible, you want to keep running it down with whoever has the biggest lead from the laning phase to create that space, create that area that 7 can farm and actually take advantage of what they have.
Yeah, for sure. Do you have any predictions for the next game?
Predictions for the next game. I mean, from what I've seen from VFA Dragons, they are really skilled. So I think their picks are going to be a little bit more well-rounded in the team fighting area. Just because, like, you know, they are a ping behind, you know, maybe 100 ping behind. And I think if they have like that big 7 ult, just like Little Troopers did, big 7 ult, big Warden ult, big whatever, all they need to do is press 4. And you don't need ping for 4, right? So that's what I'm hoping for. And maybe we will see just 2 big deathball teams running at each other for some exciting deadlock today.
Yeah, for sure. So it looks like we'll have the second game, the next game, ready very soon. So we'll jump to a quick highlight reel from this game, and we'll be back with the second game. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. Fun game one between Lil Troops and VFA Dragons, although Lil Troops never really seems to lose control of that game. We saw some kill streaks from Vindicta, and we also saw a lot of feeding out of Bebop, which maybe that's just a ping issue, maybe that's just a lane diff, or maybe the Bebop nerfs really hurt that bad.
Yeah, I mean that Bebop Holiday lane losing that hard early game is definitely a bit of a surprise to me, at least. But I mean, when you're going against, as you put it in our little chat beforehand, you're going against the lane god that is Vindicta. I mean, anything can happen.
Yeah. We talked very briefly about how they would have to execute that pick composition like very strong and kind of get things moving very quickly and kind of win the game essentially before 15 minutes, and it went the opposite direction. It was never really in doubt, and I think we are ready to go into the next draft. So let's not waste any time. These teams are ready to get through some of these games. We have a ton of things to get through today. This is the second round of our Swiss groups here. There is going to be another game after this match, and then we also have games tomorrow as well. On two fronts, we have our Death Slam Invitational, and now we have the Death Slam LAN in Toronto, which has been taken over by the Death Slams events team. Shout out to all the work that's been done in the background. So if you guys like watching Deadlock, there is a ton to watch in the next 48 hours. It's kind of mind-numbing how much there is going to be going on. So stay tuned, make sure to all follow the appropriate channels, and why don't you lead us in with these couple of bands that we've seen already?
Yeah, I mean, definitely gonna be an exciting time to be a Deadlock fan here with the LAN and the Invitational happening at the moment. Even if a bit spur of the moment that LAN did arise, but looking for this day of the DSI quals, Little Troops and VFA Dragons electing for the exact same draft open as last time. Both sides picking the same side as they were. VFA Dragons, the losers, deciding to go for the Sapphire side, and a mirrored start of the draft.
Yep, Mirage out, Yamato out, and Little Troops takes Vindicta early. Again, we talked about how these higher ranked teams are probably going to look at Vindicta as maybe the number one pick outside of bans. I'm surprised that we haven't seen her banned, but maybe you look at Mirage and Yamato and you say based off of the last patch that those just are two unacceptable characters. VFA finally answer with a little bit more of an easy to execute teamfight character in Warden, so we're glad to see that they're starting to make an adjustment. And Kelvin as well, moving that prio up. Remember, it got banned in second phase last time, so already securing strong frontline, strong team fight, and definitely a different look from game one.
Yeah, VFA Dragons completely scrapping their game one game plan and electing to go for a lot of this team fighting, this no aim, just click the buttons and win the game type of characters right now, which is a good adaptation from them, considering that they are on a higher ping than the other team.
And they made good use of, well, I mean, the Bebop had a bit of a struggle, but you saw them hitting pretty decent hooks, and you saw them playing around those options fairly well. I won't be surprised if I see them go for the Holiday again. It's just the the order in which you pick is pretty important. Little Troops electing to grab Abrams again. I wonder, what was the other bully? They had Warden in their first three last time, so I wonder what they're going to opt for now.
I wouldn't be surprised to see some sort of pick character or something come out here for those troops, considering I know a lot of people have been talking about pick characters being kind of back in this latest patch, but that might be waffling off my ass.
Yeah, it's okay. We have a little bit of time to fill as they decide their last picks. Little Troops is picking next, and then VFA before the next set of bans. I do wonder, North American is kind of keen to use Haze kind of in this off-pick role. It's not a displacer pick character. It's more of a soloing out, and with the state of your side lanes being very kind of 1v1 focused, a character like that can really thrive in either being the initiator of the 1v1 or being the second guy in. But Shiv picked up by Little Troops, so got two very strong frontliners again. Shiv and Warden kind of play nearly similar roles where they're always kind of walking in front of their team looking to finish off fights along those lines. So I wonder what VFA Dragons have in store. 7 is available if you're looking to shred through some of these tanks. As well, Vindicta, remember, is a shredder on her side, so you don't want to opt to give Will Troops an extra shredder again that they had in the first game.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of shred so far in this game, as you did point out here, and a lot of characters that work well with this shred, with the Abrams and Shift. Definitely a very tanky front line in terms of the troops, but the pocket pick coming out here from VFA Dragons, trying to disrupt this Abrams and Shift front line healing a lot, and I do kind of like that a lot here, personally.
Yeah, we saw the Pocket Pilot did fairly well, and I believe it's considered a pretty decent counter against Kelvin. And so you have the Kelvin already, so now you've got your Pocket too. So now what's Lil Troop's answer for, you know, a 2-3 man affliction? It's going to be limited. They're probably going to ban out maybe Viscous again, unless they're not going for the pick comp that they were previously. Maybe they'll leave it in the pool and not have to worry about it too much. Both teams going to be thinking about what their drafts need going through this ban phase here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely an interesting draft so far here. We're waiting a little bit for these bans to come in, but we are getting the information from our producers that Shift, and it has already been changed to a holiday here. It was a bit of a error with the information, and yeah, it should be fixed now.
Okay, interesting. So now, Holiday Online, you might look at VFA Dragons who get first pick out of bans thinking about that Viscous, so they ban out Sinclair instead. Trying to think of what other save supports might be available, but they already have the Kelvin. I don't think they would even opt for Viscous at that point. You'd be running yourself away from too much damage. Furnace available. Yeah. We've seen it highly contested. Geist as well has been kind of picked in every game that I think I've seen today. So I'm not sure that it's had tremendous impact, but it's also a pretty reliable character. Very difficult to kill. Maybe it's just a good kind of side lane staller, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the Sinclair ban here, at least personally from VFA Dragons. Definitely a bit of a problem character for them last time with how they like to play that game, but the Geist ban here also pretty interesting from the troops. I think just trying to limit the amount of good frontliners you can put with this Kelvin, considering the Yamato and the Abrams and the Geist already out now. But VFA Dragons deciding to go for a Paradox now. I mean, I was talking a little bit about pick characters being back, but I don't think I've seen a Paradox in quite a while here. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to use that throughout this game.
For whatever reason, before the draft opened up, I was almost about to ask you about your thoughts on Paradox in the latest meta, because there's been some murmurings that there's some builds that are pretty playable.
I think it's kind of back.
I was just sort of thinking around, like looking at the pick rosters, like Bebop's kind of fallen off. Holiday's pretty good still. And then it's like, is Paradox back? Like, is it good enough? And VFA Dragons opt to think that it is.
Yeah, I mean, Paradox did get a 10% gun. I think it was gun growth. I might be wrong about this. Definitely got like a 10% buff or something with this gun. This latest patch.
Bullet damage scaling increased by 10%.
Bullet damage scaling, yeah. There was at least something about that. And I think Paradox with that, with the just general damage output that the Paradox can output, might actually be kind of back now. Very consistent character at least. And the 7 on the other side for the little troops here, also a very consistent character, some might say.
VFA Dragons definitely have better team fight this time around, which I really appreciate, and I think our casters were talking about wanting to see that out of game 2 as well, because they put up a really good fight. It's just let's be honest, they kind of got comp diffed. At the end of the day, they were really heavily comp diffed, and I think now they're kind of securing those issues. Little troops grabbing Viscous, we talked about that through the bans phase. After the Paradox comes out, you kind of look around at how am I going to save these players who get swapped, and there's your answer.
Yeah, Viscous a really good pick here for little troops. Also against the Kelvin Warden combos and stuff. That ball really being very disruptive to Warden, and one of the key ways to really stop him by just constantly stunning him.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not too scared of winding up in Kelvin Dome as Viscous. You also protect yourself a little bit from a Viscous counter pick against your own Holiday, so it's a nice pickup for them. Wraith coming out in the last phase here. I think VFA have one more pick, and then it goes back to little troops. So this is going to be the first time that we see Wraith as like the primary backline carry character. We've seen a lot of other options. Earlier in the day, we saw some Wraith, but now we're going to see it at the what you might call the highest of available levels that we can watch. So it's going to be interesting. I think there are some really good Wraith builds out there, and she's definitely an unbelievable side laner. So she is going to cook. Mo and Krill rounds out the lineup.
Yeah.
Now you kind of look at it like you've got a really strong team fight, you've got really good AoE control, and now you've got a swap and a lockdown. So really like what VFA Dragons have done with this draft.
Yeah, and what a prediction here coming out from the little troops here, picking this Viscous early, kind of expecting this Moan, Krill, and Wraith almost to come out. Viscous being one of the primary ways to counter both those characters. So I don't know if I would have gone for this type of these types of picks on VFA Dragon's side, but perhaps just trying to switch things up here with the Wraith over the Infernus as they did game 1, and the little troops now taking that Infernus as their own.
There is an interesting play where Wraith is pretty happy to build Capacitor, and I do believe Capacitor removes the cube. So I'm going to be looking at that kind of item timing and seeing if it has a huge impact on how this Viscous save against all this pickoffs wind up. I think that's going to be really interesting to watch going forward. Little troops rounding off with Infernus. Really smart pick, and to get that at 6, considering that a lot of your damage is Wraith is like, half spirit. Paradox has got a ton of spirit. Pocket, of course, is nearly all spirit. Warden, Kelvin, you name it. You get Ricochet online, debuffing all your spirit damage. Incredible value getting Viscous, getting Infernus there as your 6th pick for little troops.
Yeah, I mean, Infernus is a really good pick here for the side of little troops, giving a lot of that mixed both gun and spirit damage here. But you can say the same thing for the side of VFA Dragons, though. I think they're going to be a bit hampered on their gun damage in general, because I think a lot of the recent Wraith builds have been building around these cards, and a lot of spirit damage being done with those. I believe, at least when I've been playing Wraith and stuff, I think we're at the point where I go Spirit Lifesteal over Bullet Lifesteal on Wraith, which seems bonkers, but that's just how this character's being played nowadays.
Dare I bring it up again? Will we see a gun Kelvin?
Oof. I would assume maybe that a gun warden or something come out here for VFA Dragons, or perhaps a bit more of a carbine, gun damage paradox to offset some of this full spirit damage. But yeah, I mean, gun Kelvin could definitely be the fun option if they're just wanting to to try to do something funny.
Hear me out. Glock
Gun
it.
Krill?
We'll see the first Glock it in high level play. It could happen, boys and girls.
Go on, give me some Gun Krill. That build definitely works. Trust.
Anyways,
Yeah,
I think both of these teams wind up with pretty nice drafts, honestly. I don't look at any of these lineups and think that I wouldn't want to have either of them on my team. You might favor little troops just a little bit because they've got so much shred online, but that being said, there's a ton of really disruptive control with the Silence Wall on Paradox and the Kelvin Dome, so it's gonna be a pretty fun game too, I think.
I think if you swap the Viscous from Little Troops to any other character, I would favor VFA Dragons here. But that Viscous is single-handedly gonna make or break Little Troops' game, I think. It's definitely a big counter to at least 5 of the characters on VFA Dragons, and definitely gonna be the deciding factor for them. However, the Holiday and the Vindicta, these pick characters definitely being very impactful too. So wouldn't count those out either.
Yep, it's going to be fun to watch Viscous kind of dictate how the pace of the game goes. And like I said, seeing when Wraith actually winds up building the Capacitor, obviously it's a huge buy at tier 4, but perhaps it's just one of those things where you have to adapt to the game in front of you. Maybe it'll hamper Wraith too much. It's a good item, but I don't know that it's the best item to get early, so we'll see how that is. It looks like the teams are just about ready. We might have our lobby. But any final thoughts on this best of 3 right now as we head into game 2?
Yeah, I mean, I will say you talked about the capacitor here on the Wraith, but I think there's a lot of really good targets for it. Both if the 7 goes for a bit of that carry build, capacitor can remove that power surge from him and make him basically worthless if he doesn't build more into gun items on that type of build, and as well as the Viscous Cube, of course, as we all know. Definitely could be a good option here, but overall I like both drafts here. Definitely playing to their strengths, and yeah, okay.
All right, well, that being said, let's go ahead and hand this off to our casters for game 2. Enjoy Little Troops and VFA Dragons.
Thank you very much, Mox and Tempu. And yeah, we have a second game on our hands.
Where indeed is Viper and Talon, though? Someone
It's a
said in the
great
chat.
question. I love seeing Viper. But yeah, no Viper today yet. It's very disappointing.
I think Viper did definitely move up in the ranks of M1 characters. Me personally, I hate seeing Viper. I think I'm allergic to Vipers. I just don't want to see him ever again. But it is a very strong character that we personally aren't seeing.
I love, for me, Viper's peak gameplay. I mean, the sliding, the everything. I mean, I grew up on Unreal Tournament and Quake, and later on Apex Legends and whatever. Like that's just perfect. Like all that playing with momentum.
We can never see eye to eye, huh?
No, not likely. Well, let's see. Maybe VFA can do something here for my Bruzigo. Not their Bruzigo. They're a great team. They're better players than I will ever be. But come on, let's do something for EU here.
Yeah, how do we feel about the draft here in the lane situations? I think VFA picked up a lot of the same characters as the last draft. I don't know if this is correct, but Shadarian is not on Pocket. He's actually on Warden, but that may have switched around. We'll see. Strides on Abrams again, and we see in a Furnace.
Yeah, that's possible. I think this draft is better. First of all, they ditched the Bebop. We have not seen a single Bebop being played successfully today, which is what I'm going to go with since the last patch. Yeah, so it's a bit more of a well-rounded comp, but still, I think Little Troops having that Viscous, still having that 7, like in fairness, Vindicta, that's going to be an uphill battle for sure.
Definitely. We're taking a look at Abrams here, putting a ton of pressure on Wraith, actually. Wraith not being one of the strongest laners in the game at the moment, and neither is Abrams, but Abrams does have a little bit more firepower in lane than Wraith does at the moment.
Yeah. There's they know it worked the last game. They're just trying to recreate it here. Wraith is super low already, and if they manage to get that advantage, get that ult first, like Vindicta snipe could really set the stage for the rest of the game, like the last one.
Yeah, and we're seeing Vindicta actually take over again in this lane, bringing that Mo down to less than half HP with just a Crow and a couple shots actually. So I don't know. I think I'm starting to see kind of a rhythm here. Matt on Vindicta taking over the laning phase, creating a good lead in the early game right now.
Yep. It's right now. Wait, is there a lead right now? Not yet, I think. But
I know. Yeah, he's trying. He's trying to get that.
Yeah, but there were some good plays, and we saw Abrams playing very aggressively, making some punches inside the enemy guardian, and we have our first blood here. Pocket went down. I think 7 got the kill.
7 did get the kill on actually, and that is Shadarian on Pocket actually, our Pocket goat from the last game. The names should look like they are switched.
Yep. Yeah, that happens. Again, this actually happens because players load out into the game in a different order than the lobby, so it takes a moment for production to update it.
Yeah, give him a chance.
But
But
until
I mean,
we have
far,
some proper deadlock, like until we have, and probably maybe later the year we'll have a proper deadlock API and that will be automated. So they're doing their best.
Yeah. I mean, I certainly became a fan of Shadarian from last game. I just saw how well he played, bringing that VFA Dragons, keeping the VFA Dragons in the game against the Little Troops. But it looks like right now Little Troops is slowly getting that lead up to 1K, 16K up.
Look at that line of sighting, just completely avoiding Kelvin's attacks here. Kelvin and the Warden just sitting in lane. Wait, was it Warden? Yeah, very low.
Yeah, taking advantage of that right-hand peek in lane. at all times almost is ideal or really vital to keep your HP up and keep a good good lane phase up. And it looks like the little troops is trying to push for this Guardian here, putting as much damage as they can. They do take Warden and Dexter on Mo down to less than half HP, pushing up to the Guardian, getting them off, and now they're looking back at the shop.
Oh, nice snipe here.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's an EU player on Paradox right now. with
Actually, yeah. Good point.
At least 100 ping with a carbine.
That's impressive.
That is
No
that's
doubt about it.
impressive. Yeah.
Even though I will admit 7 wasn't super moving at
Yeah,
that
exactly.
moment, but
But
wasn't the hardest shot. but we'll give him that. We'll give him
But
that.
they picked the Paradox in a game where they knew that it had like 100 ping. So
Yeah. Oh. We'll see if it works out. But for now, Vindicta is already ahead. I mean, yeah, Little Troops already started that potential snowball. 4K
the lead slowly pushing into the Little Troops' favor at 4K. It was just 1K earlier. Now it's 4K, and it's slowly separating themselves right now. We'll have to see how VFA actually responds to this. And it looks like they're actually going for something here at the middle lane right here. Affliction coming out for Shadarian, getting I think 2 people right now, getting 1 HP. 7 pops his Stormcloud right now, trying to stop the momentum coming in from Paradox. Paradox barely getting away with his life right here, and Shadarian coming in the pocket,
very
actually
good shot.
taking out the 7 as well. And they actually do indeed win that blue lane skirmish, taking out the blue Guardian as we speak right now. And
Yeah, that was
catching up the lead.
yeah, it was a nice clutch from Paradox there, managing to line of sight the ult and then coming back with that stun to secure the kill, along with Pocket there. But Pocket might not be escaping. Holidays trying to hunt him down, and wow, just Goomba stomped.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of lost Pocket for a second.
Yeah. Woof. Nice transition. That was a
Another
music clip cut.
snipe. Yeah. Matt pushing his advantage with that snipe, getting it on Mo and Krill. Whatever
getting-
small lead Little Troops has, they're trying to hold on to it as much as possible.
And Vindicta already with 6k souls, which is kind of crazy. Everyone's surviving for now after that Moinquill ult. Vindicta trying to
Oh, the double
protect
tether
him
onto
somehow?
Wraith and Mo, saving the Abrams' life, actually.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. But yeah, they're a bit afraid of Vindicta. Her damage right now compared to everyone's stats, levels, etc. is pretty high.
Yeah, we're seeing a very similar story to the last match, actually, or last game. We see Vindicta kind of dominating this early mid-game laning phase, getting snipes left and right. Pocket actually holding on to the highest farm on his team. Actually, that highest farm also goes to Paradox.
Yeah, and Fairness just running along with Warden, burning him down, but now he's stuck fighting against 2. The parry doesn't work, and they manage to trade that one. This is
Oh,
kind of
Matt coming in with another snipe onto Wraith, scoped in, locked in.
yeah. They're gonna try and get Moin Krill now. I think that might be a possibility. She
It
has
might be
one
another
full
snipe
charge.
right
She's
here.
waiting
Shoots
for
in
it.
the shoulder.
And just mowed him down completely. Vindicta is just a monster.
With the teabag too. Did anybody see that?
Well, I
bro?
mean, at this point, yeah. At this point, oh, we do have a team in the tournament that's called, I think, the Boston Tea Party. Just saying.
Oh. Are they gonna do what they
I'll
can do?
take that. And maybe that's what they meant. But yeah, that's a very, very dominant start from Little Troops here. Mod
Yeah.
on Vindicta. I'm actually kind of surprised it didn't ban the Vindicta after last game. Like, it's the perfect way to start a game. Just all those, like, snipes, getting the bonus
Yeah.
souls.
Yeah, I'm
getting
surprised too.
ahead.
They didn't take out the 2, or like the most prominent member, or the most prominent actually force right now with the Vindicta early game. Like so far for these past 2 games, Vindicta has been a huge force in this laning phase.
Yes, they are probably taking this Guardian right now. Abrams is trying to make something happen out of it. Morgan Krill is getting some damage here. Rave trying to teleport out, but not making it in time.
VFA Dragons actually lose 2 members for a Guardian. I don't know if that's the best trade, but it is a trade at the least for little troops. They didn't want to lose Guardian, but taking 2 members off of VFA Dragons, not the worst either.
Always a classic.
Yeah, but we're almost at a 10-minute mark, and there's what is this, like a
We got
7K
7?
difference?
Yeah.
That's no bueno for VFA Dragons.
No. All right, we're looking back at Shadarian Pocket at 10K. He finally hit the double digits. Maybe he can bring them back into this game.
We're just this is Groundhog match. We're
Groundhog
just watching
Day,
the same match over and over again. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he wins 1v1s right now. In this stage game at 10K, if he fights anybody 1v1, he wins right there. But right now, they're actually coming to a skirmish. About 3v3 right here. Pocket actually goes down. And we have the Viscous rolling out, crushing everything in his path at the moment.
Yeah, and
actually running
Vindicta.
over for the urn. And Last Stand getting popped by Warden here, looking for anything he can, putting up some damage. They actually get flaws on 7 down for the trade. So 1 for 1.
Yeah. 1 for 1 for now, so the difference stays roughly the same. Who got the kill on 7 though?
Oh, I don't know. I actually didn't look. I was too busy looking at this Vindicta, just
Yeah, same.
running around with her with her no shoes, just with the urn.
Yeah,
Snuck
no,
snuck a little.
no shoes, no urn, but you still get service.
Yeah, exactly.
Tragic.
It's just running like little gremlin over there.
Yeah, 7 gets queued. A nice stun goes over Paradox. Paradox is very, very low right now here. Trying to run away to that rooftop, but Flaws finishes the job. Urn return. And yeah, that's another win for Little Troops in this game. We increased their lead by another K or 2. Now it's 10K. And they're also focusing right now, there's kind of a Walker trade going on.
There is indeed. It looks like both sides actually might get a Walker here, depending on how well either team defends on this. VFA Dragons actually has, I can't really tell there. I think Kelvin is on the Walker. He does have Dome to protect it if he needs to. But Matt here with the little troops trying to snipe anybody out. Actually, Shadarian actually gets a Walker over there. So VFA Dragons actually do come out with a Walker here for sure at the moment. And they're looking to defend. Does Calvin actually dome this? He does not. I think he's letting it go. Yep, they do let it go actually.
Yeah. So
Unfortunate. I think if Calvin domes there, they kind of delayed it for a little bit. Maybe they had transferred one person over, but I think he probably thought that Walker's going down no matter what, even with dome or without dome.
yeah, for sure. And we're seeing Warden here. They're not leaving any part of the map uncleared right now. Just trying to get as many souls as possible. We're past the 10K point.
Yeah, and
This is looking very one-sided. I'm
this
trying to
lead is
think.
just getting further and further.
Yeah, but I do think with the Warden pocket combo that they didn't have earlier, that actually, if they position a team fight properly, they can definitely take it. If it's inside some corridor, building, the underground, that'd be a perfect environment for that team comp.
Right.
It also shuts down Vindicta 7 to a very large degree, so
Yeah, how I'm
they'll probably
visualizing
try
these
to do that.
Yeah, how I'm visualizing this for VFA to Dragons actually come back and win these fights is if they actually have a knockdown or two early at this point to get that 7 and Vindicta out of the sky, because VFA Dragons has that damage in pocket in Warden
No,
to actually win team fights.
Yeah, no, knockdown is I think it's a must at this point.
Yeah, Neil actually taking out Wraith right there in the skirmish on the left hand side for that last Guardian for VFA Dragons.
Yeah, but they're
Little
just
troops
so
looking for something there.
efficient in how they're playing. Like I keep looking at the just sheer soul difference. Even while they're fighting, there's split pushes, there's everything. But now we see that nice actually jump from Viscous,
huge
helping
affliction
7
from
run away,
Shadarian,
run back.
actually.
But now Warden is running in towards her backline. They're trying to find 7 and isolate him, and Paradox gets the kill. Vindicta gets caught out as well. Shadarian takes both of these kills, and that was a very good setup for VFA Dragons here.
Yeah, not a bad skirmish at all. They actually take out 3 people, and they keep that Guardian up and running too. So that lead is actually getting a little bit closer. We're hoping so, but VFA Dragons, they're not out yet.
Yeah, no, they're definitely not out. But again, this is an uphill battle. This is not an easy matchup.
It is not an easy matchup whatsoever, but they are pulling it off. You know, I would say that the one thing about EU teams, you guys have patience.
No. No.
I watch a lot of replays of top pocket players slash top NA and EU pocket players, and I always see pocket players just NA just runs it down, and EU is a little more patient in my eyes.
Nobody is tilting when you can't understand the language they're swearing in.
And we
have
get
a
that guardian out
down
of the way.
By the way, when I said you, I mean also me. It's like, well, there's like 50 languages here. You don't know if the guy is saying take urn or tilting off the face of the earth. You have no idea.
You just hear blah.
No, that is actually pretty clear.
Well, definitely. You know what? VFA Dragons actually held on to that guardian for a long time, even though they've been down over 10k. That guardian just finally went down, so they're doing something good with the macro here.
Yeah,
Here, I'm actually looking at towards the urn on the right hand side. They do get the walker on either side. Both sides.
And they
trade for
might
a
get
walker.
the third walker. They might take the third walker as well right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, good general strategy. They do lose Dexter here, Mo and Krill, but I think they're gonna force this walker even at the cost of losing a member of two of the team.
On the escape right now too, they're actually little troops is coming up from behind too, taking out anyone she's trying to escape. Vindicta actually trying to snipe out the Wraith right now.
I think didn't she miss?
Yeah, she actually did miss, I think. Or she
and Warden trying to make something happen here. If they take the Kelvin, that actually might be a mid boss. Yes.
Oh, they're going for mid boss right now. Yeah. No Kelvin ults. They do have a Pocket Affliction. And VFA Dragons, they're actually not positioned for this. They're actually all over the map. A little too far away. They're actually going for the urn. The mid boss did roar. There's no way they can make it in time, so they're gonna look for something else instead. Calvin's actually pushing out for the right hand side, looking for a guardian maybe.
Yeah, and they also have a comeback urn.
Yeah, you could have comeback urn, looking for guardians. There's no way they're contesting the mid boss, so they're looking for value. Wherever the value is, they're gonna look for that right now.
Yeah, little troops are really making it seem like nothing is for free. You take some objectives, we're gonna take mid boss, some kills on mid boss. You're taking the urn, we're gonna take even more objectives. Honestly, like they aren't necessarily pushing for a fight, but they keep positioning themselves to win a fight if it happens. And we have this ult going on Abrams, stun going on Warden. Nice cube here from Viscous to protect Abrams.
Troop is looking towards forcing a fight here on the urn. No comeback urn is for free here at the moment.
Yep, doesn't look like it. They have too much control over this space to allow anyone.
Little troops actually, they have 2 members not in the fight at the moment, so it's a 4v6. But then they do have 3 rejuves, and Holiday is close enough to come into the fight whenever he needs to be.
And Vindicta could potentially find angles to start sniping.
Yeah, she's already there. She's coming. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Monkrill might be actually attempting this. Let's see. We're not there.
Oh, he get punched off.
All the stuns are going out right now. He's going away, but yeah, that urn is not being returned right now.
Oh,
this fight is going on.
He got sniped by the Vindicta in the ground.
Yeah. The snipe and the urn was taken by little troops, by the way. Now Viscous went in. There's a Kelvin ult. Inferno stuns them both under the Guardians, but they're not working under that bubble. Last 10 goes out right now, and they're trying to run down the Infernus here, but I'm not sure they can actually do it. He also has the rejuve, and Warden just drops. Holiday drops from the sky and completely deletes him. And holding it for Vindicta.
Oh no, does not look good for VFA Dragons right now. Everyone's getting taken out one by one, getting kidnapped left and right, and getting taken out, one-shotted, whatever they need to do. But VFA Dragons, they still have a walker up.
Still have a walker up. That is that's true, but probably not for long.
No,
I think little troops just noticed that they have a slot still missing.
This is one of the flaws of Urn. A team with enough of a lead can just take it. Rough indeed.
Yeah, Marker trying to initiate a situation here right now, but that Viscous rescue beam, everything is very hard to deal with. Like,
yeah, I can see why Viscous was banned out the first game now.
Yeah,
Like the
Like it-
the amount of utility he has to push around, make space around the mount, save your teammates, everything like that is huge so far, and we're seeing it firsthand.
Yeah, Viscous and McGinnis right now are the ultimate supports in the
Yeah.
game.
Yeah. I think people underestimate how much a support can do for your team.
Yep, but like VFA Dragons do have a lot of utility on their end, but it's
Yeah.
just
I
too
think
behind right now.
Kelvin is one of the best supports as well, too. I love a good Kelvin.
Kelvin
A
for
good
sure,
Kelvin
yeah,
could
yeah.
really change the game.
Yeah. Maybe it's not a coincidence they put the Vindicta on that same lane to try and shut
Right.
down the Kelvin.
You had to
'Cause-
shut down a support with a support.
Yeah. Honestly, at the end, like as much as we can talk meta game, it's also a shooter. It's also about aiming, movement, positioning, etc. And I think the comps in themselves, for equally matched teams are relatively even, but little troops are just outplaying them.
Yeah. I mean, we're seeing that dominant Vindicta right now. Compared to the last game, she's actually staying dominant with the 26k. She's actually the biggest in the room right now. And it looks like they're actually getting to a skirmish right now. The Kelvin Dome actually comes out. Mo is looking for an urn because they need that urn to, and oh, he gets rescue beamed away into safety. But Little Troops is actually looking to chase here. Takes out the Mo and Krill. Looks for any more kills right now. They're actually running over VFA Dragons at the moment. Affliction comes out the pocket. Jadarian gets 2 people involved in there. And Matt goes to the skies, takes a snipe out. He takes
my
out
God.
the Warden as well.
Another one.
That's just
They
Scary.
3 get taken out like that, yeah.
yeah. If I see the laser pointer from Vindicta in this game, I'm shitting my pants at this point.
Yeah, dude, imagine that Moan Krill. He's trying to grab the urn, right? And all you see running at you is a team and then a viscous ball straight down
Yep.
your line side, straight towards you. And then you have a Vindicta in the sky. There's nowhere to run.
It's all
There's
the
nowhere
Indiana
to run.
Jones movies combined.
Yeah, exactly. You have the sniper and you have the ball.
Yep. And right if you look at it, like with Modern Krill and another urn, by the way, Modern Krill is half the souls Vindicta has.
Yeah, that's one snipe takes out the. I think he just one shot him. To be honest.
Well, I think they were preemptively. The Infernus ult went there preemptively. They were counting on I don't know how to pronounce his name, but Holiday to actually catch someone, but
G-Freak,
that didn't
yeah.
happen. G-Freak, yeah. Well, it's okay. They can afford to waste an ult now, even though again it's not over. VFA Dragons,
That was just an
There's
aura move.
yeah, for sure.
Neil's just like, if you leave, I'm ulting you. Get out.
Yeah, it's like a failed alley oop.
And what are we looking at here? Oh, VFA Dragons looking here for a gank here. They actually get someone here.
Yep, they're
I can't
catching.
even.
I can't see
Oh,
who it is.
that's Neil. Neil on that Infernus.
Yeah,
I guess that aura move was actually minus 100 aura.
yeah.
Didn't have an ult there to pop. If he had an ult there to pop, he would have saved himself from a Mo ult. He probably would have died, but still.
I'm not so sure
yeah,
about
we
it,
don't know.
honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I mean, so it's a small win, but yeah, they'll have to win consecutive team fights, get some urns if they want to go back to this game.
5k difference? That's huge.
Yeah, like
That's huge.
just the ability power, like the souls difference on its like by itself without the items is huge. With the scaling, with the points and abilities,
Yeah.
that's very big.
I
And
don't
we have
think-
some skirmish here. Oh
Right.
no, they disengaged.
I don't think Little Troops knocked down the patron of VFA Dragons yet, have they?
No, I
don't
think so.
So they're still kind of in it. I mean, definitely they start in it, but they still have a good chance because that patron drop might taking off like 20 seconds off your respawn timer. They still have a couple more fights left in them right now.
Yeah,
Mid boss just came up.
Charging time.
VFA Dragons positioning themselves on the left hand side of the map, trying to get a big team fight going on. They have 6 members on the left hand side, whereas Little Troops only has about 3. They actually disengage. Little Troops leaves that entire left hand side to VFA Dragons. They don't want to skirmish right now.
yeah, but Holiday and Vindicta actually might get caught off, or I'm not sure
Something's-
here.
Yeah.
No,
Little
they
Troops
have
plays
enough
back.
members there for now.
Yeah. Holiday here, just looking for any little farm he can get. Boxes right now is the safest thing you could possibly do while still getting fed. Just try to just like
Abrams.
hide behind a little railing. The game is quiet right now. No one wants to
Yeah,
engage.
it looks like little troops are trying to push one lane and then put ambushes in the rotation. So to catch someone off right now, Holiday trying to catch, misses the ult again. So that will not be this one, but
Oh, catches Pocket.
yeah,
Lot of
Kelvin
damage on
does go
Pocket.
down. Pocket got some damage there. This might be an opportunity.
Yeah, VFA Dragon's actually down 1, but getting that base down is really tough without the
mid
mid
boss.
boss. So yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah, they can either take the mid boss or force the fight. Like I don't think VFA Dragons can even contest it at this point. It's going down
Yeah.
super quickly. Pocket might be trying to get a shard and just
Looks like they're
escape.
setting up for steal something. Maybe make something happen here. Pocket actually runs into
Yeah.
someone's. Yeah, they could only not steal anything at all.
Oof. And the 7 ult goes off. Abrams actually drops him. He didn't have a reju, but we obviously see 2 members of VFA Dragons following this fight. Kelvin is almost alive again. Pocket
I think Pocket
is
actually
down
got a
as
section
well.
of 4 people, but he gets down and no one is
Yeah.
gonna clean up that.
They got 4 kills for 3 rejuves and a kill of their own. Oh, that's another one.
But
That
I will.
that was dirty.
Yeah. I will say, I respect them for going for that, because if they get an uncontested rejuve mid boss, I think it was game over. So they had to go for that. They had to go for
Yeah.
a chance right there. They're 40k behind. If they don't get the mid boss right now, it was over. So now it's actually over. But
Yeah,
I
it's their
respect them for
last
going.
chance that they have nothing to lose. Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I don't think there's much to do about this. Little troops will probably try to finish the game. They have those 4 rejuves. It's the second mid boss, so they have very little risk in trying to brute force it all the way
Even
to
this
the end.
respawn timer after they get the mid of the patron down, I don't think there's a chance. It's 50k is a lot of souls. 50k with 4 rejuves. That's a dominating force that you cannot stop with just a Kelvin Dome or anything else. They have no other ults,
Yeah.
actually.
The only thing that might be a problem is they still don't have the 7 ult up again, but I think they're just going for it, trying to
No,
stun
that's a game
CC
over
everyone
right
there
there.
in the
There's no
pit.
way.
Yeah.
It does
Well-
delay with the dome.
Yeah, well, I think they're just delaying the inevitable here. Kelvin goes down, Pocket goes down, Montreal go down, and yeah, that's the end of the game. Quick
That's the series.
2-0.
Little troops. Yeah.
Wow. Impressive performance here. Little Troops just... I didn't leave VFA Dragons a lot of chance. Any
Yeah,
chance.
a
possibly of
dominating
winning
force
this.
by Little Troops. I'm not gonna lie, they dominated with the first game with Vindicta both times actually in lane, and then I'm not gonna lie, I'll give it to Shadarian on that Pocket. He kept up VFA up for both games in a row, but they just could not make it out in the end.
Yeah, this was just outplayed, outdrafted. At least in the first game, I think they were outdrafted. The second game, maybe not, but that's... you mentioned Little Troops are some of the best NA players. It's very, very apparent.
Yeah, and that are not on the invitational teams yet, so they could be, honestly, in my opinion, one of the more favored teams to be moving in past qualifiers. And we have the post game here looking at Matt dominating with those numbers, 34k damage, 36k souls. So he actually turned his early game into a late game advantage, unlike the first game. But both games he performed extremely well, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. And the first game, he did drop off a bit in the mid game, but it did the job, right? He pushed through or carried a bit in early game, and then the rest of the team got more souls. But yeah, this one was just... he was a menace from start to finish.
100%. And Little Troops taking advantage of just their early game leads both times. VFA, they did hold on again in this second game, and again with Shadarian leading the soul lead and the damage for the VFA Dragons, but they still cannot bring it out in the end. And for me, I don't see enough damage coming up from the other players like Mo and Krill, Calvin. Yeah, they're more support-like characters, but and even Paradox too. And they just can find that, and you could give it up to a ping difference maybe, especially with that Paradox trying to hit carbines.
If you're giving EU that excuse, we'll take it. but I don't think so. Not this much. But yeah, I see people in chat asking, no, this isn't the last game series for today. Also, none of these teams were eliminated. We did round 1 and now finish round 2 of the Swiss bracket. Round 3, if I understand the format correctly, might include some eliminations and promotions from the qualifiers. But so far, VFA Dragons do live to fight another day, and Little Troops are advancing to the 2-0 bracket, with all the other teams that won their both of their games so far.
Yeah.
But yeah, any final insights on this game? I feel like it was relatively one-sided.
From what I've seen, I mean, VFA Dragons, I didn't know much about them, but they I'm kind of a fan now. Shadarian making that pocket look amazing. But Little Troops, I came in, obviously, I was favored for Little Troops, but then Vegas actually, you know, kind of took my heart a little bit. So I do want to see him stay. I do want to see more of them, and I do want to see more EU gameplay. So you guys are kind of rubbing off on me.
Yeah, oh, for sure. I agree with you on specifically Pocket, if they can build around him a bit more. Because he's definitely managing to do something there. Yeah. That could be good. Also, there's also the DSL EU League that we're working on having more broadcasts for the European side. So hopefully we'll see more and more European teams. And you know, as this grows, we're talking about LANs, and there's the LAN in Toronto and all of that. Hopefully at some point we'll also see a LAN event in Europe as well.
That'd be fantastic.
But yeah, I think that's it for this series. We probably have a highlight reel of this game, of this series, and once we know the matchups for the third round, we'll be back for one last best of 3 for today. So this is a good opportunity to go grab some food, grab some popcorn, grab some soda, some drink, and we'll be back with the last game for today after this break.
Wanna take you to a number 21, where energy is flowing through machines that are all-knowing, and the lightning oceans of sin. I wanna fly with the Jetsons, wanna shoot past the stars, wanna take you to a place you've never been before, where nothing rhymes like purple and orange, and you can count the cold as law. I wanna fly with the Jetsons, wanna shoot past the stars with you. My eyes have seen the end.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got our last series of the day. As you can see, the sun has gone down and the moon has come up. And we have one more amazing game to play. Well, set of games. It's a best of 3, and we're going to be taking a look at What's the Plan versus LGTK and 5 Hair Follicles. I'm joined here by Credanium and Tempu. Credanium, how have you been enjoying the game so far? I know it's your first day with the Death Slam team. Welcome, of course. Tell us about your experience today.
No, thank you so much for having me. It's been amazing. Honestly, today's been so fun. I've been watching a lot of high-level games, especially the last game casting with Sochin. You know, that was a beautiful game to cast because it was a full E6 lobby. Watching the Little Troops and VFA Dragons hit it off against each other was just very exciting. Just because I've seen those players in matchmaking before, at least the Little Troops, and I know what they could do. I know what they're capable of, and you know they threw down today. So I'm really excited to see where this one goes. I know LGTK is a dominant force right now, so I'm excited to see what they're made of.
Yeah, and I believe we had an EU versus NA matchup. I think will be 2 NA teams at this time. Tempu, what are your thoughts on the last series? I know we had it was a little bit of a struggle for VFA, but I think they showed some things that were pretty good, no?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely look different from when we scrimmed against them with our teams, but I mean, that's probably what happens when you go up against a strong E6 like a team like Little Troops here. And I hope we're gonna see more of this this E6 dominance in the NA region here with this match we got coming up here.
There will certainly be more as we take a look at the standings. Goblin Gang, Gup Team 6, LGTK, who are about to watch along with What's the Plan right underneath, and Little Troops, all 2-0. And then a host of teams at the 1-1 section, and then you can see the teams that are looking for their first win in the back half. Of course, they're not rated by any particular order within those groups outside of their particular win-loss in games. So basically, it's a tie for 1 through 5, a general tie for 6 through 15, and then, you know, again at 16 through 20. So we're going to have a top 5 matchup here. LGTK, as we said, and What's the Plan, kind of highlighted by a lot of characters that you might know out there in the game. Fred, I'll go to you first. Is there anybody from these two teams that you recognize that jumps off the page right away?
You know, like I said, with LGTK, I've seen these players in matchmaking, you know, fry the matchmaking in higher rank, like Argon. I've seen a lot, and I know that he's a good player. Yeager, I've seen as well from the LGTK and his 5 Hair Follicles, by the way. I know they're definitely powerful players, great players that I really want to see like jump off the bat. And then What's the Plan? One lead, that's my Vietnamese brother, by the way. Not my actual brother, but we do have the same last name. And Roma Kano also dominating. So I think both sides, they both have dominating forces in the NA community going at each other right now. So I'm excited to see how they'll do in a competitive format going up against each other, because I'm sure they've seen each other in matchmaking, but I want to see them on the big screen right up in front of us doing the best they can to get a spot in the Invitationals.
Yeah, I think it's been tremendously fun to see some new emergent teams, because the NA scene has been a little bit stagnant. You might be able to say it as well about EU, but I think mostly the NA scene has been pretty stagnant at the top end about who are the big dogs and whatnot. There's been some realignments, roster swaps, so it's cool to see some new teams coming in and contest and put their name on the board for being next in line to claim the crown. So far, is there anything that you have seen, Tempu, in games that you might be missing out on? Like a particular character pick, be an item loadout? Talked about Gun Kelvin. Probably not going to happen, but, you know,
Hey,
anything that you've been missing out on so far?
I just want to set the record straight. I was not the one talking about Gun Kelvin here. That was all you. I was all you. but I definitely think there's definitely room to experiment right now in terms of the patch. A lot of things that you would normally consider pretty weak, I think, are getting very strong right now in the patch. Stuff like the Wraith coming back, as you've seen today, with getting a lot of pick rate here. You're also seeing a lot more of this. The Holiday and the Paradox coming back here. Even you've seen some trophy collectors get bought here and there, an item that you usually would just put off to the side. So I'm very excited to see what these two high-level teams are going to experiment with today.
think we're just about ready to go into draft and see what these teams have in store for us. So we can transition to that at any time, but I don't expect that we will see a lot more trophy collectors for the rest of the day.
Good
Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow.
We got a trophy collector
And
fan.
from playing with some of these
Little
players,
bit,
is there
little bit.
anything in terms of early bans and picks you think are going to be pretty important as we see Yamato being the first one off the board?
I think every
we saw
series
that
so
a
far.
lot.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I mean, I will say we saw the Yamato pen get put out, at least from the side of VFA Dragons, both games in the last series that we covered, and definitely a very high level like favored character right now in terms of the lane dominance and the general like consistent damage output that Yamato has to offer.
Yeah, I was gonna
Do you
say the
have any
same thing.
follow-up thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing about Yamato. I mean, we've seen Yamato banned throughout the last 2 series. Abrams being banned, I think, once or twice as well. But Yamato being a prominent force, always picked, always banned, at least on one of the teams on every single series so far. So, I mean, with the new patch, I think Yamato did get nerfed, but she still has been a dominant force within, I guess, the laning phase at least, and been very useful for every team so far.
Very high priority character. They did try to adjust the express shot a little bit, but I don't think it's made much of a difference. I think we've seen quite a few of them being built, and even last game we saw it on a Viscus. I know Tempu had some question marks on that in the behind the scenes. We were chatting about that a little bit, but we've got a couple of picks to talk about here. What's the plan, starting with 2 of probably the strongest characters? I don't think we've gotten to cast much Mirage games in the things that I've seen, but there were a couple picked earlier. Vindicta Mirage duo against LGTK and 5's Warden first pick. Vindicta, I think, is going to be extremely strong. I don't know why this character isn't first banned, but I guess when Yamato is the other option, then you might see why.
Early Lash coming out here, I would say, from the side of LGTK and friends here, and guys too. Definitely not the picks that you would usually see coming out early, even for other E6 teams, I think.
Do you see a lot of priority in Lash in your games? Perhaps it's been very rare that you see it picked in the top 3. Geist, on the other hand, we see fairly frequently, especially today. It might have been in nearly every game, if not banned, but the Lash in the first phase is pretty interesting.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Lash getting picked so early, you're gonna open yourself up to a lot of counters, because Lash, even though he's one of the strongest crowd control ability characters in the game, he is one of the most easily countered. You know, you do have the Mirage Tornado already, but you're looking at Cube as well. You're looking at Paradox Swab, Bebop Hook. There's so many things that can counter a huge Lash ult. And picking up so early, you're just opening yourself up to getting countered so early.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if LGTK and 5 opts for the Kelvin ban, perhaps, while they still have it available. We see What's the Plan's team take 7 ban Holiday. And so we're just sort of waiting for that last ban to come out. Both teams getting a fair amount of power, and there is the Kelvin ban itself.
That's one of the
Plan's
Lash
got
counters we're
first
talking about
pick.
too.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, but even though it counters the Lash here, the Kelvin, I feel like the side of What's the Plan would they have a hard time fitting a Kelvin into the comp with this very squishy lineup they've got so far drafted, and a lot of the like very tanky heroes also being banned out. Definitely would make it hard to fit a Kelvin in. But Bebop coming out,
100%, yeah.
It
What's the
is
plan?
interesting in terms of who's available as your big health bar characters. Like right now, Warden and Geist kind of serving those purposes. Shiv is still on the board, although we've seen the power continuum kind of shift. Bebop getting picked up is interesting. We've seen a couple of struggling Bebops throughout the day. The character has changed, but to what degree? I think people still believe in a lot of this character's kit. It's going to be interesting to see who pilots the Bebop, and it's going to be interesting to see what build they wind up going for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bebop's as of late, even with the with the gun getting nerfed, I think people still build that very tanky, very durable bebop build where you just go for as many hooks as possible and just try to do follow-up damage with toxic bolts and stuff. And against a comp like LGTK and friends have like drafted so far with the Warden and the Geist, it's definitely pretty potent against it.
So we see LGTK's crew pick up Pocket. Trid, you've spoken at length today about your love and respect for this hero. The Kelvin ban out is usually a good indicator that you might see a Pocket as well. It's a nice, well, actually no, you would usually take Pocket to counter Kelvin, but
yeah, it's probably the other way around.
Yeah, I'm getting mixed up. It's been a long day, but there's a lot of pretty squishy targets on the other side.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, you love to see a Pocket right now, especially after the buffs. I think Pocket's very strong right now, and you know, for Kelvin, you could either play against him or with him. I think you could do either way because Kelvin is great a laner against Pocket, but I think Pocket is such a great force in the competitive scene right now, just because of how much damage he can put out for your team in AoE format.
Paradox getting picked here from LGTK, yeah, and we talked about this a bit on the desk segment of the last game here, like the Holiday and the Paradox seeming kind of back, with the Holiday getting banned out and the Paradox getting picked here. That's now 2 games in a row where this has happened, so maybe it's a sign of a pick meta to be.
Yeah, when these side laners wind up exposed to pushing out so much after all of the changes in the playstyles and the gold shifts, like perhaps we're slowly but surely kind of turning back the clock. Remember our Paradox first ban days, like that was not too long ago, so it's going to be interesting. Paradox silence is really strong against characters like Pocket, so I wonder how much that plays into their draft philosophy. What's the plan going with a Calico, which we got to see super early in the day. Shout out Jablonski from C2, had some really impressive games on the Calico. I have still not seen a lot of it. Trid, do you have any any experience in matchmaking, seeing a lot of Calicos kind of run over the game?
I have. I mean, Calico right now is probably in her weakest form. But coming down from her where she used to be a tyrant, and I'm thinking, even though she is in her weakest form, she is to be a force to be reckoned with if you do get that lead / farm with her. Honestly, she is a she can be a holder of trophy collector sometimes too, Tempo. I mean, you might see it here, who knows, depending on who's playing it. I mean, I know Hypno does.
I don't know about that, but
Don't say that. Don't say that.
I don't know about trophy collector on Calico. I think if that was my matchmaking games, I would not be the friendliest person to that. The guys playing that, but
you could only hope and dream, right?
Yeah,
you could have Life Strike, you could have Torment Pulse, you could have Superior Cooldown.
Hey man, as long as it's the enemy team building it, I don't mind.
As long as they know what's the plan, you know, that's the plan.
That's true. And the Moan Krill here, pretty complimentary pick here with the Vindicta and the Bebop getting picked out from What's the Plan. I do like that, even into this very tanky comp that LGTK have drafted so far.
Yeah, both teams not lacking anything in the way of damage, so What's the Plan grabbing one of, or a couple of the last tankiest quote-unquote characters, you might call them. Calico's a little bit more of an assassin and kind of the current standing. Is our producers asking for a drum roll for the last? Do I need to like?
You just I'm on top of my desk.
We just sit here and well, it's Dynamo.
Dynamo
was worth it,
guys.
Holy moly!
We haven't seen a Dynamo at all any series, right?
Oh my god! It's our first of watching them. It could have been in another game, but it is our first seeing it on stream today. So that is a crazy pick. I actually feel like Dino is in a pretty healthy place. Obviously, he's eaten a lot of poop from all the global ultimate nerfs, but that doesn't mean that this character is any less. He caught a slight buff on his stomp height range, which had a little bit of weird interactions, similar to Lash Ground Slam, where you can kind of hop over it sometimes. So I think the devs were kind of accounting for some things like that, but the Dynamo is tremendously fun. I love how mobile the hero is for being a giant ball that just eats every bullet. you can see some insane plays out of Dynamo. I'm just super, super excited to see that. The drum roll was worth it. W production for kind of baiting us on that last pick. Very cool to see that.
Yeah, I think if you're picking Dynamo, it's definitely the right like team comp to do it with. The Warden and the Lash really being very synergetic with this this Dynamo, and maybe we'll even see something like a Spirit Geist here or something like completely wild, just for that massive AOE burst damage.
Yeah, I think the Dynamo ult is going to lead to a lot of fun, exciting team fights. Because even if LGTK ever plays from behind, you know a good Dynamo ult can turn the tides at any single time. And I think What's the Plan has to watch out that for every single second of the match.
That being said, there is a, one really good answer in the 7 stun to stop the Dynamo, but usually in the time that it takes for that stun to tick down, the damage has already been done. So it's a really kind of clever last pick, LGTK and 5 hair follicles. Count them 5. Really clever drafting. I kind of like both of the drafts, I'm going to be honest with you, because you look at What's the Plan, Vindicta, Mirage, Bebop, Mo, and Krill for your pick. I mean, if they didn't have Shred, like, it's crazy. Like, 7 and Vindicta both. But then you look at LGTK's crew, you got so much, like, engage, counter-engage, team play, and a lot of really good lane push for the most part. I'll go back to you, Trid. Do you have a preference in these 2 drafts?
Honestly, at the beginning, I think What's the Plan had something good going on for them. But honestly, LGTK and his 5 hair follicles has my heart. Pocket, Dynamo, Lash, Warden, all characters I love on a great team right there. They have my vote.
I think I'm a bit more. I think I'm a bit more on the side of What's the Plan here, but that might just come down to how I like to play the game. Like very hate crimey, very much roaming for these skirmishes, and definitely something that I think is a bit favored with the current meta. Team fighting in general getting a bit of hit in this latest patch, and now could be the time for this very hate crimey comp.
Yeah, I'm gonna be particularly interested in watching this Bebop as a Bebop main myself. I always like to talk about like the schools of thought in terms of how these players build, and I really want to see. I think it's Chua MC on this Bebop where he goes, where they go, I should say. I really like utility-oriented Bebops. I think it's not done quite enough, but we'll see if they opt for damage or for utility, kind of knockdown, curse, etc. But these teams are ready, the good luck, have funs are out, and we are beginning our laning phase. Thank you, Trid, for joining us. As we already have first blood, actually, speaking about the Bebop.
Yeah, I mean, with the Dynamo Geist lane here, definitely a strong lane here. Against an interesting lane, I would say, with the Bebop Mirage. Not a lane though you see that often together, but it might be the best of a bunch of bad options.
Yeah, you look at What's the Plan's lineup, and you're kind of like scratching your head where exactly you want to put these players together. I think like the best like setup combo might be, Tornado and Stake, but Anku's Mo and Krill going down in the mid lane as these teams are not afraid to fight. Neiman getting caught with the last Essence Bomb from Geist there. LGTK already getting 3 kills, I think, if I'm correct about that. Really nice job so far. 3 separate characters. This is going to start a really, really aggressive laning stage.
Yeah, definitely well played so far, and a really good aim from this Geist with those bombs. After this latest patch, with the radiant changes up, a little easier to hit and the speed, but definitely like on point with those bombs so far.
Try to take a quick rundown before things get too crazy. LGTK on Dynamo, Yeaga on our Lash, Connor on the Pocket, OG Chino on Paradox Focus, Warden, Geo on that Geist, Oki on the other end on 7, Wick on the Vindicta, Raymo Kano on the Calico as Mo and Krill probably in a lot of trouble here, will go down. Wick's Vindicta just trying to make something of it, sneaks out half HP. Chua MC, Bebop, Neiman, Mirage and Van Kuo, Moen Pro. So shout out your favorite players in the chat. We'll keep an eye on them as the games go along. 2K lead already very, very early at 2 minutes. Really nice laning stage so far for LGTK's crew.
Yeah, I mean, some great lane pairings here. A big, like something of a classic in this middle lane here with the Paradox and the Warden. Definitely one of the stronger lanes that you usually like to pair up. And the Pocket Lash lane is also a really good lane. Being able to consistently wipe out those waves with the bunch of AoE that they have from the Pocket Cloaks and the Cape and the Briefcase, even the Lash slams and stuff.
Huge bomb from the Geist. It's really, really punishing this Bebop and Mirage lane. Normally you would see a Mirage really kind of punish, but with the early game nerfs to that bullet damage, it's gonna struggle in this lane a little bit. Earlier, the Paradox OC Chino was running through and collecting boxes off of the enemy side of the map, so it was a really nice early movement, having early pressure to steal away a little bit of money. Elsewhere on the map, you can see 3.4k on that Paradox already. A little bit ahead of everybody else. Dynamo though diving, LGTK is getting super aggressive. Trying to scrap it out. Bebop just barely walking out. Ooh, has 1 HP. He's living for now. Demon's trying to get a trade. Geist fairly low, but the Dynamo heal will keep them alive. Both teams sweating that fight a little bit, but LGTK's crew going out a little bit better for it. Moen Krill, will the cage snap? Looks like he'll escape just in time.
Yeah, I mean, very aggressive gameplay here coming out from this Dynamo. Much more than you would expect usually, but hey man, these guys know what they're doing. And this Vindicta also just putting out a lot of consistent damage here.
Wick wishing he had just 200 more souls to get that snipe. So very, very close there.
Got it now. Let's see if you can find them.
It's just come online. Yep.
I mean, they're still here. If he just sees the Paradox. He's looking.
No way he shows, right? His first.
He was.
He's playing with fire. These teams are trying, but I think now Paradox is going to sniff better of it and get out of lane. As both buffs come up, there was a contest on the right side. Looks like Pocket stole gun. Vindicta is going to get survival here, so Wick going to keep pressuring this mid lane even harder. Geo's Geist looking for a little bit of trade, but nothing to be had. Bebop, though, catching these stomps left and right, not having a great time. Calico, though, doing fairly okay. Other side of the map, punishing Pocket.
Yeah, good consistent damage coming out here from these sides, and guys being low here is just kind of a buffer.
My goodness, this side lane with Calico and Seven are doing some work. Remocano just opts to take a quick run back to the base by eating all the tower shots there. A little bit faster than walking back, I guess, so.
Yeah, I mean, good utilization of the reset mechanics there. As meanwhile, in the mid lane, the Paradox here getting a kill here, and is he gonna survive this?
It's like he just might. Wick is out of snipes, and OC Chino actually on a 3 killing streak out of what seems to be nowhere. Really nice job stabilizing that mid lane after early catastrophe. Both teams still holding on to their Guardians here early.
Yeah, I mean, it's always hard to lane into a Vindicta here, but they're doing a pretty good job of it so far.
The worst lane right now is the Bebop Mirage, but every minute that goes on, Mirage gets a little bit more powerful and able to clear out these waves, so there's not much health left on this Guardian, but the Geist Dynamo can't really quite finish it off yet. I think some of this wave clear is starting to kick in. Waves, as you can see, aren't even really getting there anymore. Vindicta Mo might be scrapping for a Guardian on mid lane. As I say that, they get the first Guardian, the Geist Dynamo duo, so LGTK the first Guardian of the game. Slight gold lead, 4k just about.
Yeah, I mean, good start here for LGTK and +5, but I mean, if you can, LGTK can keep dodging these Biwa bombs like this, definitely good for them.
LGTK is actually like 2v1 contesting a camp right now, which is just insane. Kind of tells you how this laning stage went, as we see a lot of players collapsing on mid. I think they're diving to kill the Guardian. It goes down. There's going to be an ensuing fight, almost assuredly. Stake onto Paradox, trying to sneak out. Libby be okay, both teams. Split out. Go grab some other camps. Pretty nice hook, but unfortunate geometry there. LGTK thankful to the ledge. Lone Krill though, Van Kuo eating a lot of damage. Everybody's got low health bars.
These Paradox bombs are nothing to joke with early game. Getting that consistent damage amp here. Pocket getting dove here though by the Calico, and looks like he's gonna go down here.
This lane of the Remokano and Oki 7 Calico combo continue to run it, and he might get another one. Ooh, this the Wick snipe from over top is gonna surely be another Guardian here, as we've got 3, maybe 4 players. No, looks like 7 backed up. Flash is here to sort of defend the tower, but a nice rotation finds a few more kills, and this Calico is kind of running over this lane. We saw it earlier in different matches do incredibly well, so it's cool to see that it's kind of flexing already. Only 1, 2, and 4, but it's been very impactful.
Yeah, I mean, Calico definitely a bit underrated, I would say, in the current patch, and definitely a strong contender, but you do need the right draft for it, and I think this might be a really good draft for this Calico.
Yeah, you've got a lot of distraction in the way of Mo and Krill, like, walking in front of you, and it's going to be interesting to see, paired with the Bebop running around the mid-game. Just finding picks, stealing up jungle farm, all the sort of like.
Yeah, and she's also a really good counter to the ult playstyle of the Warden, being able to dodge that for several seconds with a lot of movement speed, and even being able to dodge a Lash ultimate without needing counterspell or anything.
We approach the 10-minute mark, just 30 seconds away. We will see the first urn and second set of buffs. Just a slight lead for LGTK.
Anima getting aggressive though.
Bebop. A little bit low. Probably hunting for something, trying to create space though. The Lash Slam and Dynamo Stomp combo. Chua MC having a rough go at it. The Singularity comes out, but Calico is living for the time being. Return to Shadows. No, the last slam finishes the kill. We see some Guardians go down. I think it was the left tower for the What's the Plan? I think both teams, or no, excuse me, What's the Plan has lost 2. LGTK has lost 1. But we do have them aggressing. Wick, low HP underneath this tower. Don't know if there's a way out right now, but reinforcements are on the way.
Trying his best at least, and this Bebop coming in to help with this Paradox. Trying to deal the best and they can do. Ulting for this as well.
Ooh, it's kind of a bad angle though, as the last stand is here. Focus, getting the kill onto the Bebop. It's like Calico has picked up the urn in the meantime, but these teams continue to brawl. LGTK's team got a few more players on this side of the map, so as they run the urn over here, they're gonna probably contest this. Paradox super low. Wick looking for a finishing snipe, as Geo gets the better of a 1v1 in the side lane, beating out the Mirage.
Yeah, I mean,
the setup though for the urn.
Yeah, a lot of people here from both sides actually, and this is going to be a good team fight here. No Dynamo ult active, but there is a Lash ult maybe.
Looks like Monaco might be the first target. He does get caged. He's not dead yet, just 1 HP. The 7 Stormcloud over the turn-in, which actually went in. I missed who actually got the deposit, but they grab Wick from the skies with the Death Slam. Wick will go down. Calico just trying to buy a little bit more time as the 7 Cloud continues to tick away. Connor running in onto the Bebop with the full affliction. Is there any way out for Chua? No. Chua will go down as the re-engage continues. Lash has the 7 stun ticking away. Half HP, but both teams are a little bit hesitant to continue any further there. On the other side, Geo's like almost single-handedly split push a Walker down. That thing is almost dead. It's got 10% of HP. Is there any turnaround? He does not have swap for this, so if they get to him, it's a big deal here.
Yeah, you can't give guys that much time on a Walker because she will just shred it down. And
this is certainly a kill. Boom. Headshot.
If that went a second longer, this guy's could have maybe ult. Never mind. Didn't have ult. Never mind. I'm tripping.
I did get confirmation that What's the Plan wound up turning in that urn, so that was a pretty nice fight out of them. I think both teams traded fairly well. Soul Lead
Yeah, I
remains
mean-
fairly similar, but what's the plan is trying to push on to the last Guardian, or one of the last Guardians.
I will say, even though they did get a decently good trade for this, I think the amount of damage that what's LGTK +5 did to that left side walker is gonna hurt them. It hurt what's the plan in the long run. They also died a lot of members for it, so I don't know if it's that worth it. And the Mo getting caught out once again by this very interesting Dynamo playstyle that LGTK is using so far. Going for a bit of a pseudo pick angle with him. Always being active, always looking for people.
I think people fall into the trap that Dynamo is just this like guy that presses his rejuvenating aura and like hits singularity now and again, but like Stomp is a tremendous tool for ganking. And the more people utilize, the more people realize that this character is extremely annoying. Pretty standard build, nothing too crazy so far. As Max on the Stomp though, that might be the only oddity on there. With 2 points into the heal. We see some farm being fought over. There's your cultists.
Yeah, I mean, the 1-max might be a bit of an oddity, but with the way LGTK is playing the Dynamo, being this aggressive and active, I think getting that extra charge and the extra damage on that one might actually be worth it compared to like a 3-max.
Can see a lot of grounded characters on the half of what's the plan as well. Like, obviously, once 7 gets into a Sky, it's not the question, but it's really just Wick to contest with. Otherwise, knocking up Calico, knocking up Bebop, knocking up Mirage, knocking up Bo is really, really tremendous amount of control just from that one skill. As we see Rapid Recharge, so he's really committed to this Stomp Dynamo. I wonder if there's going to be a transition or if we're going to see more damage come out with perhaps a Mystic Reverb on that as well.
Yeah, maybe. Definitely a good option here, I think, for these characters. But Unstoppable getting rushed super early on this 7. He does not want to get Lash or Dynamo ulted.
Yeah, you don't blame him. I mean, yeah, I think it's really just the Lash. I think you have the Lash to contest with, and that's why you go the Unstoppable. But it's just like, what other tools does the 7 have in this situation? It's literally just the Unstoppable. So we'll see how much the character can maneuver with just that one item. Ooh, swap misses. Calico might have an angle. No, with the cage securing, that'll be a 4-kill streak for Focus. We see buffs spawning just now. Perfect timing. Thank you very much. On the other end, looks like Pocket might have gotten a casting. Very cool. So, Majestic Leap online cultist farming that money away. While GTK's crew looking fairly comfortable. 9k soul lead as it currently stands.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely becoming a bit of a timer on this game for what's the plan here. You see this Warden and this guy's just getting further and further ahead, each in their own way here. The guys favoring these objectives and these hardcore wave control, and the Warden favoring these team fights with the kills. And the longer this goes unpunished, the better for them.
Legit
and,
2v1.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, my
guys with this
goodness. Legit
level of,
2v1.
advantage,
Geo
yeah.
is taking over this side lane on this Geist. Just totally overfarmed right now. Bebop can't even handle it. The combo does go out. Do they have the damage? Oh, he's living. Gets the swap off. Mo and Krill is so upset right now. There's just nobody with them. Very likely is going to go down. Let's see how long this burrow lasts and where the option is. But my goodness. Geo putting on a show. 20k souls right now. Mo barely getting out. So thankful. But on the other side of the map, LGTK stacked up 3 players. Is that 4 players? No, I think that's 3 players. Wound up getting the walker that they, Geo himself, basically prepped for them. Unbelievable play.
The debuff remover coming out clutch here for the Geist, getting that extra debuff resist for this Mo ult that she was anticipating, and being able to ult the target here, saving her in the end. Great purchase here and great planning ahead from Geo, as well as just good fighting. I mean, being able to 3v1 for that long is definitely impressive.
Actual raid boss Twitch chat, take note, this might be the build that you want to run. It is Geist with 3 players trying to push this Guardian, and the 3 players are afraid as the reinforcements come in full. Let's see how this one pans out. Mirage low fairly early. Calico trying to just back out of the situation. Swap connects, so where's the follow-up return from Shadows?
This guy goes dead, right?
Calico's looking for a way out. There's just no HP left. The stomp from LGTK finishes. Seven Stormcloud, though, trying to clear some space in lane, but it's just the wrong place, wrong time. I think he finished a kill, but there's the Lash Slam. Unstoppable does not last that long, and now Seven in trouble. Trying to sneak out, but LGTK catches Singularity. Catches Wick plus the Moan Krill. They will go down. LGTK's Dynamo dies for it. Moan Krill going down as well. It's going to be 5 heroes down. Bebop the only one left in mid lane. LGTK plus 5 clear out that team fight and now just have objectives to clean off of the map.
Yeah, I mean, super big soul advantage now coming out of LGTK plus 5 after that fight. As the LGTK himself going down there, but doing so much for his team with that damage. But in the meantime, his teammates getting picked off here with the pocket dying out on the side lane. Getting a walker for it though, so it might be worth it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a sacrificial lamb at that point. I mean, he just purchased Spirit Burn at 19k. I think they're feeling pretty good about their game so far. Up 23,000 souls at 18 minutes. It's nearly unthinkable at this point. But there is a comeback earn in a minute and a half's time. We're gonna have to see what's the plan come in fairly clutch as this mid game kind of drags on.
Yeah, I mean, looking at some score lines here so far, definitely a bit sad for the side of this Mirage here. Being 0-5 early with less souls than your Mo, I mean, now the same, but you know. Definitely not what you want to be seeing this Mirage do as your kind of split pushing menace in terms of the draft.
It certainly has been a tough go. Remember, that was a Bebop Mirage lane against a Dynamo, and was it, who was hanging out with Dynamo in that lane? Was it Dynamo Geist?
I believe it was Dynamo Geist, yeah.
Is Geo really flexing this game? They won that lane fairly handedly, and obviously we've watched Geo create chaos in the side lanes ever since.
Yeah, this Calico not having fun either. Always just getting skirmished left and right. And
goodness, we're gonna see a 2v2 continue here in the subway, but this is where Geo wants to be. Maxed Essence Bomb, Malice stacking up. They're trying to turn something. Neiman's looking for a little bit damage, but it's just nothing. Those health bars are not going down. Swap now into the wall. Into the Geist swap, double swap action all over. My goodness, I can't believe I'm saying that it's only a 3-kill streak for Geo as the fight continues on the other side of the map. The unstoppable storm cloud. But where is the damage? Where is the damage? Where is the damage? They don't even care. They're kind of walking into it. In fact, he's almost baiting himself. Combo onto the Bebop by a little bit of time though.
Yeah, I mean, Seven being this far behind here is showing that he doesn't really have the damage to be able to just pop an ult like this. What's the plan? Not really caring. And what's the plan actually? Getting a bit of a comeback with this Mo here, getting a pick off, even trying some things with this Vindicta, but she goes out instead with some good play from OC Chino on the Paradox.
Yeah, it's just a matter of being a little bit too far ahead at this point, I think, as they're chasing down this urn. This is so tough. You're just trying to get your comeback urn, and there's just no space on the map. You're just getting suffocated, punched out, stolen. Moan Krill trying to get something for it, but OC Chino just walking away. We have a 7-kill streak on Yeager, who's just having a field day. Here comes the Death Slam. I think it gets dodged, but Bebop cannot dodge that. 7 stun, buying a little bit of time. Is there going to be any space? Yeager actually in trouble, gets traded, so nice turnaround. Need a little bit of juice out of what's the plan, and we're starting to see just a slight bit.
Yeah, good damage coming out here from Geo here. I mean, we've talked about Geo so far in this Geist, just being such a threat with the lead that you got. And this Mirage stands no chance being chased down by 4 members of LGTK plus 5.
It is a 20 kill lead. That's a 40k soul lead. And what can only be described as a disaster, as I believe they turned in a comeback urn on the opposite end of the map. It is just getting worse and worse by the minute.
Yeah, this has been an absolute macro masterclass from LGTK plus 5. playing the macro game proficiently. This Geist and this Warden being able to side lane for Eternity, not being dealt with by What's the Plan, and just getting a massive lead off it. Being able to take multiple walkers and even getting urns for this. Definitely a tough one for What's the Plan.
I think they wanted to probably commit more. They didn't want to commit more people than they had to take care of the Geist, but every second that they don't, this character becomes more and more of a raid boss on the side. We've seen multiple times the 1v3s, the 1v2s, and Geist is coming out for the better of it, and it's just unbelievable to watch. No walkers left on the map. We're going to start to count down the minutes till LGDK starts to force on this mid boss here, as they are just eating up all the farm that's left.
Yeah, Bebop getting a hook here though. There might be a start of What's the Plan's comeback, but Warden just going in with this Dynamo saying, yeah, we can fight too. We can press our buttons.
This is the saddest state of playing Bebop, where you hook somebody means that you're starting a fight for them. Turn to shadows. I don't know how much this is going to buy you here. The stomp and slam.
I was so unlucky for this Calico here, getting caught out by the lightning scroll in the exact last minute of that ultimate, like the last milliseconds. That was so unfortunate, but good capitalization off that from GTK +5.
Yeah, wrong place, wrong time, as we see mid boss start to get taken here. This is an ambitious contest for What's the Plan. I'm not even sure it's worth it, but at this point you're down, you know, nearly 50,000 souls, so maybe just try to attempt something.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the new mid-boss layout and the way the crystals are scattered, I think it might be worth it to go for some contests more often now, with the way they're laid out. Just to deny them from the enemy team, if not anything else.
Three secures of Rejuvenator, Connor, Focus, and Geo, your three major carries. If you thought it was hard to kill Geist, try killing him twice.
You're not gonna kill this Geist right now. Look at that build. You're not gonna do anything. Getting the Spell Slinger online as well, really, really tough. Lashley here going onto this Moan Krill, just seeing if he can get any pick necessary. Didn't find it this time though. Mo just being able to get out, being the tanky little mole rat that he is.
We're officially reaching Dota levels of meta as we see the buffs get picked up very easily going to LGTK's crew. So we'll go to a quick little replay. This was the, oh my goodness gracious, the actual 2v1. Geist walking into the 2v1, the Essence Bomb finisher. And then the turnaround. Moan Krill comes here and you think maybe there's a window. Here it comes. Here comes the combo. Bebop low, no HP. Geist lives that, by the way. They win that fight. We see a comeback urn. This is a massive bait and a massive turning point. The game could very well end. They opt to combo onto the Paradox. Where on earth it got Quantum, it got pulled, and only one person gets Death Slammed Hyper Beam from downtown. What's the Plan is trying to find something here, but there's just not enough damage. They're so far behind. Two are already down. The third drops now. 7 kill streak. The fourth is down. Only Wick and Oki left to defend the base. If even that, the swap connects. Oh no, Wick in such trouble. Tries to fly out. 5 kill streak for Chino's Paradox. My goodness. 3 rejuves unused. Only Oki to defend. Certainly we see Patron drop here, and very likely we'll see the end of this game.
Yeah, we're seeing a game drop here. I mean, even with how much chaos happened in that fight, LGTK +5 getting 5 from that fight and just being able to completely eliminate What's the Plan here. I don't see how they defend this with 70k down and 3
The only opportunity is some kind of miraculous storm cloud, but even then it's just not enough. Flash does not have Death Slam.
Knockdown,
this is actually
unfortunate.
buying a little time. But LGTK see the storm cloud and they know that they can actually re-engage here. They're trying to bait out a little bit of something. What are they going to find first though? Gotta be sneaky about it.
I think this might even be giving them too much space here on What's the Plan. I think they could honestly just go into the base and win if they wanted to.
Yeah, you'd almost want to see them throw their Rejuvenators into the pit, but at the same time, they still have half of the duration left. Like, they back up, they buy, and they walk right back in right now.
Yeah, I mean, they have full ults online here. Both sides almost. The only ult not being online is the Storm Cloud, which is a pretty impactful one for What's the Plan. So I would be looking for something here.
We say that Pocket can be the first one. Kind of your entry
look at this
fragment.
Bebop.
Poor Bebop, just no health.
can't
My
do
goodness, he's
anything.
down so fast. Geo, Raid Boss walking in. There's not too much that What's the Plan can do. Mo, just a few more hits, down as well. Kill streaks across the board. 3 players down on What's the Plan. Pocket afflicting inside of the base just because, why not? The 4th goes down. LGTK 5+5 have not lost a single player, and it's a full team wipe. What's the Plan is off the board, and LGTK plus 5 hair follicles are on the board. First game of this series. Very, very clear and definitive who the better team was that game.
Yeah, I mean, LGTK plus 5, they're really showing you how to snowball a game out of control. Especially with this Geist here, Geo, coming up with a massive performance here in this game 1. Very well played for him at here.
Just an unbelievable side laner.
Yeah.
10, 1, and 19. Almost got the rainbow, by the way. 1 kill off of getting the kill leads, and just a couple away from assists. So Geo very close to the full sweep. Damage, objective damage plus healing. My goodness, I thought they nerfed this character at some point, but clearly not.
No. I mean, Geist, Geist being a little stronger here now, and we've seen a lot of Geist get picked here today. I think we mentioned on the broadcast earlier that Geist hadn't seen that much strength here so far with all the picks and the attention that she got in the drafts. But this game definitely showing you that Geist is still very strong.
I think we might have seen a couple other Geists that were opting a little bit more towards a Spirit Essence Bomb kind of Spirit Burst character, but we're seeing much more traditional in the way that we have seen with Berserker, even Spell Slinger, and weighted shots on that character. This unbelievable amount of damage.
Yeah.
Most of it gun, but the Essence Bomb, the Malice, holy moly. Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, when you get such a lead on Geist, definitely one of the best characters to just snowball the game out of control with. Being able to just survive everything, deal all the damage, like I'm almost sounding like a president right now with the level of all me, this guys can do. But yeah, I mean, certainly well played here. But I wouldn't take too much away from the other team members here. I would say this Dynamo getting used really well from LGTK here, being used as a pseudo pick agent.
An incredible game out of LGTK's team, obviously. There were a lot of little standout performances, including the Paradox that did incredibly well. We'll probably take a look at what that character built that game at some point, but let's just touch a little bit on What's the Plan, because they had a pretty decent early game. We saw a really nice job out of the 7 in Calico, so there were some really good takeaways, but the Bebop and Mirage lane, something had to change there.
Yeah, I mean, we highlighted this a bit early on in that game, that lane was not maybe what I would have, yeah, I'm speaking for myself here. I wouldn't have really personally have done that in my lane assignments, but maybe they got to change something up for game 2. Try to get a better pairing with this Bebop, who is a very proficient laner if you do play him right.
Yeah, I will say at the end of the game, I caught a brief glimpse. It was sort of like a pseudo-bomb utilitarian Bebop. Like the Tank Buster was there, we saw slowing Hex onto him, but it's just, when you're that far behind and you hook a Warden into your team, you're basically inviting a free initiation for the enemies. It's just an unfortunate situation. I don't know, based off of everything that we've seen today, that we'll see too much Bebop going forward. Maybe they got a plan that I don't know about, but that just wasn't it. And I think you need to do something to protect your Mirage just a little bit better and make sure that that character can get to the end game monster that we know that they can be. That being said, I don't want to take too much more time. I'd love to hear a couple of closing thoughts if you have any, and if not, then maybe we can go to a short break before game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely some game plan changes that gotta come out here from the side of What's the Plan here. They had a really good early game, but once they let that guy snowball and didn't do anything about it, they definitely fell off a bit. And that might be a comp thing, that might be just a general gameplay thing. I think that's up to the team to figure out. But I hope they can do something to bounce back here for the second game.
Yeah, I think we saw a really good execution, really good knowledge on how to press tempo and kind of take advantages and kind of end a game with that. We saw some changes in the last patch about how comeback works, but What's the Plan has a comeback in front of them, and we'll see if we can get to that in game 2. But for now, get some water, do a little bit of stretching, and we'll see you on the other side.
do you see? Is it an ocean of color growing exponentially? What keeps me up through the nighttime? Keeps me dreaming through the day? Is that the goddess of wisdom is only a block away? I wanna fly with the Jetsons. I wanna shoot past the stars. I wanna take you to a place you've never been before, where nothing rhymes like purple and orange, where you can count the coldest law. I wanna fly with the Jetsons. I wanna shoot past the stars. What's done is done. Oh, we'll live and die by the number 21, where energy is flowing through machines that are all-knowing, and the lightning outshines the sun. I wanna fly with the Jetsons. Wanna shoot past the stars. Wanna take you to a place you've never been before, where nothing rhymes like purple and orange, where you can count the coldest law. I wanna fly with the Jetsons. Wanna shoot past the stars with you.
Welcome back. Fun game one. We've got a lot more on deck. This is the last series of the day. Again, we had a bunch of Swiss games today, and tomorrow there will be more, including the Death Slam LAN, which, as many of you know by now, has been kind of crowdfunded back to life. Shout out the Deadlock community, shout out Deathy's community, shout out everybody who kind of loves this game and is trying to make something beautiful out of it. So that will be tomorrow, as long in addition to the rest of the qualifiers of these that will be going on tomorrow as well. I will not be there, unfortunately, but you can miss me until next time. Had a lot of fun today, and we have potentially 2 more games still left to play. Tempu, how are you feeling so far? I know the day is stretching on for you.
I'm good over here, definitely, and I'm just excited to see all these amazing events that the Death Slam events team are putting together here. Whether planned out for months or planned out over a day. Definitely been a bit hectic with this latest LAN, but yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to the current game that we got coming up here, the game 2 of this this first matchup we had here with the LGTK +5 and What's the plan?
What's the plan?
Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry. Completely spaced
It's
for me there
okay.
for a second,
That's
but
okay. We are getting there, and I think there is a draft ready. But just before we go too far, just want to shout out everybody that's been working on the back end, all the producers. I'm not going to sit here and try to name everybody because I don't want to miss anybody. But you know, if you're out here taking care of our events here today with the Death Slam teams or with the LAN that's happening tomorrow as well, shout out, like they're doing God's work out there trying to make everything come together. So it's been a crazy weekend, but here we are, man. We're trying to have a lot of fun, and that's going to continue on into this next game. Another Yamato ban, which is unfortunate because that could be super explosive character, very fun to watch. But I think finally gotten my present in a Vindicta ban for the first time today. We won't have to watch that character.
Yeah, I was about to mention that you have been advocating all day for a Vindicta ban coming out here. Seems like now that's a bit of a personal vendetta, but I mean it's a strong it's a strong character too. I mean I don't hate the ban, and definitely gave them definitely gave LGTK plus 5 some problems last game, but it was the side of What's the Plan that had it, and a completely different start of the draft here from what we saw last time.
I don't have a vendetta against Vindicta. I just think that she's incredibly strong, and at a certain point, you just ban the strong character out. You know what I mean? Like, that's why we've seen very little Yamatos as of late. But as you said, Mirage and Furnace draft happening quickly. Warden, Abrams, and we see the Geist again. Can't imagine that they're going to take this away from Gia, who had the hot hand last game, and we see a ton of health bars already for the LGTK side.
This is such a frontline heavy comp here from LGTK plus 5, and yeah, the Pocket come out immediately after that. That's also what I would have expected here. The Pocket and the Infernus already getting this anti-heal and just general damage output here against these frontliners is gonna be a bit of a problem for LGTK plus 5.
Yeah, and it's actually a fairly smart pickup this early in the draft because you basically say, okay, you've got all these frontliners, you probably don't want to pick Kelvin now because we have the Pocket. And, you know, you block out their opportunity to ban it in that phase. They opt to ban it themselves, seeing if they can't have it, you can't either. What's the plan? Opt to get rid of Holiday. It's been pretty interesting to see in the first 2 games so far that Holiday has been banned out in both of them. I wonder if it's a bit of a player preference type deal, but it's been interesting. And Paradox, we're slowly seeing this meta develop off of this patch and this tournament in particular. This is what, our 3rd Paradox game of the day, at least that we've seen, perhaps. So very, very interesting so far.
Yeah, definitely seems like the high Eternus players have a good vision of how to play this draft segment. Very different from the lower end spectrum of teams in this invitational. Getting a lot of these pick characters out in this you know, Sapphire first slot, you know, out of this draft, and even the Bebop coming out from the side of LGTK plus 5.
Woof. What's the Plan is coming out swinging, man. Sinclair as well. The only thing that scares me is, okay, to kind of answer that question, is they didn't have a huge health bar to kind of protect all these characters. Moan Krill's fairly good at doing so, but you kind of look at LGTK plus 5, and that's a lot of muck for Moan Krill to kind of walk into. You can catch Shoulder Charge while you're in Burrow. You're not really going to want to walk through Essence Bomb and then Last Stand as well. It's tough askins for a singular frontliner like that, but at least they addressed the concern.
Yeah, and I think the Moan Krill pairs very well with this with the Paradox here. Getting that you know, follow up for the initial swap there that Paradox does give you is very valuable. And the Ivy coming out here from LGTK plus 5. Interesting.
Low key, there is a lot of global map mobility. Obviously, Mirage has Traveler, but you know Pocket's buying Majestic Leap. Lash not necessarily buys Majestic Leap at the higher levels, but if you consider that Majestic Leap might just be a 3200 map movement tool, you can cross from lane to lane in a second's time, which could cover for your lack of teleporters now in your side lanes, like legitimately as a way of moving around the map. So you're looking at Lash, Warden, both likely getting maybe likely getting a safer lash, getting Majestic Leap, and Ivy has Global Answer and Fly as well. It's a really nice draft coming out of LGTK, and I think What's the Plan got a really nice draft as well.
Yeah, I mean, I like both sides here. I really like the way that What's the Plan have counterpicked into the side of LGTK plus 5 with this Pocket Infernus pairing for the very heavy front lines. The Sinclair to maybe steal this Lash ult or this Warden ult. Just trying to be very proactive, even with the Paradox and Moan Krill. I do like that, but I think personally, I think the many frontliners here on LGK plus 5, it's gonna be very tough for What's the Plan to get through, even with the Infernus Mirage Pocket.
Yeah, What's the Plan is certainly going to have some really good lanes, and you kind of look around and you're like, Paradox, Pocket has an okay lane, not tremendous. Infernus is fine. Mirage is a little bit weaker than he used to be. Sinclair's got a tremendous lane, so it's going to be really interesting to see where they pair. LGTK plus 5 has a lot of pretty easy to execute lanes. I think their weakest, if they even paired them together, would be like a Bebop Ivy, but Ivy, like, at worst goes neutral, you know, for the most part, so
Yeah.
LGTK is definitely going to have a little bit more tempo earlier. I think the teams are pretty close to ready. I don't want to stall too much out because we have potentially 2 more games, and Johnny on the Spot is our production team. Shout out, guys. We are into game 2. The Good Luck Have Fun's come out. Potentially the last game of the day if LGTK and 5 Hair Follicles win the second game. But we'll see if What's the Plan has a plan to counteract that.
Yeah, both sides looking to be the one of the first 3-0 teams here in the Swiss stage, as this is both teams that are 2-0 right now. And some interesting lane pairings coming out here. In the start here, the Geist and the Abrams together on the left lane here against a Infernus Moan Krill.
It's not a terrible lane for the Infernus Moan Krill, if you're being honest, because your Geist is going to be eating at her own health pool, and you just hit her with one, you know, afterburn, and she might wind up with, you know, 20% HP left. Could be a nice time for the Infernus and Moan Krill. We'll see how that plays out. It's a bit of a skill matchup here.
Yeah, I think the Infernus Moan Krill is actually like the dream lane for them in this this game here. The Infernus being able to pretty easily knock out these afterburns and getting a consistent damage against these pretty fat targets. This middle lane as well, this Bebop really getting a good hook here in the start. Bebop Warden, definitely a tough lane to deal with.
Yeah, as you can see, the cage almost guarantees a free hook, as it was there. Chino now operating this Bebop. It was What's the Plan. Chua had that last game, so we're going to see what the build patterning goes through here. If it's more gun focused or more utility. Keep an eye on that as it goes. And then other side of the map, we've got Pocket Paradox against an Ivy and a Lash. Kind of stalling out on both ends, if you're going to be honest.
Yeah, I think Pocket and Paradox are actually like pretty strong laners. Same goes for Ivy and Lash. There's definitely lanes where they can do very well, and the fact that both sides are a stall out lane, like this could be a pretty scrappy one early game.
Interesting positioning in mid lane. It looks like LGTK5's team has the better of a push, and maybe Warden was just underground doing some boxes, which is why it kind of looks so funny, but good push out of them to start out with. No major scraps. Chua the worst with the lowest HP right now, but otherwise teams are holding steady. Slight soul advantage. LGTK5, perhaps a couple denies here and there. The team's battling it out early here.
We see some good fights coming out of this Lash Ivy lane, but good follow up from Paradox here, getting that Lash chunk down pretty low. Pretty good.
The Abrams in the Geist lane actually wound up getting first blood. It looks like they might have dived the Guardian to do so, catching the Moan Krill, unfortunately. Can be the sole frontliner for this team, so he can't have too bad of a game. Hopefully it doesn't set him back too much as we see some of these Vexing Bolts start to punish.
Yeah, and pretty safe lane items here so far coming out from a lot of these teams. Paradox for one, opting for this monster rounds and resto shot, really just being able to survive this lane.
still Resto Shot, even though it just caught a nerf, still being a pretty popular item. I think we've seen it just about every game on most of the gun characters that can proc it very easily. Nice scrap and jumped the shoulder charge. Monkrill still wants a piece of this, but Abrams, very tough customer to deal with here. The detective doing his overtime duties. Goodness, now he's in a little bit of trouble here. No, excuse me, that was Geist. Actually goes down to the scorn, trying to fly through the sky. My goodness,
that's
the
a
burner
rare
box
one.
and Oki is getting aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, we all know the reputation that the NA region in general has in the general deadlock world, and these two teams definitely not proving them wrong today.
Yeah, absolutely. Not afraid to throw heavies, even though they just got changed a little bit. You miss a heavy, man, you really actually feel that difference.
Hey man, that just makes the burger boxes longer, not worse.
It's true, that's a good point.
It starts with a simple cut.
The souls sort of even out as we continue the laning phase. LGTK's crew is a little bit low. Chino on this Bebop caught a little bit of harassment. Again, those Vexing, they hurt a lot. Seismic impact. Gonna crush down onto Monkrill. Huge parry though. In trouble. Gonna burn inside that flame dash. Nice kill goes over to What's the Plan. Much better start so far in this game.
Yeah, not that easy of a parry to hit there, and Connor mistiming the punch a little bit, as LGTK goes down on a different lane as well.
So across the board, What's the Plan? Scrapping just a little bit better in the early game. They had one good lane last game, but this time it's kind of playing out way better. I think Infernus grabbed a gun buff. They were trying to contest him just a little bit, but no worse for wear here as they both back off to their respective sides. Might be one of the slower starts we've seen so far. Only a couple of Guardians. Half HP Pocket, though, catches a huge stomp. Now, Yeager trying to escape the... Oh, the parry's gonna keep him safe! The parry, Van Koo! My goodness.
That's wild. What a parry coming out there from the Lash. Securing that kill with the Ivy. Well played from both of those guys, and really unfortunate for the Paradox there.
Yep. What can you do? Sometimes you get almost hypnotized into throwing a punch when you know better of it.
Yeah, I mean, as an avid Abrams player, I mean, the melee game is definitely as much physical as it is psychological. Being able to bait out those parries is definitely a key skill here, and yeah, I mean, good parry coming out there, not really getting them baited out there from the Paradox.
100%, as we're seeing a lot more ultimates online now, a lot more scrapping is going on. There was a kill in the mid lane as well to choose Sinclair, but again, things are just sort of trading. Fairly neutral. Souls, no different between the two teams. Trying to find some openings. See, continuing to scrap here. Looks like a nice Bebop combo. Might be the first Guardian to go down. Last stand, though. I don't know if Bebop wants this smoke. He is returning. It was actually a stolen, excuse me, from Chua's Sinclair. So impressive steal there to kind of ward off the Bebop, but he's gonna die for his sins very likely. Last hit comes through. Guardian goes down. That'll be the first of the game. You're gonna get traded elsewhere, but the first Guardian goes to What's the Plan, and the second one shortly to follow after. So this game is moving along in their favor this time.
Yeah, What's the Plan? Getting a really good early game execution here, getting a lot of these Guardians, but GTK +5 getting that mid Guardian now as well, trying to equalize a bit of the souls, even getting a kill probably onto this Mirage, unless he can get out here.
John Wick himself fighting against two. Creating space. They did get the Guardian there for the side of LGTK, so just trying to find some cleanup. No kills are come out of it, but Wick showing his prowess on the Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, John Wick and the Greatest Showman getting a really nice 1-2 combo here, getting him out of trouble here, and yeah, I mean, good play from them.
Just About a minute away from the first urn of the game. Both teams are playing it very close, a little bit slower than last time. There are 3 Guardians available to be taken. What's the plan? Has the better number of those. See Mo and Krill just happy to run in here, buying so much time, and Frisk, though, eats an Essence Bomb. Doesn't really want to keep walking forward. It's a bit of a scary proposition. Here we go, Geist in the little alley here gets swamped as well. For life essence drain, excuse me, did not pan out to do too much, and now we've got a turnaround here as Wick has made the rotation. Now we're diving underneath Guardian combo on the Guardian. Is a kill and a Guardian. Great rotation. I think that is all the Guardians off, so the first flex slot going to What's the Plan here.
Yeah, What's the Plan? Definitely coming in with a bit of a different game plan here and executing it really well. Being very active early game here, and it's definitely paying off for them right now. Getting this pocket very much ahead, getting a lot of utilization out of this Mo. Something we haven't seen so much so far today.
And I think, unfortunately, in the games that we have seen, he has been on the receiving end of a lot of pain. Buffs are spawning. Huge fight here over this casting buff. Who's going to secure it? Goes to the Warden, but the Bone Krill is going to go down in the meantime. 3 kill streak on to Focus. Had a really insane game last time. We barely got to talk about him because everybody else was doing well, but I think he either wound up with 1 death or no deaths. I cannot remember, but it was in that neighborhood. Focus, another guy, another player to look out for in this match.
Yeah, playing a quiet but like effective game there, whereas the Geo on the guy's last game having an absolute pop off in terms of kills and being very entertaining. But you gotta have one to have the other, you know?
Yep, and so far Geo still handling business in the side lane. Might be catching the worst of a trade, but as I say that, Bebop is in here to make this an unfair advantage, and Mirage very unhappy. Wick gonna be pretty upset about the Bebop showing up. Has the Guardian to defend. He's gonna live, but here comes the Geist diving, looking for a little bit more. He's gotta be aware, but Infernus is here at the same time. There's no swap online. Wick does not survive. So at the very least, Geo gets a trade for the time, but ending a 3 kill streak over to Neiman's Infernus.
Yeah, different day here for today. Different game from Geo, and being kind of bullied here in the early game. Definitely not gonna be able to snowball like he did last game. That's gonna rely more on the Warden here, and surprisingly the Lash here having a big lead.
Right place, right time. Caught the Paradox out again in the side lane. The Guardian goes down. There is only 1 left on the map for LGTK's side to compete with, but as I say that, Bebop might have a horde of players chasing him down. Furnace the first to make contact. Can the combo get there in time? Ooh, just enough damage from afar. 4 kill streak now for Neiman. I think he went with the Tesla bullet in Furnace as well, which there's a couple different ways that you go for the gun in Furnace's days, and that is just one of the different options.
Yeah, but I definitely say there are other builds that are standing out more to me for today. The Moan Krill here going for a very damaging build, as I saw with the Cold Front and the Torment Pulse early game. Just trying to be a nuisance with damage, not only just having the ultimate. And look at that, that's gonna pay off a little bit, getting a lot of damage onto this Warden as he goes down. Sure, getting the Warden ult here as well with that Sinclair ult. And they're just putting so much pressure on this tower.
Focus catching the ire of his own name in that situation, unfortunately. Not going to have the free game that they had last time. Sinclair stole the last stand, but it was kind of unnecessary at that point, actually.
Yeah.
Both teams kind of operating out of neutral at this point. It's a little bit of farm on both sides of the map, but neither team kind of amped to kind of force the issue anywhere. Getting pretty close to some item breaking points, very likely. Geo going for a little bit of a more struggle this game. 1 and 4 on the Geist. We see Yega's Flash flying in. Gonna come of it, just train a little bit of damage. These teams trying to find their way through the early stages of this mid game. Approaching next set of buffs in about a minute from now. Swap catches.
Big fight here.
Team fight. Affliction catches onto a few, so There is the turnaround. Death Slam misses just a few, and now Last Stand is here to kind of look maybe at one player, maybe two. Oh, and Krill running for the hills inside of too many players right now. Scorn is going to come back up, probably going to survive. Up on the back end.
I don't think he's gonna survive that long. Yeah, I think he just dies here. Mirage here trying to do a bit of poke damage as well on the bridge here. Trying to chase his Bebop. Maybe trying to get something out of this, but that might just end up with the Mirage dying for this. Slowing Hex getting put onto him. And as he's just trying to get out here, but he's cornered.
Quite enough damage, but Geo is on the case. They are trying to catch that Mirage. Just think it's a little too far. LGDK team are pulled up pretty far across the map. Got pretty good control. You wouldn't see it in the soul difference though, only 3k to this point. But pretty nice map maneuver so far. LGTK's crew is covering for each other extremely well.
Interesting build coming out from the Sinclair here. I don't know if you're seeing this, but the Guardian Ward and the Cultist getting bought in this Sinclair is definitely odd considering what we saw last patch on the Sinclair.
So he's got the Vexing Bolt max, but slightly more utilitarian in the purchases. It's not really a huge deal. Sinclair almost feels like the character that it doesn't matter what you buy, it kind of matters like what you level. So clearly he's still focused on the damage from the Vexing Bolt, but we'll see where those items turn out. Trying to catch this pocket, the ground slam doesn't quite connect, but he's still so low. They're going to continue to try to find this kill, but do they have enough? Now Lash in a little bit of a precarious spot. Find some maneuvering around the map. Both teams will trade some damage, but walk away from the situation.
Yeah, Ramakano channeling his inner escape artist and getting out.
Trying to walk this urn over. We might have a true 5-on-5 depending on who rotates. It looks like LGTK plus 5 have the better of the positioning right now. It's a 5v4 in their favor. So I think what's the plan is kind of sniffing it out. Mo and Krill might get found out though a little bit too deep.
Ivy playing
It's
aggressive
the
though,
first
scouting.
point of contact. They're still
Finds the
maneuvering
Infernus.
the urn. Infernus just gonna flame dash away, so they're buying a lot of time. Mirage is about to crash onto a walker, so LGTK crew is gonna have to respond. It's gonna be by engaging. They're gonna catch the Sinclair out first, and they're actually holding fairly well in their other lanes. Warden and Abrams answering those split pushes. And now this might be the turnaround. Mirage has TP'd in with Traveler. Now they have man advantage on the urn. This is gonna be a huge fight breaking out. The hook does not connect because the Death Slam does. The urn goes in, and now a fight breaks out. Trading players currently 2 down for what's the plan. Where Sinclair was down earlier. But 3 killing streak for NGTK. And now Geo is here to do a little bit of flame dash, not enough to escape the tornado lift. Wick trying to find something. There's no swap on this guy, so she'll go down. Paradox living very low HP, but on the other sides of the map, we've got Warden and Abrams split pushing. They're going to get 2 walkers out of this trade, very likely. Looks like Mo and Krill might be able to, excuse me, that's not Mo and Krill. Somebody's defending against the Abrams, but Abrams is forcing Sinclair can't stop. And in the meantime, we're still fighting over this urn location. Wick 1v2 as the Bebop arrives. Tornado just to try to make a little bit of space, but it'll wind up going down. 4 kills now for LGTK, who's running a gun Ivy. Siphon Bullet's first item. I think what's the plan got the urn turn in, but the map fell apart around them.
Yeah, this fight drew out so long that the superior wave management of LGK plus 5 definitely showed, and it ends up being a free walker essentially for that fight, with an already tied fight. So getting a big favor here for LGK plus 5, getting a big soul lead off it.
Yep, it stands at about 12k right now, which is a lot more than we were looking at last game. Kind of played fairly even for most of the part. Nice jump to dodge the shoulder charge. I think Oki's going to be in a lot of trouble. My goodness, damage between the two. Bebop gets the assist there because you just walk into somebody's range and get an assist. This game's a little goofy sometimes, but that was a lot of damage.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Interesting build coming out from the Ivy here, going for a bit of a gun Ivy with a little bit of utility in the rusted barrel and the The backstabber. Now, rusted barrel is an item you don't see that often, but it did get a little buff this patch, if I remember correctly.
Yep, it got an internal cooldown buff, so you can use it a little bit more often, makes it a little bit more playable. Definitely good against Mirage and Infernus. Infernus especially hates to have his fire speed reduced, so it's a really good item. It might be the only one on the map, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I remember talking to a pretty high level player the other day. I think it's actually our production lead Griffin, where we were discussing the rusted barrel item, and he was kind of favoring it a little bit, saying it was maybe a little underrated, and LGTK definitely using it so far, and it's working out well for him.
And production giving us the full clarification, reduces bullet resistance by 5%, and it had its cooldown reduced from 25 seconds to 20 seconds. So you can imagine once you get Transcendent cooldown online, that might be a 12-second cooldown on Rusted Barrel, minus 35%.
Yeah, that's actually kind of good.
So LGTK's crew in pretty firm control. We see swap that. Whoa, what happened to that swap there? That was so strange. But the flight is trying to carry Focus's big Warden booty out of there. They might escape. 700 HP still ticking down. He did get afflicted. Will they chase? Pocket wants it so bad, but there's no more movement. My goodness.
Nobody touches my sergeant, and Pocket picking up this favorite urn though. And the lash going down here. This could be a pretty easy turn-in for them.
Hate crime detected there, and yeah, this looks to be a free comeback urn, which would be tremendous for what's the plan, because if you look on the map, they're missing 2 walkers, and they're really not down that much souls. So if you turn this urn in, find another couple of kills, and get a walker or 2, you're looking at an even, maybe a game where they're ahead. So there is a huge avenue for them to make this comeback right now. This is not insurmountable by any means.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing good. They were in the lead earlier, slipped it a little bit with that walker thing, but now clawing this a little bit back. I think they gotta look to use this this Paradox Moon Krill a bit more though. Not a lot of kill participation on that Paradox especially.
I'm going to take a quick overview of Van Ku's build. Looks like a pretty decent spread between all 3 itemizations.
Does Neiman know that the other item categories exist other than orange, or this is a very orange heavy build?
I've heard you talk about eating your greens before on previous broadcasts, and there is a frame of
I
thinking.
believe it was
for
against
some...
your team as well, wasn't it?
Oh, maybe, I don't know. But listen, when you're playing Death Slam League's best team, the replacements, you don't need no veggies, my man.
That is certainly true, and it worked out for them here. It might work out for the E6 players as well. This Mirage here
Ripping and tearing, my goodness, LGTK! Wick is just burned through the floor, and we see an impressive use of Blood Tribute that just caught a buff.
Yeah, I was just about to mention it.
Pretty decent item. Warden gets swapped now under the tower, but the last one is already ticking. Here comes the counter from the Sinclair Steel. Death Slam catches on to 3. No, that was 2. Will wind up in a kill, but the combo return doesn't catch much. Affliction's gonna try to ward off this push just a little bit. Walker's already at half. 3 players down for what's the plan, though? Is there any turn? Ivy goes down. That's a huge kill. There was a bounty on that one for sure. Focus fairly low. Is there anything to clean up, though? Abrams trying to create space. Connor trying to do anything for his team. 4 players are down for what's the plan. 2, almost 3 for LGTK. What is the conclusion of this fight? Bebop fighting for his life. Chino with an impressive Paradox game, now getting run down by the Paradox, and the Infernus duo will go down in the tiny little cubby inside of the lanes. 3 go down for LGTK. They get the last walker, but now you see the space for a trade. And this could be huge for what's the plan. They're down about 15,000 right now. Getting a walker would be monumental in their comeback.
Yeah, I mean, this Infernus here getting absolutely hate crimed, and that was even after he got a little bit more green items, a bit more veggies. But as our producer is always also saying to us, I mean, I feel like Neiman just likes, you know, a lot of orange juice here. A lot of orange juice drank here. Probably both for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, to be honest.
No
And the
comment.
mid boss now being taken here for LGTK +5.
Yep, as they should. They're up quite a bit of souls right now. There will be a contest. We've got a huge one. Affliction is out early. We're going to see who gets to claim these 3 separate crystals as the Rejuvenator has changed. Last Stand is out. Oh my goodness. It is a quick and fast win for LGTK. 4 players instantly down. I believe they secured all 3 Rejuvenators as well on LGTK, Yega, and Geo. My goodness, what a team wipe for them.
Not a very coordinated contest here for what's the plan, but I do like the attempt though. I think you have to try that, especially with this new mid boss being the way that it is, being so many different parts to it. I think just getting like 1 or 2 steals might actually be worth it in the end.
Connor gets an extra kill, and now LGTK +5 are just running it into the base. This is looking a little bit like last game now, maybe even a little bit faster. As both shrines go down, it's only Neiman left to kind of push them off. The Patron will drop here. This might be a little bit too early for the finish, so we'll
Rescue
see
beam.
if the LGTK crew wants to continue here. It looks like they're happy to back off and take their advantages.
Trying to push them out here, trying to find anything they can get. This Abrams being a very slow character, having a hard time getting out, but I think he manages to do so in the end.
Yeah, slow, but good luck getting through that health bar. Debuff remover, I think he had Phantom Strike as well. I mean, it's just, you're at this rate, you're not catching it. We do see a Veil Walker on Moan Krill, but unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see too many creative plays from it at this point of the game. Burn going over through the sewers. It is a comeback, so I mean, this is like nail in the coffin type material, and unfortunately, I just don't know how What's the Plan can test this. Patron has already dropped. If we lose one more fight, the game is over, but they might just take the gamble for it. Affliction comes out. Fight is breaking out above the nursery. The urn is on the floor. They thought about the steal, but instead they're going to opt for the fight because it's happening in real time right now. Trying to look for any advantage. Sinclair is the first one down. Where is the damage? Where is the damage? LGTK's crew. They're not going down. 3 kill streak for Geofear. Already dead from What's the Plan. Molecule trying to find anything here. There's just no space. LGTK on this gun Ivy. The full team around them. 5 players now down, and this is surely the end of the game. The last player is gone. Nothing left but to conclude what is foretold here.
Yeah, I mean, super good execution from LGTK here, getting the snowball here, and it's gonna end in the game win for them. GG's to everyone, and well played from LGTK +5.
It is a 2-0 victory, and at the end it was about a 40,000 lead. Again, this was just another game where it looked like the snowball started rolling downhill a little bit too fast. That being said, What's the Plan was much more in contention before minute 15, but you know, they kind of fumbled into that urn fight where they gave up 2 walkers, and that kind of told the story of how the rest of the game played out. They just gave up too much on that macro maneuver and kind of wound up in where we are now in this game.
Yeah, I mean, some good notable performances here coming out of Focus here, again being the bit of the standout player here for the Amber Hand, as well as this Gun Ivy getting a lot of damage from this Blood Tribute and Backstabber, the Siphon Bolts as well. Really good performances for them.
All around good team play. 7-1 and 14 on that Focus Warden. 16,000 damage to the Walker. So I really wonder how much that last stand change really affected his ability to push structures. On the other side,
I mean,
had a pretty nice performance out of Neiman's Infernus, but go ahead with your thoughts on the last stand.
I will say, even though that the last stand stuff got nerfed, I think the like removal of the spirit resistances from the walkers kind of just made the last stand only get nerfed by like 10% in the end. And it's definitely like really strong still against walkers. Just being able to constantly dish out that damage along with your gun.
Yeah. That's a tremendous point. For those of you who don't know, again, if you're living under a rock, the ultimates got adjusted to do 50% damage to the walkers, but then they took all of the spirit resist off. So, okay, you know, like what's
Hey, calm down.
Okay, yeah, deep breath.
Deep breath.
Anyways, we saw a really incredible, really incredible job by LGTK's crew to kind of push tempo and kind of win those fights. It is kind of when you see better teams at higher ratings play games, you can see them kind of not waste time essentially in pressing advantages, and I think that's kind of what we saw, because what's the plan? Like I said, they were in contention for a decent amount of that game, but one macro mistake kind of turns the game on its head and puts you in a 20k soul deficit.
Yeah, I mean, they were really well executing their game plan here. What's the plan in the early game? But once LGTK started getting those team fights, starting getting those split pushes with this Warden, with this Geist, as we talked about, they just didn't really have any way to deal with it. And yeah, I mean, well played in the end from their side. And also well played to the side of what's the plan here. Let's be honest here. Like, they were doing really well in that early game, at least in this game too. There's definitely positives here to take away from this game.
Yeah, and it's worth reminding that not everybody is good. There's going to be a few teams eliminated. Well, probably, certainly tomorrow, of course. But today, I don't think anybody's getting officially eliminated quite yet, as we take a look at the standings.
This looks all over the place right now.
Have any 3-0 teams, or we must have a 3-0 team.
No, we do. We have a couple. I don't think
so
these standings are completely updated, but it looks
it's
like
getting,
Lil Troops and LGTK +5 are 3-0.
Yeah, it's getting updated in real time, so bear with us. But today was the first day of the Death Slam Invitational qualifiers. There is another day coming tomorrow. I think we will have another set of 3 games that wind up being streamed, and a bunch that are going to happen off stream. So there's going to be a lot to see tomorrow. There are 3 teams that are already qualified, pre-qualified, invited if you will. It is an invitational, and there are 5 spots up for grabs. So we just watched LGTK go to 3-0. I think you mentioned Lil Troops as well. Let me see if I can get mine updated here. Everybody's like ravenously trying to update and keep track of the scores in real time, but yeah, we're gonna have an interesting day of games tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I mean, a huge amount of work gets put on here behind the scenes. It's not just us casters here sitting here yapping around. There's all the observers, all the producers, and if you wanna become part of this ecosystem, or maybe just follow along with all the stuff, there's a Discord link right down here, which you can join and follow anything you wanna see, you wanna do, or even maybe volunteer to help out with the broadcast.
Yep, there's plenty of things that need to be done, lots of producing, and there's also people who need ringers all the time. So if you want to get your feet wet in the competitive experience, you can always apply to be a ringer and jump into some scrims or maybe even some games. So there's plenty to do, plenty to see. I'm just trying to look forward to tomorrow. LGTK looked really, really strong. We saw Little Troops play very, very well earlier as well. Some of the teams at the bottom, Louisiana, Oh My Roads, 3FR, 3 for real? Is that unfortunately both 0-3. So we'll see if we can if they can find their first win tomorrow. I think there are still some matches that are on their way to completion. I'm not sure that everything is quite done yet, but yeah, a lot to look forward to. It's been a lot of fun today. I wonder if you have any thoughts as we kind of wrap things up here.
No, I don't really have many thoughts here. I think that we've, in general, had some pretty good games here today. All 3 series have been very exciting to watch. The first series being the only 3-game series of the day, I believe. Actually, every other series of all 3 rounds ending in a 2-0, I believe. So yeah, I mean that was definitely interesting.
I wonder if that's any indication on the comeback souls have being in a better position than they previously were. Perhaps, maybe. Do we think?
Yeah,
Yoshi?
maybe. I don't know.
On this cast,
I
you're
don't know
just
if I
Tempu
would,
hates
go that
hates the
far.
patch. I love the patch,
Hey,
so
hey.
we're split here on our own opinions. We're not going to say
Yeah.
much more than that, but it's going to be fun to see who kind of carries on
Yeah,
tomorrow. There is a good chance that some of these teams wind up 6-0, and so it's going to be fun to see who those teams actually are. But I think it was a tremendous day of games, and I'll just reiterate it one more time. There is a LAN tomorrow that has been taken over by Deathy and the crew. Shout out to everybody who got to put that together. If you donated, bless you. Thank you so much for doing that. That has been a revised project now, so I think it starts at 12 p.m. Is it 12 or 1 p.m. Eastern? Something along those lines. Early in the morning, and they clarified that the LAN will be on this Deathy DL channel, and I think Death Slam events will be the alternate channel to catch the rest of the DSI qualifiers, and that'll be the day 2 of the Swiss stages. So shout out to the community. It's been a lot of fun. I think we're pretty set here. Congratulations to all the teams, and yeah.
Yeah, and once again, I might dislike this patch a little bit, but as many of you guys, I do love Deadlock, and there's so much Deadlocks to get excited for right now with the LAN, with these qualifiers, with the second iteration of the Death Slam League in NA starting up soon as well, and there's a lot of things to look forward to here. So become part of the ecosystem now, join the Discord, look forward to all these games, come support the broadcasts, and yeah, we hope to see you guys in the future.
Thank you guys so much. Have a great evening, day, wherever you are. We'll see you soon.